Hello everybody and welcome to Tombs of Scoria. Our brave party steps outside of Zarathus's lair, hops outside of Shine's mouth, has their little chat from the end of last session, and Anton is gone.
I'll ask Shine immediately what she saw, what she thinks happened.
She relays to you what she saw, which I think we discussed last time. And
which was not much, right?
not much. She was fighting the dragon. You know, all of a sudden there was a void and a pull of the water, and everything in the area
It doesn't make sense for him to just be gone like that. I mean, he must have gone somewhere, right? People don't just die, they just disappear into nothingness.
Well, you tell me. You've got the crystal ball. You've got the scrying abilities. Can you find him?
Maybe. Depends where he is. I tried the crystal ball back in the lab, but it didn't work. Maybe that was the dragon's protection, so let's try it here. So I'm going to pull out my crystal ball. First off, I'm going to try just scrying on my mother. Just to make sure it's working.
You put your hands on your ball, and you think of your mother.
Balls. Yes. As I've done many times before.
Yes. I believe your chances of scrying upon your mother are quite good.
I'm sure it's going to be high, yeah.
He's intimately familiar with her.
Yeah, I usually scry at her about the time she goes to bed, you know. Just make sure she's tucked up nice and safe, you know. Make sure she's fine.
Yo, Nick, there's a line, and you just run right across it every day.
Sometimes I just can't help myself.
Usually late in the evenings.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Person is well known. You have a 100% chance of locating your mother.
Great. So does it work? The crystal ball is functioning.
Yes.
Okay, I immediately dismiss it, and then try to scry on Anton. I tried to scry on Anton. I maybe try and scry on his amulet. Maybe on like his armor, his black dragon scale armor. You know, in order if they keep failing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You do not locate Anton with the crystal ball.
So describe to me that it not working. How does it feel like it's like the same
well,
as
shine
if...
to cover you with her wings a little bit to create a darkened space so you can properly see the ball with the blazing sunlight, if it's sunny outside. And inside, mists sort of swirl. You place your hands on it. You concentrate on Anton, remembering the things about him that really key you into who he is. Childhood memories, recent battles, cozy nights tucked away, wishing for calmer days. And the mists just sort of continuously swirl around in that state of like, we're ready, and nothing comes to it. This is what we would see as a failure reading, that it continues to be in a readied state and just never goes anywhere. Like an idling car, the crystal ball just sits there, swirling mists, nothing showing up.
Is my understanding that crystal balls don't work across planes?
Crystal balls are harder to work across planes, but it is possible. And it really, depends on the plane. If you try to scry upon a god in their own plane, that's just not going to work. That plane is too far away and too protected. But if you want to scry on someone in the ethereal plane, it'd just be like a 25% chance less.
So in theory, it might work if I kept trying. Okay, but I can't keep trying.
What happens if you scry on our father's corpse?
Yeah, okay, we can try that. I try and scry on a dead body. I mean, I assume that's going to work. Maybe if I try and scry on him, is different than if I try and scry on his corpse.
Yeah, if your mother dies and then you bury her, you wouldn't be able to scry on the corpse. She's no longer there. You would need to be intimately familiar with the corpse. It sort of goes through a state change.
Yeah.
From one existence to another.
But if you try and scry on someone that's dead, you get a similar reading.
It would be the slightly informed of option. So you'd have a 20% chance to scry on a dead person that you knew. Unless you hung around their body a lot and, inspected it and became intimately familiar with it, and then your percentage chance of scrying goes up.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we have no answer here, then...
Well, I did have one thought, though. Whatever happened down there, it clearly made a big impression. Maybe there's evidence down there under the water, perhaps true seeing your ring. Doesn't mean getting back through the gas, but might be worth just double checking that while we're here. There's also...
Do we think this will be fruitful? We might be on a limited time here.
We might be, but if there's a tear in the dimensional space, or...
Okay. Can you send a message to Arc Somber? Is there any way we can communicate right now with the capital, or...?
I'll check my spell list, but I don't think so. But we can get back pretty quick.
How long does it take Shine to fly back and forth?
We can teleport. Shine can fly.
Okay. Then I suppose we should probably just go down and look, yeah?
Yeah. Let's do it.
We'll need to talk about protection from gases and all that jazz, water breathings. You're going to be underwater, right? You're going to crawl in Shine's mouth. She'll go all the way through the lair, dump you underwater.
Use the ring, get a quick glimpse. Is there anything there? If not, back out. It's literally a...
What are we doing with the whole, gas thing?
I think we can go... You were going in Shine's mouth to,
Oh, okay, to ferry back.
Past the gas. Yeah, I think we just do it real quick. There's probably nothing, but just to cross it off the list.
Okay. Yeah, we can do this real quick. There's no more threats around, so you head back in.
Wait, actually, real quick. You say no more threats around. When we go back in, do we still hear that one guy screaming out? Or is he gone?
Yes. Yes, there's still the endless cries. Somebody!
Okay, don't care.
So It's so tempting, isn't it?
Well, no, because there's some monster that I don't know about that it's probably like it takes the form of somebody familiar to you, and then you scream, and then when you open it up, it turns into a banshee. So I'm sure there's some monster like that. I just don't know anything.
It's got to be, yeah.
Okay, keep going. Back to the water thing, yeah.
Yeah. You make it all the way to the dragon's lair. Shine drops you underneath the water. You immediately activate your ring. You gaze about. You see nothing of interest, aside from, of course, the, like, glittering gold of the dragon's lair. These giant statues made out of pure gold worth unfathomable amounts of money. Just oodles of money.
Uh-huh.
Riches beyond your imagination.
Mm-hmm. Okay, nothing here. All right, let's go.
Yep.
I'm waiting at the top of the ramp for them to come back.
Mm-hmm.
So I say, Tyrell, did you see anything?
Nothing. No, nothing at all. Nope.
Okay, let's get back outside here and we'll teleport home. We'll have to start searching immediately.
Okay.
So
and out we go?
Yeah,
teleport
we head back
home?
out. I'll say, Shine, you'll have to fly home. Is that okay?
Yes.
And then I'll see you back at the capital shortly. And I will...
Where are we teleporting to?
Back to the city, I think.
Okay. We can't be seen traveling around just the two of us, okay?
Not even in town? We didn't spend every waking minute together.
No, but it might... I don't know how... It's probably quite public that we're in this area up to no good. Scoria has spies everywhere. If we come back and she sees only the two of us together, if she puts two and two together, or if she takes one from three and it comes to two, she might make a move, right?
I agree. Then we'll teleport to our house. We'll cover ourselves and make our way quickly to the palace.
Sounds good.
Okay, so we'll teleport back to our home.
Yeah, you get back to your home. Your servants are surprised to see you as you come out of a room when they know you've been gone for a long time, but they bow and curtsy politely and make way for you, offering you refreshments and beverages. One of them asks you if Lord Anton will be joining you guys for refreshments.
No, Lucia, go ahead. We have business at the capital, and let's cloak up and go.
As we're getting dressed, I'll say, Tyrell, there's two angles here. There's the arcane angle. I can use spells to scry on him to search for him across the plains, maybe catch a glimpse of him and find where he is. The other is Velthara, you know. He's her chosen. Anton's been funding priests around the country. Maybe we could seek the strongest of them out, maybe hold some sort of communion at the abbey at our keep, where he was married. Maybe attempt to get in touch with Velthara. Perhaps she can tell us more.
Perhaps, if you wish. Have we been able to... When we looked underwater, can you explain what we saw? Well, here, actually, I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions, but what I'm trying to ask is there any way we would have known that he could have opened a bag of holding? Or is this like... Would this be kind of like inaccessible to us?
I don't think it's unreasonable. With Shine's description of like a water vortex or like a pulling in on a spot, it wouldn't take a genius to figure out what was going on there. Especially a wizard would be pretty well versed in the functionings of magic items and magical effects that could create a vortex of that kind. I think the first step is ruling that it's not Zorathis that did it herself, which would be a weird thing since she was in melee combat.
Okay, just making sure.
It's unreasonable.
Okay, because otherwise, because the first thing we'd have to do is figure out.
And that's the first step, is to find out what happened. I mean, do you think it's reasonable that Imric might give it a guess as to that's what happened?
We spent a lot of time in bags of holding.
So. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we have spent a lot of time with bags of holding. Okay, I'll roll an in check to decide if there's any chance. Any second now. Well.
Yeah.
Not only does he instantly figure out, he actually knows exactly what happened to Anton. So tell us, with that nat 20.
You know, I'm not sure why he would have done it, Tyrell, but there's a book I was reading when I was learning my latest spell. I was looking up the arcane implications of the different 4 elements on arcane magics, and I was reading a treatise on bags of holding and how they interact with fire, electricity, and water. They spoke of something like a vortex that would occur if you were to open a bag of holding underwater. You know, the rapid inflow of water into the huge extra-dimensional space could cause a loud bang, cause a swirling vortex of water for a moment. The actual effect on the person who did it and the items therein, not entirely clear. Maybe they just disappear, perhaps they're lost to the ether. I'm not sure, but I suspect maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe he was opening his bag. I'm not sure why he would be doing that.
Okay.
Potion, perhaps?
Makes sense. We don't have time to waste. I'm going to go and grab Arc Somber or interrogate her. I'll ask her what she knows. You can try and, I guess, figure out where the strongest of his priests might be. And we can try to commune with them. Yeah?
Yeah, okay. If you prefer to speak to Sombar, then I'll deal with the priests.
I wouldn't even know where to begin with the priests. You seem to know more of that than I do. And I think my relationship with her has improved, so.
Okay. I will acquiesce and let Tyrell go to the palace without me.
All right. You make your way to the palace. Lords and ladies, commoners, all sorts of people make way for you in the streets, hailing you, hailing the McGarrys for all the work they've done, for the slaying of dragons, for the routing of armies, for the freeing of cities. Flowers are thrown at your feet by young lads. And
I want a
Soon-
mission. I nod kind of curtly, and I continue to go forward.
Soon you find yourself in the Citadel, within the heart of Wicthron Rorenta.
I need
You get in
Wait, the Citadel? That's the castle, right?
the castle, the
Yeah,
keep,
okay.
the Citadel.
The
yeah.
keep. Okay. Can I, I need an emergency meeting with at least Arc Somber or the Queen and Arc Somber if the Queen is available.
Well, natural 20. It appears that Arc Somber and the Queen are already chatting presently. And when you say emergency meeting, you can be brought into a room where the two of them are hanging.
Is
They
it just the
put
two of
down
us?
papers and maps.
Yeah, two of us in the
you are
Queen's Guard?
introduced. Queen's Guard, Arc Somber's apprentice, and a couple of other, faceless people that you haven't seen before, but are some assistants or apprentices or helpers or scholars or some bullshit.
I need to shoo them off.
Okay.
Just me, the Queen, Arc Somber, and the guards if she needs.
Sure. Done.
As I see them leave the room, turn to Arc Somber and I'll say, I have an emergency situation at hand. The fate of the kingdom and our family might depend on your answers here.
They look at you and say nothing.
Me, Anton, and Imric have just slain the mighty beast Zarathus. But unfortunately, right before we fell to the beast, I think Anton, in a desperate attempt to stave off drowning, opened a bag of holding underneath the water.
Oh no, says Arc Somber.
Oh no, what?
Continue with your story.
Well, there is no continuance. That's why I'm here to ask you now. Do you know what would happen to Anton? Where could he have been teleported to? Or does he even exist anymore? Is it possible to find him? Or...
She shakes her head. Torn bags of holdings throw their contents somewhere, anywhere. If he was lost into a void like that, there's no telling where he could be. He could be ripped into 1,000 pieces. He could be on the plane of fire, the elemental plane of fire. He could be...
Indeed, he could be
beyond
many
my
places.
understanding.
I know this. I came to you to narrow the possibilities. Is there any way that we can search for him or try to search for him? Or do you know anybody that would be able to search for him or try to search for him?
The Queen looks to Arc Somber for answers. Arc Somber sits for a moment. Let me consult my notes. I don't want to give you half-assed answers.
I'll wait.
I
I
will
stand
you
here.
come back this evening?
Evening. If it takes you that long to go through it, then sure. Obviously, you know this is of great importance. I don't know if we're on a time limit here or what, but yeah, I'll be back early evening.
Okay. She immediately exits, grabs her apprentice who's waiting in the hallway, and they hurry back to her tower. The Queen looks at you, a calm, collected face. Can you still do it without him? Can you still slay Scoria?
Highly unlikely. bordering on impossible. So finding my brother is probably my most important mission right now. Do you know anybody else that we could consult beyond Dark Somber?
I wouldn't trust anyone beyond Dark Somber.
Well, perhaps if Arc Somber is unable to give us answers, the untrustworthy we might have to pursue. But maybe we can save that conversation for later tonight. Hopefully she'll find something in her notes in the next few hours. Hopefully I don't have to come back here and ask you for a list of those names.
Well, we will do everything in the power of the kingdom to find Anton and bring him home safely. But we must remember, the ultimate goal is slaying of Scoria, the winning of the war, the survival of our nation, of our kingdom. We've always known that this was going to be a deadly operation, and that there might be casualties. I want you to keep your eye on the ball, Tyrael McGarry.
My eye is absolutely on the ball. Killing Scoria is the mission. Killing Scoria is our final goal. Just not sure if that goal is attainable without our brother. If it's gold you need, or if it'll help the Kingdom for the War effort, I can give you the location of... Feels like I've repeated myself, but Untold Riches once more. Zarathus had quite a bit of gold stored away in his lair. Huge statues, massive stockpiles. We can give you the directions to go and take a contingent of people and go and perhaps ferry some back, or do it with portals or whatever, if that helps. But I think that Anton has done enough service to this country that this country can act in service to him to at least try to find his corpse, if nothing else.
It would be my honor to help you find your brother, my nephew, and bring him home, or his remains if that is what it takes. But let us not lose sight of the bigger picture. Finding Anton is secondary to killing Scoria.
Is that all?
If you would leave directions to this huge pile of gold that you've mentioned, I will have my men take a look at it and see how we can go about retrieving it.
I'll alert one of the insert whoever person on the way out. I don't know who I would talk to for directions, but yeah.
You can grab a scribe and
Sure.
Dictate directions to them, and they'll pass it on and take care of it from there.
Gotcha.
Well.
All right. So,
What about you, Nick?
I'm trying to think, when Anton got married at the abbey in our keep, was it one of his Velthara clerics that did the ceremony? Like, is there one stationed at that abbey? Is that where one of them is? Or to find one, would I have to go to, like, a church
He has a cleric. He's got Velthara clerics everywhere. There's some here in Wicthon
there's one
Renta.
here.
There's some.
Okay.
Oh yeah, totally.
Okay, then
Place
I
to
will
crawl in with
head out. What I'll do is, I don't want to be recognized, so I'm gonna get like I'm gonna go in, like, I go downstairs to, like, the servants' quarters, and I will, like, knock on the door. I usually wouldn't be going down there. Does somebody answer?
Yeah, a servant answers.
Sorry to interrupt while you're off duty, Sarah, but would it be possible for me to borrow a cloak of one of the gentlemen in the staff? I wish to be unseen in the city for a day.
But of course, they outfit you with some servant's clothes.
I will, like, leave a couple of gold pieces.
You blend in nice and neatly.
Head out into the city, and I want to head to the temple or wherever I know that one of these Velthara clerics is. So I'll head. Is this like a temple that's built only for the Velthara clerics, or is it just that
there's not a
Velthara
purpose-built
cleric
temple
stationed?
Yeah.
So yeah, I head in, looking around to see if I recognize a priest with, Velthara's holy symbol.
Yes. You will see the cleric. You've met this one a few times before.
Do I recall her name?
Yeah. Her name is Wendy.
Do I understand Wendy to be, like, a powerful cleric?
No. She's quite the novice. Most of the people that Anton has empowered are actually priests. This is one of the few actual clerics that are empowered.
I will go up to Wendy and I'll say, cleric, priest, may I speak with you for a moment?
And you want her to not recognize you as...
Not straight away, yeah. Not straight away.
Emmerich McGarry, the famous...
I don't care
Dragon
if she
Slayer.
recognizes me, but I don't want other people in the temple necessarily.
Got you. Okay. Well, the moment you make eye contact with her, she will recognize you for who you are, because you're hella famous at this point.
Yeah, yeah. Shh. Can we speak in private?
She will take you to like a broom closet, look around, and shovel you in, and close the door behind you. Yes, my Lord McGarry. Is there
Greetings.
vengeance you seek?
Perhaps. Vengeance is always on the wind in my line of work. I was wondering, amongst your order, my brother aside, who would you say is the most powerful? Who has the closest bond with Valthara in the kingdom?
His Grace Anton aside?
I know that he's done great works for your goddess, funding the expansion of your beliefs across the kingdom. There must be one who acts as a leader of sorts.
She ponders. There is... His Grace Anton is by far and away the strongest cleric of Valthara
Of course.
I have ever heard of. Whoever is in second place is such a distant second that it's hard to separate. Tell me what you need, and maybe I can better direct you.
It's a sensitive subject. I'm not really in a position to divulge all of the details right now. Suffice to say, though, if you were to answer me this question and point me in the right direction, you'd be doing my brothers and I both a huge favor.
You want to know who organizes
Yes, actually,
communication between the clerics of Valthara?
Let's go with that.
I think that would be Anton's personal assistant, his personal second, which he keeps in McGarry Keep.
Okay. That's a great help. I appreciate it, and I would appreciate it if you could just keep the details of this conversation to yourself, at least for the foreseeable future.
Of course. The veil of our conversations shall never be lifted.
I will, I reach into my glove. I take my glove off. I'm going to switch my ring of spell storing with my ring of fire resistance and teleport to the keep.
In an instant, you're in McGarry Keep.
Probably should have left a note for Tyrael, but I will head to the abbey there where he got married, and attempt to locate his second, the more important cleric here.
I'm trying to remember this person's name, but I don't. He has so many little assistants that we've talked about. I can't remember their name here. But you find her. That could be it. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, people saying it in chat. It's quite a jovial name for a cleric of Valthara. I shall head to the abbey still in my servant's robes, hoping to avert the eyes of the guards and the servants there, and we'll look for Strawberry, hopefully in our private quarters.
Yes, you can find the hideous woman known as Strawberry.
Is this in her quarters where I find her?
No, you'll find her just in the main temple grounds, helping to assemble things and there's all these boxes and crates, and the area's still under construction. The temple's done, but as you're building things sort of get shoved around. So she's in like an organizational management of staff and servants and builders and whatnot.
What would be the honorific for a cleric of Valthara? It wouldn't be mother, would it? Or would it?
It still would be mother, yes, because it goes by the gender of the cleric.
For sure. Mother Strawberry. It's Imric. Can I speak to you in private, please? I look around and acknowledging there's no one here, and so,
Yeah, she will
nod
take
towards
you
the quarters.
out of this room somewhere else, the cleric's private quarters. Sits down.
I take my hood off and I'll like unbutton this robe that I've been wearing and sort of like throw it to the ground. I think I need a drink. Have you got anything?
She will pull out a half-consumed bottle of warm beer.
Okay, not what I was going for, but needs must.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pour myself a glass and pour her a glass and hand her one.
She leaves it on the table.
I have very important business to talk to you about. Business that's both top secret and incredibly, incredibly important. I need to know that my brother could trust you, so I assume that means you're trustworthy. But I need to know that your loyalties lie to our country and our mission and our family, and not just Anton.
My loyalties lie with Velthara.
That should be enough. Earlier today, a few hours past, we were fighting a dragon. A great one. And in the midst of the battle, something went wrong and Anton, well, he wasn't slain by the dragon. The dragon was dead by the time it happened, I think, but he was lost to some magics. I think maybe, I shrug and say, perhaps you wouldn't understand, but a misfiring with a bag of holding. Anyway, I think he's lost to the ether, perhaps in some random plane of existence. There's a chance he still lives.
Are you telling me that High Cleric Anton is dead?
I'm definitely not saying that. I'm hoping that you and your faith and the faith of your clergy and the priests that Anton has helped train can maybe speak with Velthara, perhaps instruct her to guide us in the right direction. I will pursue arcane methods, but surely for her chosen cleric, there may be some hope.
Did you know that once upon a time, 1500 years ago, in this world,
I take a drink of my beer.
Great and powerful clerics walked the lands. Those favored of the gods, or favored of the gods' servants, could live forever. Death was no stop to them. A man slain in battle could be resurrected with the appropriately powerful magics and within certain confines and time windows and material components. And then came the breaking of Arcadia and the breaking of the world, the apocalypse. Storms came, mountains rose, earthquakes shook the land, breaking things apart. The great canals of Arcadia were formed.
I hate to interrupt, Mother Strawberry. I understand the tale you will tell. My brother is not dead. I've not held his body. He could yet live. I'm just not sure where. All I'm asking for is a location. I will bring him back myself.
What I'm trying to tell you is that there was a time where gods would go to any length to help their favored ones, their chosen ones, the ones they held in high esteem. And they stopped some 1500 years ago. I will absolutely help find Lord Anton. It would be my life's quest to find him and bring him home. But you must understand that there are limits to what we can do here. If he is dead or gone, it may be that the gods are waiting to see what you do, leaving it to you to find him and bring him. It may be that the gods will not help in this situation.
Perhaps it may be that way.
I will use every spell and every resource at my disposal whatever it takes to gather the appropriate information.
Anything would help. Confirmation that he lives, an idea of where he may have gone. The rest I can do myself, I think, with powerful enough magics, but the endless oceans of the plains are vast, and if I could narrow down my search, it would be, well, it could be the difference between life or death. And I pause for a minute. I don't need to compel on you the importance that this information stays as discreet as possible. If our enemies sense weaknesses in us here, it could be the death of all of us. The people living in this keep, especially.
I have one option that I can think of on the spot that may help you. But I am not strong enough to do this. You will need to seek another.
What is it? A spell?
Speak with dead.
Any cleric could cast that, right? Doesn't have to be Belthara.
Correct.
Perhaps someone back in the capital can cast that for me. We can definitely... I imagine this is already being considered. That would at least confirm to us that he's alive. Does this spell work across the planes? If someone's alive, but in the ethereal plane, will you get a response? Or...
No. This spell speaks with dead.
I mean, if somebody's alive in the ethereal plane, and you cast Speak with Dead, will that... Wait, hang on, what am I trying to say?
If they are alive in the ethereal plane, Speak with Dead will not work. If they are dead in the ethereal plane...
That's what I mean. That's what I mean, yeah.
I don't know. This is beyond me. At the very least, this will let you know whether he died here on this plane, and his remains were taken elsewhere.
There's no merit in some sort of ritual to contact Valthara directly. Perhaps a number of you
Though
could gather here.
you would... Only Lord Anton has the power to speak with our goddess directly. Us meager clerics must do our best to reach out. But she does not speak to us like she speaks to Anton.
I understand. Well, I trust you, Strawberry, to do everything in your power to aid in this investigation. And again, I impose upon you the importance that this stays as secret as possible. That our enemies cannot find out about our moments of weakness here. You understand that, right? That could be the death of us all.
Mm-hmm. If you find a very powerful cleric, maybe the high priestess in the capital, she may have access to a commune spell in which you can ask yes or no questions of great outer planar powers. They may be able to direct you, at least to whether he lives, or maybe you can guess at which plane he's upon. Speak with Dead and Commune is where I would start from a clerical standpoint, but both of those are well beyond me.
Okay, well, I will leave you to your ruminations, and I will be in touch soon for an update.
Okay.
I will turn into a bird and fly out of the temple and try and make entrance into like my room in the keep without going past all the guards.
Yeah, I think that is fine. Yeah, that's fine.
And I will sleep, and I need to, relearn spells for the next day.
Okay. Back to Tyrael. You come back in the evening. What did you spend your day doing? Out of curiosity.
Who did we talk to when we came back from Glacia? Did we tell anybody about the things we saw besides Arc Sombra?
I don't know. I imagine that you told people. I imagine that you've probably regaled all sorts of folks with the story. At least your minions that traveled there and back have probably regaled people with the stories. Mm-hmm. I think you debriefed the queen and generals and servants and staff at one point, and gave them a overview. And
okay, all right, not a big deal. All right.
So
I'm
you just kind of
just
hung out for the day?
Yeah, the queen wouldn't give me any leads. Arxomber seems to be the most knowledgeable person. If I go back to the house, is Imric going to be back before I have to go back in the early evening, or?
No, you'll go to the house and Imric won't be around.
Okay. There's not much. Yeah, I don't think there's much I can do. I'll wait to. I guess I'll pace around the house and chill. Wait until early evening. As soon as the sun even looks like it's about to set, I'll head back to the castle.
Yeah, you get back to the castle and someone is waiting at the door to bring you to Arxomber's chamber, where she has seated at her table, a cup of tea and a little pot brewing next to her, furiously, making notes and jotting things down. Her assistant opens the door for you, and then as you walk through, steps out and closes it on the other side, leaving. Arxomber points to a chair that's been made ready for you, the nice cup of tea next to it, and looks at you and breathes a heavy sigh. I have spent the day pouring through all of my notes, articles, journals. What happens to the components of bags of holding, portable holes, specialty robes, those sorts of things, deep-pocketed robes, is... I'm going to talk to you about some theories of magic to help you understand. A portable hole, one of these dimensional bags, creates a space that exists only within the bag. It is bound together using various types of magic. Conjuration or evocation magic is often used as the gateway. Alteration magic is used to sort of hold things together. Abjuration keeps out unwanted materials, prevents air from overfilling bags. Enchantment is used for the core enchanting of the bag. Many types of magic are used in this. And when the bag rips, they all mix and intermingle. Any one of them could have taken effect upon the contents of the bag. Any one of them could have overwhelmed the others during the tear, or any combination of them might have had significant factors. There is no designated place that I am made aware of where these contents go, else there would be riches beyond understanding there. It's possible that a pocket dimension created within a bag of holding is just sealed off and everything falls into the pocket dimension, and that's it, and it's just its own spot nowhere. It's possible that these things are thrown via a conjuration magic into another plane of existence. There are tests that we can run to sort out some of these details. But by and large, everything I have read says that once a bag of holding, any dimensional hole, is torn, its contents are forever lost. I have never heard of anyone recovering lost contents from a bag. However, people usually look for items, not people. People are we're different. We have innate magical properties. Most of us are very, very dimly magical. Clerics and wizards are slightly stronger. Those who have attained great power and martial prowess are stronger as well. Anton also has, I believe, artifacts of considerable magical strength on him, which might act as beacons. And if we are lucky, his goddess might help show us the way. I can point Imric to some texts that might suggest spells he could research and learn that could help us find him. But those are a very slow path. The fastest path would be contacting some sort of greater outer planar entity, some sort of demigod, or some sort of Was there not talk of... I think I heard from the Cleric of Martha that there was talk of a gate spell. Something like that might be useful for reaching an entity who exists outside of the prime material plane.
Do you think these entities would have sufficient knowledge to point us in the right direction to find Anton? Or are you just saying it's more of a chance than the 0% chance we have on this plane of finding somebody with that knowledge?
It is more of a chance.
In Glacia, on the top of some floating rocks, that wasn't even the strangest thing we saw there, but there was a configuration of mirrors, I think, that let us look into different planes. Do you think any of that would be of use, or do you think we're better served just going down the gateway route? I don't know how...
Which planes?
I'm going to be honest with you, I haven't been on too many of them at this point, just this and the ethereal, so...
Well, a gateway to the plane of Earth would not be particularly useful unless he happens to be on the plane of Earth. We might be wanting to speak to some of the... I'm not sure. Some of the Fey creatures might have answers. Or most likely the outer planar creatures. The entities who we don't know of and cannot comprehend. The things that we can only ask questions to but don't understand who it is we are speaking to.
Okay.
These greater denizens of magic.
I'm going to talk to the cleric. Got her to cast a gate spell. What was it? Gateway?
Gate allows you to bring in a creature of considerable power from another plane, a creature whose name you must have.
Oh. What creature could we summon? Actually, Shine might know, perhaps?
I don't know who you would ask, personally, for this. I don't deal in outer planar entities.
If anybody knows who we could ask, Shine should have some idea. So, I'll ask her about that.
If you could find a great diviner or a great conjurer, those wizards with those specialties would be most useful. A great diviner would be the best, but I don't know of any great diviners left in Arcadia. The last one passed many generations ago.
And I don't suppose you could, yeah, you can't point me to either direction. Okay, great diviner, great conjurer, talk to the cleric here. With the cleric here, is she even able to cast gate? Or gateway? Is that a spell she's...
You would have to ask her. I'm not familiar with her spells.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll follow these leads. If anything else comes up, can you leave a note, send it to our house, or find a way to deliver that to us?
Yes. Shine might be a good resource for these things. The Great Dragon.
Yes.
She's much older than I am. She might know of things that I do not. She might know where there is a diviner or a sorcerer of great power.
Okay, sounds good. If that's it, I'll take my leave.
That is all I have for you.
Okay. I'm going to leave. I'm going to grab Vega, and I'm going to head back to the house and hope that Shine is there.
Yeah. Shine will probably be here by evening.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine she flies into the city, lands in the center square where it's big enough for her, and then takes human form and walks to your house.
Cool. And then I'm waiting for Emmerich to return.
Yeah, he won't be back for another day, so you'll spend the evening waiting around.
Okay, in that case, I'll talk to Shine and Vega. Vega, this is Shine. She might not look it. She's actually a humongous golden dragon. And Shine,
Now, you don't need to mention my size.
This is Vega. He is, I guess, the de facto manager of my esteemed recruits, and used to have his toes dipped in the world of smuggling, we'll say. Vega, I'm curious, between the two of you, I have a brother, who is lost potentially in another dimension. I don't know, in your time of smuggling or in your time of moving product from A to B or doing anything, is there any way that you can send a message to or retrieve something from, or through some clever trick get an item to somebody not on this plane or anything? Have you ever done such a thing before, to either Shine or to Vega?
Well, Lord Tyrael, if I had that sort of power, we wouldn't really need to be setting up smuggling dens, you know?
It's fair. Shine, I'm assuming if you had any ideas like this, you would have said them already.
There was one person I can speak to who might know something about Anton, but I would need to be gone for many days.
Person. Conjurer or diviner?
A sorceress. An old... Friend's not the right word. Associate? Acquaintance.
Gotcha. Who is this acquaintance?
I should not say. I serve you, Lord Tyrael, in all matters.
That's fair. There's no way that I can, like, charisma check to see if she's referring to the same sorceress that I think she gave the dragon weapons to, right?
I mean, I don't know how you would get that information, but if you have an inkling like that, if she gave dragon weapons to a sorceress, it's probably the same one, right? Unless she knows two powerful sorceresses.
I mean, that would be my guess, but obviously I don't want to say that because she doesn't know that we know that she did that, and I don't know if I want to reveal it to her.
Yeah. Tricky situation.
Nope, it's not tricky. I just don't have to say anything. I keep my fucking mouth shut. Okay, I'll ask her then. Okay, before trying to get into contact with her, by chance across this continent, or Solemn was the name of the continent, right?
Mm-hmm.
By chance, would you happen to know of any great diviners or conjurers, any that would have the strength to summon a creature from another realm that would be able to give us some inkling of how to find or get Anton back?
Shine ponders for a moment. I don't know of anyone like that, but I have some ability to travel through some planes, and I have some spells at my disposal. She checks her spell list first. What does she have at her disposal? If you could find me some locate person scrolls, I could visit a few planes that I can access and see if he has ended up there.
Okay, you need locate person scrolls?
Locate person scrolls. Yeah.
Okay.
Again, this will take some time. I will visit my friend and I will travel some planes and I will see what I can find. But I will be gone 2 or 3 weeks.
I mean, if we have no other options, then 2 or 3 weeks we'll have to wait. I'm probably going to go talk to the cleric. Is it the cleric of Martha here? And then I'm probably going to speak with, probably talk to that elven ambassador and see if they have any ideas. But otherwise, yeah, I suppose that's it.
Vega shifts uncomfortably in his seat. This doesn't really sound like we got some good options here.
Doesn't really sound that way, indeed. Do you have any other ideas?
there's an old legend of a seer woman, old as time, some sort of elven woman who lives far, far away. The sort of things that people, like, fairy tales that we tell kids and whatnot. Legends passed around. I don't know if she's real. She's probably dead by now if she was real. But there once upon a time was an elven woman named Atropos who could see the future and see beyond all things. A blind woman, I believe. A blind elf.
So you tell me that my options are limited and poor, and then you give me a legend.
Hey, this is what I'm talking about. Things are bad, so I'm giving you a legend of a person who might have existed once upon a time on an island that, I guess to you a sea kraken doesn't really matter. You can probably get wherever you need. But, yeah.
All right.
I'll give you a legend.
Well, I'll ask the Elven Ambassador. Maybe he knows something about her. But otherwise, if that's it, then locate person scrolls is, what I'm after.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's supposed to live on the island of Bravo. One of the other Arcadian islands. Not Caledonia, which vanished, but Bravo, guarded by a giant kraken. Can't get there anymore.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
And that's that. Imric, what's your deal?
I wake up in the morning. I learn my spells. I spent basically most of my spells in the fight with Zarathus and all of that, so it takes me some time. I think I get an early night, and probably something like 4 hours after I wake up, I slam my book closed, and I reach into my little pocket of holding that I've got, and I pull out the little silver cups that I used for sending, and I read back through my notes on sending, and I know that this thing can work across planes. It's more difficult, lower chance, probably somewhat like the crystal ball, but I'm going to attempt to send messages to Anton. I've got 4 castings of it. I'm going to just do all 4 of them in a row with the same message. So my message is, Anton, it's Imric. Are you alive? Where are you? Describe what you can see. And I think, depending on how far, I don't know, that's what it says in the book, but it's very different for your world. But in the book, it makes out like how far away it is from the prime material plane is the less chance of it working. So if he's in like an adjacent plane, like if he's in the shadow plane, it'd probably work. If he's in like the celestial plane or whatever, it's probably not going to work.
Right. You reach out with sending, asking the ethers, sending a message to Anton, and you do this. You said 4 times? You have 4 castings?
4 times, yeah.
Right. First one gets no reply. The second one gets no reply. The third one gets no reply. The fourth one gets no reply.
Okay, so I'm hearing you roll dice. Do I feel like what's happening here? Because I've never had sending fail on me before. Do I kind of feel like my am I getting to the point where I even get to say the message? Am I not getting the connection?
You get the spell off. It goes off without a hitch. The magics flow through you. You can feel it sort of depleting your system. You can feel the fatigue that comes after casting a spell. You can tell it's no longer memorized. But it's sort of like, when you call to your significant other, like, hey, babe, can you get me a drink? And then they just don't reply. And you're like, did she hear me? Did she not hear me?
Okay. I intend to keep trying, though, with that, at least for the foreseeable future. But I will teleport back home.
Okay.
With my ring. And I will head out of my room and go look for Tyrell if he's around. I say to the servants, have you seen my brother?
Yeah, they'll direct you to where Tyrael is. This will be the next day. I'm not sure what he's doing at this point, but if he's out of the house, they'll tell you he's out of the house. Else they'll tell you that he's,
Yeah,
in
well,
blah, blah, blah room.
If he's out of the house, I'd probably wait for him. Or depends. If I'm waiting around for a while, I might get restless and go and see Oxambar. But I might wait for like an hour or something to see if he comes back.
Okay. I think he's probably in the house in the morning, unless he... No, he's actually probably out doing stuff. He's out getting scrolls and talking to clerics and stuff.
For me, what time in the morning?
Just
probably
in the
like
morning.
I get up early. It's probably like 11 or something.
Okay, I'm probably gonna leave as soon as I wake up. So.
Yeah. So I wait around for him, and if I don't see him, I'll head to the keep.
Okay. You go to the keep, and I think this is where we take our first break. We'll be back on the other side with a little more Tombs of Scoria.
We'll be back.
everybody, and welcome back to Tombs of Scoria. Tyrael McGarry,
Hi.
you are looking to talk to some people about scrolls and spells.
True. First, I think I'm probably going to go talk to that Martha cleric.
Excellent. Now, there is a cleric of Martha and a cleric of Nadinus, both of which are powerful clerics in this area. Are you trying to talk to the Martha cleric specifically, or just the most powerful cleric?
The most whichever one can do gateway or the gate. What's it called?
Gate.
Gate. Whichever one can do gate. I'll talk to one and the other if I need to.
Okay. So this is going to be Mother Loren, cleric of Nadinus. Nadinus is the goddess of nature, rain, you know, all those sorts of things. She's also not particularly happy with Anton. There's some really bad blood between these two.
I didn't talk to this one, did I? A long time ago?
You've probably spoken to her at some point.
Okay, I feel like I had a threatening interaction with a Nadinus cleric, but it was a long time ago. So
Yeah, but she's been around. Like, she's been at meetings, she's been in the... She's the high cleric here, so when you talk to people in the Great Hall, she's around. Sometimes when you're having these debriefings, she's around. She's the highest, most important cleric about. So you've seen her, you've met her, you're on like a first name basis with her.
okay,
Even if we don't do it in game often.
sounds good.
Okay. Well, you find Mother Loren, cleric of Nadinus.
Mother Loren, cleric of Nadinus. Are we in the temple or whatever?
Yes.
I will approach her and I will nod. Whatever you do when you see clerics.
Tyrael McGarry.
Mother Loren, I was wondering if I could take you someplace to speak with you privately for just a moment.
She looks around the temple. Is this not private enough?
Is there anyone else in here?
Yeah, there's some people around. You know, they're not necessarily right next to you, but they might wander closer at some point.
Well, it's not private at all. Private generally implies just the involved parties having a conversation. That's not possible. Perhaps I can come back later, or...
No. Don't worry. We'll find space. And she will walk into the cleric's mess hall and announce loudly, clerics, priests, acolytes. Lord Tyrael would like the room. Would you all please leave? And folks look up from their food and frustratingly set it down and exit out of the room. It occurs to you that she didn't necessarily need to do this in the room where people were eating and didn't need to announce that it was by your intention.
I figured that out.
Yeah.
What's the quality of their food? Are these guys eating
humble.
well or humble? Is that
Humble.
intentionally so, or?
Yes, there is money to be had, but the cleric of Nadinus wishes that everyone eats humbly here.
Mm-hmm.
Live close to the land, close to the people who work the land and, you know, hunt the forests.
Well, I come to you with an offer that I'm sure you'll be ecstatic to know. Curious if it's possible for you to cast Gate and to bring through a creature that we might be able to have questions with. Does this sound possible?
She blinks a couple of times. Gate. The interdimensional summoning spell.
Unless you know of another gate, that would be the one.
I, unfortunately, am not strong enough to cast Gate, but also I don't think I would. It's extremely powerful, pulls in all sorts of things from far out planes, is hugely dangerous.
I'll wave my hand.
For what?
If you're not powerful enough to cast it, do you know any clerics that are? That might be here in Wicthron Rorentha?
No. I am the greatest cleric in Wicthron Rorentha. She pauses. Your brother, notwithstanding. Why don't you ask him?
He is... Is it deposed at the moment? He's unavailable.
Indisposed.
Indisposed. He is unavailable at the moment, unfortunately. There's nothing that we could do to bolster your abilities for a moment to allow you to cast such a spell, is there?
She ponders the significance of uplift and checks her appropriate level in casting abilities. No. As much as I hate to say it, the only clerics I have ever known who could conceivably approach a gate spell either existed 1500 years ago before the gods split the land. Your brother is maybe near to that. And the queen's son-in-law, Van Helsing, is maybe not there, but in the general vicinity. However, he has not been seen for some time, and I do not know where he is.
Okay, well, the only other question is, maybe you clerics go missing sometimes. You wouldn't happen to be sitting on any extra locate person scrolls, would you?
Isn't that a spell well within the range of your family? Why do you come raiding the monastery and the church for scrolls and spells?
I think I'm raiding for anything. Obviously, I would trade for these things, or we should give you whatever gold or payment you required. But if you don't have any of these things, then I understand. That's all I have.
Tell me what you need them for. I'm not in the habit of giving things away.
I'm not asking you to give anything away, but if you're not powerful enough to cast the spells I need, if you don't have the items that I have, I don't see why I would share any more information with you about what I'm going on about.
Why would I offer to share my scrolls with you if you won't tell me what you're using them for?
You told me you didn't have these scrolls. Are you telling me now that you do? You might?
I'm not telling you that I have them or don't have them. I'm telling you I'm not going to give you something without you informing me of what is going on.
Well, I'm not sure how much you've kept up on what's going on, but we happen to have one of the most powerful dragons in the land at the service of our family. This dragon wanted to go to another realm to find a woman that possessed a great weapon that would help us slay Scoria. But she needs a whole person scroll in order to find that person. So here we are looking for locate person scrolls.
Ah.
Is that a good enough reason for you?
You need my clerical magic to empower your dragon to find you more riches, wealth, and power. I see.
If that's what enlarges your head the most, then sure. Is this a task that you would be up to as the second or third mightiest cleric in the town, I guess, depending on where Van Helsing is?
She winces as you underline that. And we take a look at her spell list. She does not have locate creature.
Jeez.
It's not within her spell list. It is a fourth... Ooh, that's a wizard version of it. She tells you that locate creature itself is a wizard spell. You need a wizard to cast it, obviously. How could you not know this? And if you're looking for people, clerics of vengeance are usually the ones who are best at finding folks. Doesn't your brother have some means of finding these people or traveling with your dragon?
We're all over the lands right now doing things. So you're to tell me that if I was looking for scrolls of whole person, where would be the place to go again? Locate person. Yeah.
You would need a wizard, maybe Arksomber, maybe your other brother, Emric Megari. Murderer of mermaids.
Okay, well, if that's it, glad we could clear the room out to have this entirely pointless conversation. Thank you very much.
I can't wait for you to waste my time again later.
I look forward to it. I'll leave.
Pleasure's all mine. Everyone, Lord McGarry is done with your room. You may return to your meals, she announces as you exit. And let's...
That was brutal.
Well, yep.
Okay, so there's no point to going to the Martha Cleric because these people are all too weak to cast gate, yeah?
Yeah.
Why did we go to the Martha Cleric before? Was it so that she could hold the gate open longer?
It was so she could cast Uplift
on
Anton
Anton so that he could do it.
Yeah.
Huh. Oh. No, that's it. Then the only other person I need to go to would be the Elven Ambassador.
Excellent. Well, Elven Ambassador it is. You can make your way there, and there he is beyond his little walled gate in his little tree house, hanging out. He's presently speaking with some folks, and there's a small line of ordinary, low people hanging out, waiting to speak with him about something. What is the great and powerful Tyrael McGarry do when confronted with a line of peasants wishing to speak to a diplomat?
There is no shot that highborn, noble people such as ourselves stand in the same lines as peasants. There must be like a Disney Fast Pass, or at the casino we have diamond members.
You can essentially just walk to the front of the line and say, I'm more important than the rest of you, and that's just how society works. I just don't know if you're comfortable flaunting your position that way, or if you are a man of the people who will stand in the line and chat with them and
it's
wait.
It's not flaunting, it's just the way that it is. I'll move to the front of the line and I'll request a quick audience with the ambassador.
Yes. He's currently in a meeting, but he will be happy to speak with you next. And this is another one of those situations where you can flaunt your power if you want and interrupt a meeting, or you can let it finish.
Tell him it's an essential meeting. It'll take but 3 or 4 minutes at the most.
Okay. All right. You will be brought in through the gates past the gardens and into the treehouse, where there'll be a rap on the door. I'm busy from inside, and then a more urgent rapping, and then the door opens, and there is the ambassador before you, looking a little bit frazzled. There is a crying woman, tearful woman, sitting next to him in the chair, or sitting at the table. But then he sees Lord Tyrael McGarry and puts a gentle hand on the woman's shoulder and says, now, we'll speak again in a short bit. Would you let my guard escort you to a fresh fountain? And she sees you and will give you a curtsy and head out with the guard and head over to the nice fountain with some birds perched on it, while the ambassador brings you in and sits you down, looks concerned at you. What brings you here on this fine day, Lord McGarry?
I have a few important questions I might ask you.
Yes?
Firstly, I stare at him intently in the eyes. No, I don't. I ask him, you have some knowledge of traveling through different planes. I know that we've traveled through the Feywild with you. Do you have other elves that are capable of traversing or communicating across or finding people on more than just the Feywild plane?
Feywild is where we are from in the early days of the world. It is where it's close to our spirit. The other planes, not so much.
So
finding people on these are... Tell me more.
I don't have any more to say. We're searching for somebody. We're looking for somebody that might be on another plane that we don't have access to. We don't know which plane that is, so we're looking for those that could traverse planes. Is he going through his notes right now, or is it Neil going through his notes right now?
It's Neil going through his notes to see what level their spellcasters are.
Gotcha. I'd like to ask him as we're talking, and then I don't know if I need a charisma check, depending on the answer he gives me. But I'd also like to ask him if he knows of a seer by the name of Atropos.
Atropos?
A blind seer who can see into the future and see other planes. She might be alive today. She might have been dead 1,500 years ago. From the island of Bravos, perhaps?
Yes, that's why I've heard that name. Our distant cousins on the island of Bravo spoke of such a woman before Arcadia was split and before the land of Bravo was sunk beneath the sea and the mountains came. But that was a long, long time ago. I doubt she survived the breaking think she was a human woman. I think she's probably dead by now.
Oh, well, I guess that doesn't help me either then. Okay, and I don't suppose you know of any great diviners or conjurers here or in Solemn or in any other place of the world I might be able to travel to?
Just forgot the thing that I looked up. Well, our wizards that were able to move your enchantments are powerful casters. They may have divination spells at your disposal, looking to locate a person on another plane. He thinks to himself, scrolls through his mental list of spells. Saying post-cognition. No, that's only on this plane. No. I would speak to one of the fey creatures that may know these things. If we're looking for a person, the Lord of Dreams might have an idea. If they can see into the dreams and the person sleeps and dreams, they might be able to find them. But that involves a trip to the Feywild, and I was under the impression that wasn't something you wanted to do again.
If I must, you said you have a Lord of Dreams. I have a couple other leads I need to follow up on, but perhaps we'll come back tomorrow at a later date and we can have that conversation then.
Yes. Thank you for coming, Mr. McGarry.
Thank you. And then I will get up and I will leave.
Okay.
And I think the only other person, yeah, Shine, so yeah, go for it.
Imric? Muted?
I think I was going to the keep. I think I was going to Arxombar, but I was kind of looking for Tyrell.
Sure. You can run in... No, you'll probably end up at Arxombar's alone, because he was at the other places.
Yeah, I know. Sombar. I assume you know what's happened.
Yes.
Perhaps we should talk.
Please.
I follow her up the stairs into her tower. I take a seat and sigh. What a mess. Have you, I assume Tyrell spoke to you and you've had time to think on it.
Yes, I have.
What do you think the best options are here? I've tried using sending spells, but failed to get through. My crystal ball just shows me smoke and dust. I'm not sure if this is a good sign or a bad sign. He could still live. Maybe he's far away on a far distant plane. Perhaps with time I'll get a success.
I would try, but out of hopelessness. If your sending spells haven't reached him, I doubt they will. But never give up hope. Stiff upper lip.
These things, I understood it to be a question of chance. Perhaps I've just been unlucky. Wouldn't be the first time.
I've understood some of these things to be, well, you say chance, I say skill, but, well, magic philosophies, this is no time to discuss magic theory. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm just wondering if you have any other options. I was considering a trip to the airship. Maybe to find scrolls, maybe more powerful spells, something that could help me see across the plains. Do you know of any spells like that?
Astral window might peer into the astral plane. There are probably other spells to do such things. I don't know of them. As I told your brother, I don't deal much in the realms outside of here. I deal in the here and now, and the protection of the kingdom, the facilitating its operations. This sort of heady magic is beyond me.
The other clerics in the capital, Nadinas and Martha,
I have
As
not.
far as I recall, spells to do with the astral plane tend to be the domain of clerics.
I was under the impression that this was a matter of utmost secrecy and that should not be discussed with anyone. I've sent my servant away every time, or my assistant away every time your brother has come.
Indeed. It's very important. But I presume we can trust the Queen's head clerics. As much as they may hold animosity towards Anton, surely they have the survival of the kingdoms at the center of their goals.
Yes, that sounds nice.
Have you seen Tyrael recently? I've been wandering around looking for him. He's not at home. He's not here.
He was here last night. I'm sure he's somewhere. It's a big city.
Perhaps I'll go and visit one of these clerics now. Oxomba, I would, if you do have, I would go to the airship. So if you could come up with any ideas, maybe the kinds of spells I would look into, or if you know of any books on the subject that perhaps I could look up, I'd appreciate that list.
Well, what about contact other plane? That's one way of reaching out. I don't know if you'll find Anton, but you might find someone who knows something.
Okay, I'm just looking up that spell real quick. Is that a wizard spell?
Yes, it's a wizard spell. Player's Handbook, 5th level, Divination.
Okay, I could learn that.
I said to your brother very much something that I'll tell you here. Finding him directly is... I haven't the foggiest idea how to do it. One would have to probably create many spells to find the process. If this is a matter of haste, I think you need greater magics. But you also know that at this point in time, finding greater magics than your own is difficult and dangerous, and there's matters of great trust that cannot be so easily, overcome. It would be very difficult to show up on the doorstep of a great spellcaster and ask or beg of them a spell.
I understand that. When we were in if we could just find out where he is, I think we could find him. There was a place in Glacia at the end of our journey.
Yes, and if I were just immortal, I could live a long time. Simply finding where he is the hard part. That is the hardest part.
What about a way to confirm he lives? Do you think the spell Speak with Dead would work across a plane?
No, I don't think so. I'm not familiar with the intricacies of clerical magic, but my understanding is that Speak with Dead, you need the remains of the dead before you, or are part of them in possession?
I could find that, though. His pillow would surely have a strand of hair.
It can't hurt to try, can it?
Well, it may give false readings, because if he's alive on another plane, it may... I get confused. If he was dead on another plane, it might still not give a reading, because it's on another plane, not because he's alive, if you know what I mean. Without knowing how the spell works, there's no way to use it to confirm whether he's alive or dead.
So it may work, it may not, but you could still try it.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll go visit the Martha Cleric while I'm here.
Imric.
Yes.
I know he's your brother, and you're very close.
Don't say it, Samba. I mean, brotherly love aside, we are in this position for one reason and one reason only, and I'm not sure we can complete it without him. I mean, it's not to say we won't try. If he is dead, I'll give my life trying to kill that dragon, but if we are going to succeed, then him by our side is our best chance.
Yes, but what if you must travel? Remember what happened last time you were gone? Remember what happened when you were in Glacia?
Yes.
We may not be able to afford the two of you skipping around the plains for weeks or months, or getting lost in time bubbles or whatnot.
We'll have to make those decisions when we have more information. You're right, though. It's not an easy call.
Also, wherever he is, there's a strong possibility that he could not survive where he is. Does he have food, water? 3 days without water is the general limit of human endurance.
He has a magical item, I believe, that could keep him alive.
Is there air?
Depends what plane he's on, right? Plane of fire, he's almost certainly dead. Plane of water, probably the same thing. Plane of air, plane of earth, maybe he could live. Shadow plane, could live there.
He's a powerful cleric in his own right. Doesn't he have ways of coming home?
He might, yeah. He might. But we can't just sit around carrying on as usual waiting. At least not yet. It's only been days.
Days is enough time for someone to be gone.
I stand
We've all
up and
lost
put a hand on his
many
shoulder
people
and
in this war.
Aksomba, I've heeded your counsel, but I'm afraid that you're not in a position to understand where I'm coming from here. And,
I've lost family.
not like this.
Right, your pain is different.
If they die, then one can begin to grieve. Lost into the ether. It's more difficult.
It's as good as dead. If a man falls off a boat into the sea, you may not see the body, but you know he is gone.
Perhaps for
Man's
anyone
been
else.
thrown into planes via bag of holding. It might be time to look to the future.
Well, give me a week, at least. You're what?
Scoria is the one who must give you the week, not me.
I take your counsel seriously, Sambar, and I appreciate it, but I'm not ready to move on just yet. And I will take my leave, I think.
Okay.
And head to the Martha Cleric, I suppose.
Okay.
What was I going to ask about? Need a copy of Contact of the Plane. I could probably get that on the Wizard Airship.
Don't you have all 5th level spells and below?
Oh, I
In your
do,
spellbooks?
yes.
Yeah.
Ah. Why am I wasting my time then? I head back to the house.
Excellent. You'll run into your brother.
Tyrael! I've returned. Sorry, I took a trip to our keep to speak with the cleric there. She's Strawberry. She'll do what she can to convene with Valthara in an attempt to track Anton. Have you had any luck with the other things we discussed?
No, I've been talking around, but unfortunately nobody seems to have the scrolls we need. Nobody seems to know much about alternate planes. I got a...
What scrolls are you looking for?
Well, Shine said that if a few scrolls of Locate Person would help her in another dimension. Is this something that you could create quite easily?
She could travel to another plane and look from there. I can't create them. I don't know the spell, but it shouldn't be... what level is Locate Creature? Is that like level 3
4th
or
level?
something?
4th level.
We could probably find a wizard somewhere who can cast a spell and make a scroll for us. I wish I'd have known. I was just speaking to Oxamba. Maybe you could go and ask her about that. I have actually, I thought of a spell. I have it in a book somewhere back home that could allow me to directly contact something on another plane. It may take me a week or so to learn it, but I think maybe my time is best spent doing that.
Yeah, if you want, that'd be fine. I can go talk to Arc Somber, get her the scrolls, or get scrolls from her to give to Shine. No great diviners or conjurers, I guess, on this land for Gate.
No, that spell Gate, it's dangerous anyway, but Anton was the only one who could even think about casting it. I don't think there's anyone else here that can approach his power.
Gotcha. Apparently the elves have a guy called the Lord of Dreams.
Lord of Dreams.
I don't even know if Anton sleeps.
The elves certainly would be a place to check.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't know how long we'll be lost in the Feywild, but yeah, I guess I'll go speak to Arc Somber for scrolls then.
Do you think you could travel to the Elves' Kingdom on your own?
Yeah, at this point I should be able to go almost anywhere on my own, no?
Yeah, I would think so. But I could give you that ring, help you travel. You could polymorph.
Perhaps, yeah.
I feel like, I would come with you, but if I could be learning this spell, it's probably for the best.
Probably, yeah. What does the spell do?
Contact other plane. I'm not sure of the exact details. I may be able to contact Anton directly, or perhaps something adjacent, something else over there. Maybe they could ask a question of it. I'm going to find the spell anyway, just to confirm I've got it. I'm sure I read it somewhere in one of those books that we pulled back from Glacier. But yeah, okay. Well, if you are to leave for the elves, come back and see me first. I'll give you that ring.
Gotcha. Sounds good. Okay. Can I go to our party sheet as our stash of stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Character sheet, home. We have the... Was it the plate mail of command that gave you 18 charisma?
The Rod of Lordly Might?
Was that it?
Rod of... What was it called? Rod of...
Actually, no, the
Rod of
have plate mail
Splendor?
of command, right?
Yes.
I
You
think
gave
that
that
does
to the
it.
queen, though, I think.
No, she mentioned us giving it to her, but we never did.
Oh, yeah, we never did. Okay.
We asked her if there was
double check.
anything that she wanted that might assist her, and she mentioned the plate mail of command. We also still have that phylactery of long years, which increases lifespan by what, 25% or something, or?
Mm-hmm. Armor of Command. The wearer's treated as if he had 18 charisma. For all encounter reactions, friendly troops within 360 feet of the user have the morale increased by 2. Otherwise, it functions as plate mail +1.
How much does that weigh?
Regular plate mail, so like 50 pounds, something like that.
Okay.
I can get you an exact number.
No, I don't care.
Okay.
I'm gonna swipe that and add that to my bag of holding. If I need to talk to anybody later, I could probably put this on first and have a much higher chance of persuading them of anything. Is that for charisma?
It's for encounter. Yeah, it would give you there's a flat bonus you get on. So, how should we say? It makes for people who don't know you, like if you're encountering someone for the first time, it would be very useful. You would look super impressive. For someone who knows you fairly well or who you've encountered before, like it will sort of underline your status and it might give you a soft buff in that way, but if they already know you, you're not going to all of a sudden be like, it's really impressive. It's super impressive and it draws the eye and it'll inspire troops and whatnot. But like,
okay, yeah, that's fine. What did the watchful ward masks do?
you put one somewhere, you put another. If you look through one, you can see through the other with the casting of a spell, but you need a spell to activate it.
You need a spell to activate it. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just looking through to see if any of these will help us. That Rod of Splendor, you're holding on to that, right? Nick?
Yes.
You have that.
I can give
okay.
that to you if you would like it.
No, that's fine. Just making sure we have it. We have lots of bags of holding. If we want to go find Anton ourselves.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like it's random though. I did consider
No,
that,
yeah,
but
I
it's,
know. It wouldn't work that way. Have you ever done that thing? I'm sorry, this is such a random. You ever drop something and you can't find it, and then you try to drop something else from the same thing to see if it goes to the same place? And
yeah.
I've done that before and lost 2 nails. I just random shit. Okay, sorry. I feel like the bag of holding could be the same. Let's see. We have our 7 ion stones. I'm just looking through our thing to see if there's any. We have so many. We got lots of scrolls. None of these are locate person. It's knock, hold person, read magic, dispel magic, greater beacon. What does that one do?
Well, I wish we'd have cast that on Anton earlier because we'd probably be able to track him now. But it's I don't know what greater beacon does, Neil. It just never runs out. Is that right? It just basically allows you to track something.
You create like you GP. You add a low jack to an item, so with a spell you can find it wherever it is.
Gotcha. Find familiar. What does that one do?
I'll let you get a familiar.
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
just to
little
have a fucking
Pet
dude.
that hangs. Yeah.
Case protect.
Not
Okay.
worth it.
Yeah, none of this seems to help. What is clairaudience? Clairaudience.
It lets you like remote view an area, but not across planes.
Okay, and clairvoyance?
Same thing, but clairaudience is listen, clairvoyance is view.
Gotcha.
But again, not across planes.
Okay, so none of this shit seems to be helping us. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't have anything else. Are you looking for? Or no? Okay, you're gonna go learn that spell. I'm gonna go talk to the Not the elven dudes. Wait, who am I talking to? Or am I going
I think maybe go and talk to the elves, yeah. Either to go into... I don't know if you should go in the Feywild without me, but...
Oh, yeah.
They've got high-level casters there, though, so...
The last time I went to the Feywild, there was an expansion of time? Or contraction? Did we lose time?
Yes. Like, days passed for you, weeks passed in the real world.
Okay. Oh, I'm going to go to Arc Somber and get locate person scrolls. That's what I need to do.
Also, it's worth noting that in the Feywild, they've mentioned that time runs differently, and it might not always have the same result. You might spend a week in the Feywild and only a minute will pass, or you might spend a week in the Feywild and a year will pass. It's unknown. Like, it's all wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey.
Yeah, gotcha.
It's not predictable.
Okay. Final question. We picked up a Pipes of Haunting before. What did that do?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's like a chance to make people feel uneasy.
Really?
Yeah.
This magic item appears to be a small set of pan pipes, like a little tiny set of pipes. If checked, it radiates magic. When played by a person skilled in music, the pipes create an eerie, spellbinding tune. The listener will think the source of the music is somewhere within 30 feet of the musician. Those hearing the tune and not aware of the piper must make a saving throw versus spell. Those who fail become nervous and scared. All morale checks are made with -2 penalty, and the listener suffers a -1 penalty to all surprise rolls.
Gotcha.
That's how you get to be an
haunting music.
Yeah. Matt, think about it, though. Combine that with Dragon Fear. Oh, insane. Got your level 20 mummy out there playing on your pipes.
Well, for a dragon like this, who has no ability to move about, the items in its lair are usually the items that have been dropped by people who have ventured there and died.
Yeah.
You know, it can't really go.
True. Like those.
Can't really go about picking up stuff when it's got no ability to move.
Like the adventurers that sliced off the wings with a +1 protection ring. I remember that. Okay. We are.
Let's not get into this.
No, I was recounting.
No, I know.
They were probably able to do it successfully because the dragon failed to save on the Pipes of Haunting, I bet.
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
probably
that's probably what happens.
The
spooked.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to Arc Somber next then.
Excellent.
Boom. Am I in? Are we good?
Yeah. Are both of you there, or just you?
I just need to go. He's reading, studying.
Yeah. Got it. You see Arc Somber again. She shoos her assistant out of the room quickly. Closes the door. Any luck?
Luck seems to be the thing we're not having much of right now. Do you have any extra scrolls of locate person by chance?
She goes over to a library, browses through, pulls out a scroll, kind of flips through it, and points to the third scroll on this page. Locate person.
So she does?
Yeah.
Oh, how many do you have?
Just one.
Any idea where I can make some more of these? Or have some more of these
I can make them for you.
How long would it take?
This to find Anton, isn't it?
Indeed. Not Anton directly, but somebody that'll hopefully help somebody find Anton.
Take me 4 days to make one.
To make one, or to make a batch of some?
To make one. 4 days for each one. At the exclusion of all other activities.
The exclusion of all other activities.
Yes.
Any idea where somebody might possess some of these scrolls somewhere that I could go hunt down?
Maybe before the war, there might have been some lying around, but the Drekis has used a great deal of its magic to get this far. I have no idea how much magic Mystria has. Eridon's been sacked for all that it's worth. Akuba's been in a long, drawn-out civil war. They're probably magic deprived as well.
What about the all-women's island? What was it called? The matriarchy one.
Matava?
Matava. Perhaps they might have some? They had some scrolls over there
Perhaps.
last time we went.
They haven't been in the war as much. They might still have some things lying about, but I know very little about their approach. It's also a weird place. They only empower half of their spellcasters.
Gotcha. Could I have the one that you have, and then I'll head over there and check next?
She will hand the scroll to you. She'll note that there are some other spells on here that don't pertain to your needs, so she would like the scroll back when you're done after you've cast the locate creature spell from it.
Of course.
Great.
Then I'll take off. I'll go back to the house. I'll find Shine, and I need to ask her how many scrolls, locate person scrolls, does she need? I thought she said she needed multiple.
Yes, because she will need it, one for each plane.
How many does she need?
Shine needs 1, 2, 3, 4. Shine needs 4.
I'll hand her 1, and I'll say treat this scroll carefully. As you can see, there are other spells on it. I need to return this to Arc Somber when you're done with it. I'm gonna head off. Or actually, can we go to Matava and see if we can get 3 more?
How would you just going to walk up to the queen and demand 3 scrolls?
Yeah, more or less. Let's fly.
Let's fly. She will help you drag the large saddle that you have had made for you in the meantime out.
Have
Harness her up.
we had a giant thing of mithril. Did we break that down yet, or?
No, we haven't talked about what has been done, so I'm assuming that the Volkov is just in a ruined state, sitting in your keep somewhere, waiting to be tinkered with or
I think
melted
it's
down.
so much money that it would like crash the economy. So I think we just like save it until.
Well, but you can always still use a little bit of it, right?
Yeah, you could use a little bit of it, but.
Yeah. But there's also the possibility that someone might want to try and repair it or reanimate it, you know, so
The
it's,
knowledge
so far
of
it's
it
just
existing might crash the price of mithril. You know, some shit like that. So.
Nah, maybe though. But nah. Okay. We're off to Matava.
All right. Good luck.
Excellent. The two of you fly high in the sky and soon find yourself over the lands of Matava, circling over the castle.
So cool. It's like Jon Snow, man. Badass.
True. I want to find the court, not a courtyard. Yeah, clearing to land in.
In the castle?
Yeah, outside the gates, I guess. We'll be respectful.
Yeah.
Outside the gates, can I signal? I imagine some people saw us or something.
Yeah, you're in a dragon flying around.
True.
This is the same dragon that you arrived with last time, so
Absolutely.
they know who's up. There's not a lot of
Good.
gold dragons chilling about.
I'd like to request
So you
an
land.
audience again with the queen here.
Yes. You will be marched just like last time. File of soldiers on left and right side. Cleric and wizard at the back. You know, knight at the front. Armed guards along the sides. You will see the people of Matava looking at you through the streets, watching in wonder as the two of you enter into the city. With some pomp, you can make it to the citadel at the center. Be brought in over the drawbridge, through the walls, through the gates, into the heart of the keep, into the throne room with maybe, another 40 or so knights who are all assembled. The physical power in this room is quite a lot. It's like they saw you coming and called in all available soldiers to stand around and keep an eye on you. There are many powerful knights in plate mail, archers on the sides, clerics and wizards, at least 4 of each. Now,
Okay.
this
Sounds
is the
good.
sort of situation that you could probably maybe fight your way out of. But the room isn't really big enough for Shine to take dragon form well. And there's enough people here that action economy alone could put you in a pretty dire situation.
Absolutely.
It would also mean the death of all of these people, probably, but
We're good.
okay. Just so we know what the level of danger is.
That's fine. I heard nothing. It sounded dangerous, so let's go. Can I, I'd like to approach the queen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Um,
Lord Migeri,
Queen of Matava.
hello.
I'm not sure if news has reached back to you yet, or if you've noticed, but we have slain your dragon.
Yes, you have. Thank you.
You are very welcome. come here with a small, hopefully humble request. I'm looking for a few scrolls. Seeing if you might have any left in your possession. Our stockpiles have been exhausted, being at war for so long. I come here to see if you have any locate person scrolls and any scrolls that you might use to fight dragons.
Which type of dragon?
I don't know, any at all. I suppose there's one left, Scoria, so probably be the most helpful one.
Could you be more specific? In theory, any scroll could be useful to fight a dragon. A scroll of magic missile could be quite useful. Probably not against Scoria. She's probably defended against magic missiles. Probably immune or impervious to them in one way or another.
That is true. If I was talking to a year 1 wizard, perhaps I would be more specific, but I trust you are wise. You guys have probably fought dragons as much as we have at this point, for as long as you've been warring against Arathis. If you have any scrolls that you think are useful for such a fight, you can let me know. If not, then perhaps just the locate person scrolls would be adequate.
She makes a motion, and the cleric and wizard, or a cleric and wizard, hurry over to her. She whispers in the ear. The wizard nods a few times and scurries out of the room, holding her, her robes up. The queen calls forth a pair of chairs to be brought for the two of you to sit in the throne room, and says, "My wizard is off fetching them now. Please, wait."
Is anybody else sitting, or are all the knights and all the archers and everybody?
Everyone else is standing. Well, the queen is sitting. Everyone else is standing.
Okay.
Is this like she's treating you like an equal by letting you sit in her presence, or is this like she's putting you at your disadvantage by having you seated?
Oh, she's treating us like equals for sure. Yeah, I'll remove my bag, I'll set it on the floor, and I'll take a seat, and I'll wait.
Some dried mangoes get brought to the queen, and she snacks on them. She offers you a glass of wine while the wizard does their stuff.
I shake my head. I say, if you've ever seen a drunk man ride a horse, it's 10 times worse than the back of a dragon, I promise you.
This actually makes her laugh. She chuckles at it.
Good.
Now, let's talk, Tyrael McGarry, about what you will do for us in exchange for these scrolls, if we can find them.
Sure, how about I will slay the dragon Arathis for you, so it's no longer terrorizing your country. I figure that's a fair enough trade, no?
That was part of an earlier deal.
Indeed.
What sort of horse trader are you?
Don't know if we'd iron out every aspect of that deal, but if you are looking to trade more for them, if you need more to part ways with these scrolls, then I suppose I could do that. Give me any indication of what you may be looking for? I can see what I might have for you.
I would like an evening with Shine, and without you.
Can I ask what kind of evening this might be?
A conversation.
Conversation may be a grave threat to you. I've heard that gold dragons like to talk to people until they literally die of boredom, but if it's a conversation you want over a single night, then I look to Shine and I shrug. Shine, if you find
Shine
that
shrugs.
arrangement agreeable, then perhaps would be okay.
It's fine with me.
Surely I'm sure you know that Shine here won't be divulging any secrets of our kingdom or family to you in the course of this conversation. Hopefully you won't find that distasteful, no?
Then you have nothing to fear.
Okay, I know. That's all it is. Then a conversation, evening with Shine, perhaps tomorrow or the day after could be arranged. That's okay.
Why not tonight?
Well, Shine has to fly me back tonight, and we have to finalize a couple plans, but I could send her over tomorrow, the first thing in the morning.
Yes, that'll do well then.
Okay. I continue to wait.
Yes, there's a long, awkward wait. And then the wizard shows back up with a pair of scrolls. Each one has 3 locate creature or locate person spells on it.
Gotcha.
Nice.
They will hand them over to you. You now have 6 more.
2 different scrolls, 3. You can read one and it just disappears from that, right?
Yeah, the ink disappears from the page, and that's that.
Cool. Okay. Why not? Well.
All right.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Stan. I'll pick up my bag. So I go over my shoulder. I look to Shine. I look to the Queen. I look to all of the incredibly rigid men in the room. I nod. Or women, I guess I should
all
say.
women.
Women, yeah, women.
Yes.
Anything else I can do for you?
No. I think this has been a productive conversation. Go with gods. Go with the gods, Tyrael McGarry.
Sounds good.
And remember to pay homage to your mother.
Of course, always. She might be more of a threat than you if she were to be angered, so...
Certainly.
Okay. I will, we'll take off.
Yep, you can take off with Shine. You can get back to Wickthrod Renta. She's got all the scrolls that she needs. You can even give that one back to...
yeah, I'll send that one
Somber
back to Arc Somber. Don't need that anymore.
Great.
She's got the scrolls
Shine
that she
will-
needs.
Yeah, she'll Shine asks if she can just take off right after she chats with the Queen, or if you'd like her to come back and debrief you on the conversation.
Firstly, we need to make sure that you're protected if you head over there. Keep in mind that Matavians used to treat with Scoria, yeah? It's part of what they did. Could be an extended trap. Could be an extended plan to have you killed. I feel like we should either give you the amulet or at least cast some spell on you to keep track of you to make sure that everything is okay, yeah?
Which amulet do you speak of?
I believe Imric has the amulet of returning, of home. I don't know, what's it called? Imric? Wait, Imric has that amulet, right? Recall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think you merely tap the amulet and it'll take you back to the mountain northeast of our keep.
That would be a nice get out of jail free card, please.
Okay, we'll find him when he gets back. We have some... What does the Greater Beacon Scroll do again? Or how do we, how do I ping your GPS if I cast...
So you would enchant something with the Greater Beacon spell, and then you would need a Detect Magic or a Locate Beacon spell to activate it. So you would need a wizard to use it, and it's generally restricted to the same plane of existence.
Gotcha. We have a Greater Beacon Scroll. Perhaps we can cast on you. And then does that just remain like that indefinitely, forever, or...?
Yep, it will be permanently beaconed. If you cast Detect Magic on it, it'll it'll be clearly and obviously beaconed. And if you can learn the signature of the beacon, then you can use a Locate Beacon spell to find it, or with a shorter range, a Locate Magic spell. Now, granted, you also need their components. You need a map with Locate Beacon, and then the location is only as accurate as your map is. So, if you've got a big world map, you might be able to say that, okay, this beacon is pinging in Kansas.
Okay.
But then you need to bust out a map of Kansas to be okay, he's somewhere in Topeka, and then the map of Topeka to say it's,
Can I set that up with Emmerich? Do you feel like you'd be able to adequately locate somebody given?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I haven't got Locate Beacon. What's the range on Detect Magic now?
Oh, it's 1 mile per spell level.
Probably not then, really. I'd have to
Yeah, you'd need Locate Beacon.
You don't have that spell? Does Locate Beacon, if you cast it, make a mark on a map or something then, or what?
Yeah, you put a little, let me actually read the spell.
Because I could theoretically go to Arc Somber, give her a map of Matava, and tell her to cast Locate Beacon, yeah?
Right, but she would need to be present for the casting of Greater Beacon, so she can pick up the signature, so she knows what to look for. But that's all very, very doable. Let's see, if the beacon, blah 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 blah. When a beacon is to be located, a map must be produced and a crystal lens placed on it. The Locate Beacon spell is cast on both the map and the lens, just the one casting, and the caster may look through the lens at the map to find the location. If the map is detailed and accurate enough, the beacon will be somewhere depicted on the map, and the beacon is somewhere on the map. It will be seen as a pulsing green light about 1 inch in diameter. The beacon is within the area of the light, but not exactly at its center. So you'll get a 1 inch on your map AoE. So the more precise and more accurate the map, the more precise and accurate the spell.
Okay. All right. I should. Do we want to do that? Cast Greater Beacon on her, just so we can always be able to locate her with Arc Somber, maybe. What?
Ooh, it needs to be on not on a person, but on an object.
Could be on the amulet.
She's got a ring of protection +3 or something.
Yeah,
like that.
or you could also just give her like a coin, and she can like tuck it in one of her scales. There's a lot of ways to go about it, but it has to be on a non-living object.
We could do it on that amulet, yeah.
Well, no, because I wear the amulet most of the time.
Well, we're giving her the amulet, right?
Yeah, not forever though, right? Or are we?
I'm true, but I'm just saying we'd always be able to locate the amulet. We don't have to give her the amulet.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to think now. Do I have another amulet? I don't think I do. No, I'm still wearing it. Yeah, I mean, so I think her ring is better if we're trying to track her ring of protection.
Okay, she has a ring of protection +2, right?
3, I think.
Plus something.
Yeah.
Okay, we can cast on her ring of protection then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, ring of protection +3, ring of X-ray vision. You gave her a ring of free action, which I think she's given back to you now. And now she's got the amulet of...
No, she's keeping the ring
Recall.
of free action now.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, she will. That and the ring of... Does she have ring of protection? Is it +3, actually, her ring of protection?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
+3.
Yeah, okay. Cast Beacon on that. Okay.
On the amulet of recall? Or on the ring of
on the ring of protection +3.
Got it.
We'll go to Arc Somber, give her the scroll back, cast Greater Beacon. She'll know the sign, and then...
Oh, if I can have been there, can you just ask Arc Somber if she can cast Remove Curse? Or if one of her apprentices can or something. It's important.
Well, certainly a cleric around here can.
Okay, good. As long as we can find someone who can cast that.
Why? Are we planning on getting cursed?
Because this contact of the plane thing can drive me insane for 3 months, but it can be negated with a Remove Curse, so...
Okay.
I'll need someone there with me when I cast it.
Gotcha.
In case it goes wrong.
Okay. So, Arc Somber will use the scroll of Greater Beacon to cast... well, let's see. Does Arc Somber have Locate Beacon as a spell? If not, she'll have to learn it.
I'm taking one of the... It's a scroll with 2 castings on it. I'm removing one of the castings of this Greater Beacon thing.
Perfect. So Arc Somber will have to learn Locate Beacon. It's a 2nd level spell.
Jesus.
So it would only take her... Oh, it's a 3rd level spell. That means she definitely has a spell slot available. So let's just give her a quick learn check.
Why is she out of interest? 18?
No.
Level 18?
No, int, like one intelligence is shit. She's not
Arc Somber has 17 int, I think. I'll have to check my notes, but I think it's around there.
It's fine. More than 14 then.
Yeah.
So that'd be ridiculous.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 17 int. And Imric, are you also going to want to learn Locate Beacon? Do you've got a 3rd level spell slot available?
I'm learning Contact of the Plane. I haven't got a 3rd level spell slot available, so.
Okay. Arc Somber will take the time to learn Locate Beacon. She can learn up to 14 spells per level, plus one of her specialty if she's a specialist.
I can learn 9.
She's an invoker.
She's an invoker. That's a bit of a strange specialism for a wizard that spends her whole life in a tower.
I know, right? But hey, you don't always find... What do you want to say? Determinism isn't always going to work out, Sometimes you have people with weird skill sets in weird areas.
Alright, let me know when you're done. I've got a couple of other things to ask you before I commit to just learning the spell for the next...
No, let's do it. I'm ready.
Days. The Alcaster spellbook. If you read the description in the Encyclopedia Magica, it says that the final page of the spellbook has a rune on it that can be used to cross planes. but the planes that it talks about in the Encyclopedia Magica are ones that I assume just don't exist. So is that in the book? Is it not in the book? If it is, how does it work, basically?
That's a great question. Why don't we go to our break, and I'll have an answer for you when we come back, and then we can move on with the next step of the quest to find Anton.
Okay.
We'll be back.
Or give up on him. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Tombs of Scoria. Back in the capital. Shine goes off to hang out. Well, yeah, you beacon her thing. She's gonna go hang out with the wizards over there.
Yeah.
Or the queen over there. You're taking a look at this Alcaster spellbook. The final page has a rune and some words written in the language of magic around it. Now, there's been a lot of downtime in this game where we haven't really talked about what's going on, and by now you've certainly read all the way through this book, and you certainly are familiar with what this rune does. At least, sort of familiar.
Yeah. I mean, I could have had Identify cast on it and stuff, right?
This rune will teleport whoever is touching it when the words around it are spoken. Even if you're touching it and Tyrael speaks the words, or you're touching it and you speak the words, doesn't matter, to another plane of existence. However, the plane that it takes you to isn't one of your choosing. It's a different plane. You're not really sure which one it will take you to. The magic in it doesn't specify, like, take me to the plane of Earth. It sort of is an open-ended, get out of here, go somewhere else.
But if I say the words, I can come back?
If you take the book with you, because it'll teleport you and whatever you're carrying, but only one person. So if you're, like, holding the book in your hands, then you can take the book with you. But if you leave the book on the table and just touch it, the book stays behind.
Yeah.
With the book, you can come back to this plane. But again, it's not guaranteed. The chance of coming to the prime materia plane is rather high. From your divinations, well, give me an int check and I'll give you more or less information.
Yes, sir. Can't still use my 20 from before, can I?
You already used it, dude. Oh, quite good. Yes. The plane that it takes you to is most likely the prime materia plane, and then the further planes are successively smaller chances. So you're always most likely to come to either the prime materia plane, the plane of shadow, one of the elemental planes. Those are the ones that are most likely to be brought to.
What's my understanding of the plane of fire? If I get there, am I just instantly dead if I don't have protection from fire cast on me?
Probably.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you would need some sort of protection to not be burned, and then you'll need some sort of protection to be able to breathe, because there's not really any air there. It's probably...
Okay, it's not a great option. Right, yeah. So looking at contact other plane, just to confirm...
Might be a good option to get back, though.
Yeah, that's true. Just to confirm what I saw in Dicing with Death, and my interpretation of reading the spell, the remove curse, if cast, will immediately end the insanity.
From contact other plane?
Yeah. This is what happened in Dicing with Death, but it's not clear to me from reading the spell.
Yeah, and the rulings of one campaign usually don't always follow into another.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah. Is that do you have a page number for it?
Fifth level spell. No, I'm looking at it on Level 1.
5th level wizard spell. Here we go. Contact other plane. Da, 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 da.
It's like the third paragraph you want.
If insanity occurs, it strikes as soon as the first question is asked. This condition lasts for 1 week for each removal of the plane contacted. To a maximum of 10 weeks, there's a 1% chance per plane that the wizard dies before recovering, unless a remove spell cast is cast upon him. The surviving wizard can recall the answer to the question. Yeah, so the safest bet is to have someone with remove curse standing by at the ready to cast it on you as soon as you do this stuff. Someone that you trust closely and has the spell available.
And that will end the insanity. It doesn't just remove the chance of dying. Because that's the bit I'm not clear on. Because if the answer is that it only removes the chance of dying, I literally can't risk casting this and going insane for 10 weeks.
Yes, that is your understanding.
Sorry, that it ends it immediately, yeah? Okay, good.
Yes.
Alright, well then, knowing that, I think this is my answer, so I think this is the best shot we have. Obviously, what Tyrell's going to do with speaking to the elves also might work, but I think I have to learn the spell, so I'm going to commit to learning it now. I have one 5th level spell slot left, so it's like it's
Roll me 5d2. Let's see how long it takes.
Yep. Obviously.
Long time. And what is your percent chance to learn?
65%. 60%.
Let's go.
I'll go. Well, I'm gonna fail. It's so annoying. Can I get Oxcombat to help me?
No. You have your chance. There's no other.
Steven, I'm gonna need your input, mate. What kind of range should I roll for here? Do you think what am I gonna get? You're good at calling rolls.
You're okay. What do you need? You're rolling from a D100.
It's 60%, yeah. So in the past, I've kind of done like 20 to 80. Or 0 to 60.
You don't want to do some weird shit like that. I'm feeling it's gonna be a roll at one of the extremes coming out here. I'm feeling like I want to say you should roll high, but I'm feeling the low roll right now.
Okay, we're gonna roll low. We're
Okay.
gonna get 0 to 60 nil, yeah.
1 to 60. Go for it.
1 to 60, let's go. God damn it! For fuck's sake.
9 days of study. And
so
Imric
fucking
comes out of the
annoying.
room, throwing the book down, saying that's so fucking annoying, this goddamn magic.
All right,
Wait,
well,
so can
yeah,
you just never learn the spell now?
Have fun for 9 days without me. I'm gonna mute.
Well, Tyrael,
Yeah.
you're gonna travel to the elves.
I am indeed going to the elves,
Okay.
trusting that my brother Imric is studying arduously. It's going to be difficult,
And
but
when
he'll
you
get it.
say
Yeah.
when you say go to the elves, what does that mean? Are you going to talk to the ambassador?
Go to the ambassador, ask him about this Feywild stuff, and then all that. Yeah.
Great, yeah. You can meet up with the ambassador again in his little garden place. As always, he's pleasantly surprised to see you. There might be like a fake plastic surprise or fake plastic pleasantries, but he's always polite.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'll let him know. Hey, seems like I need to, if I can, I need to speak with one of your elven seers.
I am the ambassador between our peoples. Would you like to tell me what this is about?
We had a bit of a portal mishap, I'll say. We're trying to find somebody that I think is on another plane right now.
Well, you would like to speak to one of them directly. You would like to go to Feywild then.
No, I really wouldn't like to, but if that's the only way.
It's not.
Is one able to come here onto our plane, or?
Our seer lives in Sylvis, to the north. Here in Arcadia, in Feywild, you would call it a city.
Okay.
But we don't generally allow humans into our realm. It might be easier to bring them here to Rickthron Rarenta.
If we could, yeah.
Yes, I can speak to them. It may take a couple weeks for them to arrive.
Is there any chance we could expedite that? I understand that you
How about
elves
9
work
days?
9 days. You know, I have a feeling inside my body that 9 days is a conveniently apt amount of time to take. Sure.
Well then, I must ask you to go, for I need to close up shop and make preparations for my departure. Revisit me here in 9 days, and I shall bring a seer with me.
Indeed. And I will take my leave. Are we on the next day? Did Shine come back from her talk and everything, or is this the day she goes to talk?
This is the day she goes to talk.
Okay, gotcha. I'll give Shine
Yeah.
a handshake, and I'll send her off. Hopefully everything goes okay. She's to be back
Yep.
by no later
She does
than...
come back
Oh,
the
cool.
next day. Yep.
How
Comes
was it?
right on back.
What happened?
We talked. We talked about time and the past and history and society and structures. She didn't pry into any of your affairs even once. They cast no spells. She did ask what the conditions would be to go for a quick ride in the skies. I told her that was off the table. And that was that.
All right. Well, sounds pleasant enough. Do you?
Want to give me a charisma check?
Yeah. You know what? I do. If you're gonna ask me for one, sure. Why?
Thanks. Doesn't matter.
Hold on. I'm looking for my 20. I found it.
Nice.
Okay.
Great.
Close enough. Fuck. Is that it? She's chill?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. All right. I suppose she's off to her other dimensions now to go find the people that can hopefully help find Anton.
Yep. She'll be gone for a week or two, maybe 3, and then she'll be back. She's got her scrolls. She's got her spells. Shines out.
You know, in the 9 days, I can still do stuff, so I keep spamming sending and the crystal ball every day. I don't know if you are actually rolling a chance or if...
There are no more successes coming through.
I mean, from my understanding, that kind of means that he's dead. Right? Like, I understand that it should have a pretty decent chance of working across planes now.
Does it matter how far away they are? How many planes away?
It does matter how far away it is, yeah, but...
Also, if they're like on a way different plane, couldn't the chance be quite low?
He's not even rolling Destiny. That's the thing. Okay,
if their person was incapacitated, would you be able to send them a message?
Maybe not. Yeah. Maybe that's
They might not be able to respond.
Yeah, so it could be something else going on.
Right, well. 9 days pass.
If we have 9 days, can I go to, I can go to Arxomber, or instead of bugging her so much, there must be a scholar that specializes on other planes. Can I go ahead and get a write-up of, like, what are the planes?
Not in Drekis. You know, this sort of outer extraplanar activity behavior is reserved only for the people who have business doing that, which is not any sort of society. At least not here in Arcadia.
Gotcha.
You are dealing with powers beyond what anyone here is capable of.
Oh, okay. If I wanted to ask, how many planes are there? Are there 9 or 11? Am I making this up?
There are unknown numbers of planes.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay. I return home. Shine is off doing her thing. I'm waiting for this elven fucker to come here. Emmerich is locked in his room studying. Pacing back and forth, feeling quite useless. There
9 days.
Must be something I can do. I steal things and I stab people. It's got to be something I can do. Something I can steal or some person I can stab. Oh fuck! I should have looked at this. Oh, wait, I didn't. Okay, hold on. Let me. I sit at a table and I dig through my bag.
You consult your rogues. Yes, that network of information and thieves who know all sorts of things and have little bits of information they pick up here and there, and stories and legends. God, those rogues are useful.
Yeah, I mean, I could ask him. I don't know why Vega wouldn't have volunteered that information, but maybe it slipped his mind, or he didn't know all the things that the others knew. Maybe the two rogues from Solemn. What?
I'm assuming you're reading chat somewhere. And
oh no, I was looking through my. Rogues. No, sorry. Oh, I'm looking through my bag of holding. I'm just seeing if I have like any random potion or any random thing.
I was. Yeah.
Nice one.
Trust me, chat's no hope.
Yeah, not for this, unfortunately.
And yet we continue to consult them.
I wouldn't call it so much as consulting as like standing next to a crowd of people shouting. Being unable to ignore them.
I will ask my rogues with their ears to the street, as they are among the common folk. Nobody's noticed that Anton is gone, right?
Well, the brothers aren't always together. You've been back in town for 3 or 4 days at this point. your servants and people that live in the city that work for you have asked where Anton is, and you've said he was, indisposed, and they left it at that. It's not really their business to know these things. So far, him not being around for 4 days, not suspicious.
Okay.
That's good.
Right?
That is true. Do the robes of might stack with the belt of the girdle of strength?
For strength, no. Only one source of strength buff at a time.
Gotcha. Plate mail, blue dragon stuff. Phylactery of long years. Why haven't we given this to anybody? What did that do again? Increase your lifespan by how much? Was it 25%?
It slows your rate of
50%,
aging.
I think.
Was it by 50%?
Yeah.
I'll hold on to that. If the queen doesn't help us get our brother back, then fuck her. We've got so many staves, so many wands, all the magical items in the world. Nothing to help us. Other bags of holding we could explode. Potions and potions. Decanter of endless water. We've got ion stones. About these ion stones.
Yes.
How many of these are supposed to,
2 of them will protect the spell.
2 of them will protect from dispel?
Yeah, one of them... We should have the colours written down. One of them, I think, protects from up to 4th level spells. One of them protects from up to 7th level spells, I think.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, so one is a +1 charisma. The other sustains with no food and water. 11 absorbs spells up to level 4. Does that work with dispel magic?
Dispel's a 3rd level spell, so yeah.
Okay, and then Iron Stone 11 absorbs up to 8th level.
Yeah.
When
but
this
don't forget, like, it's a limited number of spells, so if we get spammed by, like, low-level spells, in theory it could burn out, but hopefully that's not going to happen.
Gotcha. And then we've got 3 defunct Ion Stones that will still float around you, number 15, 16, and 20.
Yeah. And we'll use them as, like, during the fight so that they can't, like, target them down easily, you know? Maybe I'll distract them or some shit.
Beacon spell is of no use unless we could go back into the past and cast it, which we can't do. What does erase do as a spell?
You just, like...
writing?
Yeah, erase is writing, yeah.
Damn. Sorry, hold on. Give me 2 more seconds. There's no way I'm just sitting for 9 days doing nothing.
Yeah.
Pacing angrily in his house.
I mean, I have time to do stuff as well. I just have to spend 8 hours studying.
I imagine...
I can have another 8 hours to do something.
Theoretically, I have unlimited tap into the criminal network, but the criminals shouldn't know anything, because if criminals knew how to move things through, like, extra planes, then there'd be no need for smuggling. That would be solved, basically. Wait, can you... Hold on.
Oh.
Let's see. World map. Matavan people were all worthless. They couldn't tell us anything. Are you able to teleport us?
Yeah.
Do we have, do we still oh, fuck. Anton has that floating fucking shield, right? Rohana shield?
Yeah.
Do you think that the Akuban monks would know anything? They seem to have a lot of, like, esoteric knowledge.
Yeah, about what, though? Like, what? About, like, other planes?
Or getting to other planes, or seeing into other planes, or communicating into other planes.
There was something I meant to ask Shine, but she's gone now, right?
Yep. What were we going to ask her?
She was friends with a dragon called Hydroxys. Remember the mist dragon that was there when we almost had a fight with Shine?
Yeah?
Claire has told us that that mist dragon had an item called the Staff of the Magi, which can be used to plane travel.
Ooh, okay.
But, you know, Claire has also told us that the green dragon had robes of the Archmagi, so maybe Claire's is full of shit. But maybe we could ask Shine to ask Hydroxys if we could borrow the stuff, and then kill the dragon and steal the stuff.
Perhaps. Shine will be back in a week or 2 or 3, but yeah.
Yeah.
The only other thing I could think of is... This is getting into high risk. Is teleporting to that sorceress that has the dragon weapons.
That is high risk. There's gonna be, like, forbiddance or something on that, right?
Maybe.
Or maybe not, actually.
She might be the kind of person that doesn't need it because nobody knows about her, or knows where she is or anything, right?
I don't... in the past, Neil, can I clairvoyance an area that I time pulled? That I saw in a time pull?
I suppose, but the time pool duration doesn't really give you enough time to really get a good image of the place. You might have like seen it once.
But I could project self to it, maybe.
Maybe there will be some dice involved because it's not like a place that you know. It's not a thing that you're familiar with very well.
I could try that though during this downtime, I guess.
So what did you want
to? If we were to get in contact with this sorceress, what would we ask them? Tyrell.
Something, I guess, something to travel or go to another plane or communicate another plane. I guess we just ask them. We just tell them our predicament and see what they have to help.
I can try. There's no risk. It probably won't work, but I can try.
Oh, you're just gonna try to send a message?
I can like project myself there.
Oh, okay. How do we need a story for how we found this person, though.
That's true. Yeah, we can't really betray Shine.
Would it be a betrayal?
It would be a little bit, wouldn't it?
Huh. Okay.
Maybe we can't. Shine doesn't know we know about her, right?
Correct.
I mean, if she's legendary enough, we could have read about her, maybe.
But how would that give us enough knowledge to clairvoyance?
Yeah.
And she might be going to talk to this person regardless. That might be one of her first jobs.
Yeah,
so.
maybe we should trust Shine to talk to her if it's a legit option.
Perhaps.
Rather than betray that confidence. She did say she might talk to them, right?
She mentioned that as one of the names of the people that she could go off to talk to, but...
Yeah.
I think
the other thing we can do is that spell book that we were just talking about, me and Neil, where you go to a random plane. That's dangerous for us, but Shine can probably live on any of the planes where she would go to. So we could almost have her carry one of us in a bag of holding, and then she could use the book to transport to the other planes. And if it's like a safe one, we could get out and look for Anton that way.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I mean, if we could find him, that's like the hard part, though, right? Getting to the other planes, I imagine we can figure that out. Right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
All right.
I guess I'm just walking around for...
Every day, though, Neil, I do spam the sending. I mean, I think whilst I'm in downtime, Imric's going to be learning that spell 4 times a day and casting it every day, first thing in the morning. And then looking through the crystal ball for his gear for him. I start trying to scry on, like, the ethereal plane, like a place in the ethereal plane that I've been to, you know, like
that will work. Yes, you can scry on the ethereal plane in a place that you've been to, I believe. That's within the powers of the crystal ball spell.
Okay.
Or crystal ball. Right.
That's not clear, I don't think. I think it says it works across planes, I think, but it's a lower chance.
Yeah, no, I think there's like a penalty involved. Crystal ball, yeah. There's just a slight penalty to getting to the ethereal plane, but you can do it. If you're not particular about where it is, then yeah, you can make it work.
So why can't I guess I'll speak to Sombar one night, and I'll be frustrated, failing. I can tell I'm going to fail to learn this spell. Like, it's just Imric's failed to learn plenty of spells in his time. So he can see the writing. The writing's on the wall after the 5th day. Obviously, he's going to keep going, but it's not going well. And I'll say, I've been using my crystal ball day after day to look for Anton, but I don't get any results. But I've tried it across other planes, into the ethereal plane, into the other planes that I've caught glimpses of, and it works fine. Like, why wouldn't this be working? Do you have any ideas? Even if he were dead, I should maybe be able to scry on his armor or his corpse.
He could... His armor and his corpse could be disintegrated into 1,000 pieces. He could be beyond the range of your magic. He could be in a protected area. He's probably shredded into many pieces scattered about the cosmos. And all of his belongings with him.
That one amulet shouldn't be destroyed though, right? The Velthara amulet?
That's a good point. But that would probably be protected by Velthara. Alright, well, we don't have to... I think that conversation doesn't go anywhere, but I spend the odd night with Sambar. Talking about it.
Alright. 9 days later, the Elven Seer arrives. Or you are alerted to the arrival of the Elven Seer by a messenger arriving at your door.
Finally, they're here. I'm frustrated. This is the day I failed the spell rate. So Imric comes down, the servant calls up.
Yeah, failed it
What,
yesterday.
Imric? There's a message. I come downstairs, my hair's like all over the place. I've not shaved. My shirt's all wrinkled, like my robes are sort of hanging off me. But who is it? What's the message?
The Elven Ambassador says the Seer is here.
Finally, maybe we'll get some luck with that. Can you fetch my brother? I need to clean myself up.
They hurry off to go fetch your brother.
Okay, I I have a shave and comb my hair or some stuff.
I am fetched.
You make yourself presentable. You're fetched. The party proceeds to go talk with the Elven Seer.
We do. We go. Stay in the ambassador's tree.
Yep, hanging out in the ambassador's tree. The Elven Seer is a youngish-looking elf. He, looks like he's probably in his 30s, but elves are 20s maybe. But elves are all sort of youngish-looking to you. He's got long, like sort of silver gray hair that's tied back in multiple little rings all the way down his back. He's got these like really long fingernails and sort of like a milky gaze over his face. Unlike other elves you've seen, he's got these like freckles that cross his cheeks. His clothing is sort of loose, and when he gets up out of his chair, he has to like hoist his robes a little bit so he doesn't trip over them, and when he sits back down, he has to like hoist them again. He will reach out a hand in like a, you may hold my hand or kiss my hand, but I'm not going to shake it. His fingernails are also too long to accommodate proper finger shaking or hand shaking.
I mean, I think in that case we'll just give him a nod. I'm going to kiss his hand.
I'll just give him a nod.
He sits down on one side of the table with the Elven Ambassador, the two of you on the other side. The room is cleared. Servants are sent away. You hear the sound of like a small doors shutting here and there.
Tyrael, how much do they know?
We're merely searching for someone on another plane.
Okay. I'll follow your lead.
Well. Yes?
Thank you for taking the time to come and visit us here. It's much appreciated. We understand that an elf of your position and stature, must have a great many things to be getting on with.
Yes. I am very busy.
So, I'm to believe that you can see into or locate people on other planes, potentially?
There's a great potential in all of us.
Okay, never mind. I'm not looking for potentially. I'm curious if you're currently capable of searching for or locating those other planes. Is that something within your power?
Yes.
What do we need to do for you to find such a person?
You need to tell me where they are and who they are. Give me an item of theirs. Any relevant information. Everything you could possibly know about them. No detail would be too small. Their family, children, siblings, what they were wearing, their age, which deities they pray to, what they love, what they hate, what they fear, how they came to be lost, when the last time you saw them, the date of their birth and the year.
Okay. We can provide all of this information to him.
What would be the best item I say to Tyrael that we could find?
Best
Perhaps
item, something from his
the
room,
ring.
or
Maybe the ring he gave his wife.
That's not really his item, or
Well, he would have bought it for her, had it made.
does it matter what kind of item? Is it just
ring.
any item, or can we grab like a comb from his room, or
Something intimate.
Yeah. What about if I check Anton's room, you know, I've been in there before. Does he keep his old holy symbol before he got the Valthar amulet?
Most certainly. It's stored somewhere. It might be in the cathedral of your castle at this point. It might be tucked away in a drawer. You're not actually sure where that would be.
Okay, I start thinking about things like maybe that's an option, but we'll hear this guy out. We can provide most of this information right here, right now, if you're ready to listen. It's a long, sad tale that we have to tell you of how, and I look to the Elven Ambassador, how our brother went missing. It started with, we were fighting a green dragon, and we believe that he opened his bag of holding in a desperate attempt to avoid drowning and was sucked through a vortex.
Ah, I see her.
What's the prognosis?
Grim.
Is there a chance? He is powerful. More powerful, more holy than many who walk this land.
That phrasing, "is there a chance," is dangerous. There's always a chance, but you may spend a lifetime searching for it.
Well, if anyone can find him, then it's you, no?
This sort of activity, you don't know where he is. You have no idea.
No.
Bags of
exhausted
holding
our own magics.
magical items. He may not even be trapped on a proper plane. He may be trapped on a pocket dimension of a demi-plane. He may be well beyond our reach. Bring me the things. I will see if he is in one of the convenient places. But if he's not, he's probably lost.
I shall travel back
Only-
to our home and find something now. My brother will answer your questions as to his personality, his tastes, his loves.
Wait, are we not? Where did we meet this guy at?
In the ambassador's house.
Oh, we went to the ambassador. Oh, he's in our house. Okay.
So I'll fly back Neil through the town using my spell storing ring, and I'll go search Anton's room. I'm thinking his old Velthara holy symbol is a good one in game that I know about, but he's bound to have other sentimental things in his room.
We could do that. The ring of his wife, if nothing else, works as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, his wife is
Maybe-
back in your castle. She's far away. It would take
Oh.
a
Okay,
while
maybe-
to get there and
wait.
back.
Has he given birth to a child yet? That's something of his.
Does it work
I
that
don't
way?
think so.
No, okay.
Okay.
What about his rat friend? Timmy's, was it? Remember?
That dude's
Gone,
Gone.
lost.
Fallen out of favor and left to die.
Yeah.
Well, I search his room for stuff while Tyrael speaks to the seer.
They ask you many, many probing questions about the nature of your relationship with Anton, about who he is, what he desires, how your family functions, conflict. The questions sometimes veer into the weird, things that you might not understand why they're asking. Like, he's asking about family conflict and how it gets resolved, and who is sort of the authority of your family and household. It doesn't really seem to have a clear bearing to the magic at hand. How do you respond to those sorts of probing questions?
I've seen enough weird magical dudes or whatever that I figure every question he's asking has a purpose. So I'll ask to clarify as much as I need to, and then I'll elucidate as much as I can. I'll speak honestly and plainly.
Okay. Once the items are brought and the questions have been asked, the seer will cast some spells. Emmerich, do you have a spellcraft proficiency?
Absolutely. Let's see it, Neil. How many do you want?
I would like you to roll me 3 spellcraft proficiency checks.
Pass 2. Pass the second and third.
Excellent. Okay. Well, you don't get the first spell. Where'd it go? The second spell is a sending spell, which you've already tried yourself and doesn't seem to be working for you. It doesn't seem to be working for them either. The third spell... Is it...
Locate, brother.
Specially made locate Anton spell that he created just for this purpose here.
This guy works
where
fast.
did it go?
Time runs differently for owls, do you know? They can research a whole spell in 5 minutes.
Just go to the Feywild, create a spell, come on back.
What? That's such a good idea. We should have thought about that.
Can't do it now.
Yeah,
now
you
it's
come back
metagaming.
and it's been like 2 years.
The last spell isn't one that's on the spell list. It is a sort of like a, I don't know what you would call it, a shadow gaze spell. It allows you to sort of trace the bits of people and sort of find where they have led. It, comes back negative as well. After casting these 3 spells, it produces a crystal ball and gazes through it for a little while. Doesn't work either. And lastly, he sits at the table, clears his breath, says something in Elven to the ambassador. I don't think any of you speak Elven.
Wait, I think I might have learnt it. Maybe I'm getting confused with Malachi though.
I think you're getting confused with Malachi.
Yeah,
He spent some time learning Elven.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me roll some dice. Oh, give me another check.
Spellcraft.
Yeah. Where'd it go?
Nope.
Ooh, that makes sense.
Nick, what's going on over here, man?
Sounds like we just paid a lot of money for somebody to cast a bunch of spells that I already tried to cast. No, we didn't really pay him to do.
Not
So,
yet.
Fair enough.
He isn't. We haven't gotten the bill yet.
Yeah.
Okay. At the end of the spell, which takes maybe 15 minutes all told, involves a whole bunch of muttering and then some loud speaking, some sort of like projecting the voice as if speaking with authority. The Elven Seer sort of relaxes into a slump, takes a few breaths to recollect himself, and looks through his milky eyes at the two of you, shaking his head. Your brother is beyond. He's alive. He's beyond reach.
Where?
You said he is alive or he's beyond alive?
He... Maybe alive is not the right word. He is not dead, but he is beyond reach.
How do you know?
You ask
you
a
speaking
seer how
with?
he knows these things. You would not understand.
You tell us he's alive, but then won't tell us where.
Well,
You've
he's
given us
telling
our
us.
only glimmer of hope.
Where do we go to find more information?
You would need to speak with someone who plane travels, who plane walks. There are very few of them alive today. Something incredibly ancient, who has knowledge of the world in ways that only us mortals could dream of,
You're saying there's
you
a
would
chance?
need a wish spell.
If we had a wish spell, would that be enough? Or are you saying we will need a wish spell as well as to find this ancient person?
You keep asking me for definite, solid answers in this act of impossibility. If you had a wish spell, and you phrased your wish just right, and I don't know what that phrasing might be, it might itself solve your problems, or it might simply lead you one more step down the path. I do not... What the problem before you is a problem everyone that walks this earth would consider unsolvable. And yet you demand that that tiny path of hope be followed. It may lead you a long, long time, and you may not like the results you get. Your short lifespans might not wish to be wasted on these things.
Thank you for your wisdom, Seer. And truly, we really appreciate your efforts here and the information you've given us. I understand if you can't answer this question, but any more information you could give us as to...
Well, I think he's given us enough to go on.
Plane.
Yeah,
well,
I think
you said the plane is unreachable, so you're saying he's not in the elemental plane.
he's saying that it sounds like he's in a plane far from here. We need somebody that can traverse the planes to get more detailed information. So the next question is, where do we find such a person that can traverse these planes?
We know of a place, Cyril.
We know of a place? What do you mean?
Glacier.
Oh, going back to the mirrors or the rocks?
Yeah.
That was once such a place, but the journey there, I wonder how long we could make it if we knew where we were going.
Well, we'd be on our own this time. We could fly.
Maybe. Shine will come back with information too. She'll be talking to people as well. Maybe she'll have met such a plane walker, but... Scoria can't traverse planes, can she?
If anyone can, she probably could. My spellbook that we found in Babylon's tomb atop the mountain, it has a rune on there for plane shifting. It's random though. Could take multiple tries to get to the right place.
There could be thousands of planes from what I've heard. I don't know if we want to try to randomly roll for planes.
Yeah.
You too are the McGarry brothers, says the seer.
Indeed.
You too are the ones your kingdom has pinned their hopes of slaying Scoria upon?
Indeed.
We were once three.
Are you not derelict in duty if you spend weeks or months scouring the outer planes for your brother?
I mean, what is a kingdom at the end of the day? The extension of all of our families. I don't think we're willing to walk away from our brother if there's a chance we could find him. Ultimately, he will help killing Scoria. He may be necessary for it, so...
If you're willing to risk everything for him, if you're willing to lose the war, if you're willing to watch your kingdom burn or come back to its ashes, there may be one who can give you more information.
Who would that one be?
You spoke of an old woman named Atropos to the ambassador here.
Indeed.
She has lived longer than any. She has been here since the early days. She must still exist on Bravo. In the ruins of Necrot, atop the White Butte Mountains, or somewhere within them. It's a dangerous place, far from here. Most would find it impossible to get to. The mountain climbs impossible to scale. Monsters, beasts of unfathomable power on their precipices. The two of you might be able to find her.
Where is this mountain now?
The White Butte Mountain in Bravo.
In Bravo. Can't say
across the sea to the east. The lost Arcadian Isle.
This seer. What was the name of the seer?
Oh, the elf
Adipose?
No, Adipose is it?
No. Atropos is the
that's
person
what I
over
mean.
there. Yeah.
Atropos, okay.
Yeah.
Atropos. This woman, this creature, timeless as she is, breathes in vapors in the cracks in the ground, sees the future. She's old. She's mad. If you can find her, she may be able to point you in that direction. But I ask you, I beg you, not to go. The last chance for Arcadia to survive Scoria and what may come after her lies in the two of you.
And what if Scoria defeats us, taking everything we hold? Then we're truly doomed, all of us.
No more doomed than if you leave and do not fight.
We don't know what timetable we're on for Scoria.
It's our people too.
You
And
think
it's
we
not
can
just
defeat
Scoria.
Scoria as too?
There's a chance.
There's a chance.
There is indeed a chance, but mortal creatures can spend too much time chasing chances. Perhaps we better take the better option of the two and retrieve our brother by any means necessary. The chance of us
Even
defeating
if that
Scoria.
means losing everything.
What if we try to attack her with just the two of us and we lose everything, no? If we could barely defeat Zarathus with the two of us, or with the three of us, who's to say that just two of us could defeat Scoria?
The seer looks to the ambassador, who nods and hangs his head, gives out a deep sigh. They exchange a few words in Elven. The seer nods as well. This is your path, then?
Perhaps. We'll need to
Seems-
think on it.
I don't think we will. I think this is the only path in front of us. Unless you have...
Ambassador, perhaps your friends back in your forests, or you see her here. Maybe you could teleport us to Bravos. Save us the journey, at least. I've never been myself. It would be too risky.
Well, we need to wait for Shine to return before we head there, right?
Yeah.
Have we heard legends of the Kraken? They brought that up.
Everyone's heard of legends of a Kraken, giant sea monster destroying ships. Totally.
No, we want to risk sailing there if there's some huge sea creature that will kill us, so...
Yeah, fuck that. We need to come up with some way to make Scoria think we're still here.
Uninvited, the seer will speak up again. The world has been given 3 chances to overcome Scoria. The first failed for love. The second to chaos. The two of you are our third and final chance. It seems that the love of family will doom us all.
The love of family is probably the only reason we've gotten as far as we have. It'd be foolish to turn our back on it now.
There were a pair of Mystrians who could have stopped all this, who could have prevented Lord Gilder's rise to power, prevented this war, or turned its course had it come to pass. There was another. They fell apart. No ability to manage time and each other. I will ask you one more time. Stay. Here. Use what you have. There's been no one more ready to fight this dragon. Do not wander, stray the path. Do not disappear into the wilds.
While we appreciate your consultation, we do not need it nor ask for it. I think we're going to wait for our dragon to return. We'll consult her and see how she feels. Where can we find you when we want to begin this journey to Bravos?
Bravo. And I cannot help you get there. You will have to find your own way.
I understand.
I'm a diviner, not a mover. Not a conjurer.
I know geography, Neil. How far is Bravo?
He knows geography.
Oh, you know,
I know all about geography.
many hundreds of miles to the east.
Yeah, but like closer than Solon by a mile.
Oh yeah, quite a bit closer than Solemn. You've got like the Arcadian Isles, and then like a big sort of gap, and then the Dardanelles, and then like a big gap, and then Solemn.
I mean, we could get there in a day then on Shine's back, right?
It might be a couple days on Shine's back. She could fly you there.
We can fly
She
there.
can fly for days without sleeping.
We get to Necrot, we can fly to the top of the mountain. You know, we'll be back in a week. Be sound. We'll be chilling.
Well, we're waiting. Yeah, we're waiting for Shine, right?
No, I'm saying once we leave though, it's not like when we went for Glacier for 3 months. I don't think.
Yeah, no,
I
it
mean,
shouldn't be
maybe
that
it
long.
was-
It should be there and back within a week, I would hope, or something, right? Yeah. So it's not. Yeah, it's not like we're gonna be gone for like 3 months and like Scoria is gonna destroy the lands and everything. Like it's possible
We
could
can
leave.
maybe put in place some sort of contingency to make them think that we're still here. Like I have that spell Seeming that could make people look like us.
Mhm.
So maybe
Yeah, I mean, once we figure out how long we're
gonna
gonna be gone for, I think that's like the least of our thoughts.
Yeah. Okay, I can maybe use permanent illusion to make fake versions of us that wander around our house.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, we got a plan.
Mm-hmm.
We wait for Shine.
You wait for Shine.
Wait, should we probably talk to the Queen, right?
Well, yeah, the ambassador and his seer will escort you out. The ambassador will close down the embassy for the day, and you can go talk to the Queen.
Yeah, we should probably tell her mum as well at some point.
Oh no, is this something we tell the Queen?
I don't know, do you think not?
I don't think they would approve.
I agree, but I feel like if we're trying to play the illusion that we're still here, then the Queen being involved is going to maybe make that easier.
I don't know if we need an illusion. I think maybe overthinking it. If we're going for a week, we've gone like a week without talking to the Queen. It's not like she needs to see us like every single day or something, right? We'll talk. We'll talk
Yeah,
to them once
suppose.
Shine comes. We just waited 9 days without talking to her, right? She had no idea, right? We could
That's
talk to
true.
Shine when she comes back and get her opinion on everything. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. legit.
Yeah. Is there anything else?
No, I guess we just wait for Shine then.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we kind of know. I could sending Shine and tell her to come back early since we know that she's not going to find him, right?
Most likely she's not, but she could come back with more information.
I will sending Shine and just say that spoken to Elven Seer says Anton isn't in any of the obvious planes, but we have a plan when you return. If she doesn't come back sooner, then she doesn't come back sooner. But depending on what she knows what she's doing. So
Okay. Shine will arrive 5 days later. Back in the city. You'll be alerted to her presence when you hear shouts in the streets about a dragon flying overhead, and then rushing to the windows, you'll see Shine walking down the street to you. She'll come into the house, tell you that she got Imric's message. She did not find him. He's not on any of the prime materia planes. He's not on the plane of air. He's not on the plane of water. The people that she knows have no idea where he went, and advised Shine that it's a lost cause and that there's no point in searching for him.
this is what we had too. Although our Elven Seer friend did confirm that he lives, just in some faraway, hard to reach place. They also then told us. To
They
search
said
out
that they're-
legendary.
Yeah,
Go
there
ahead.
there is a person that we might be able to contact that can find, that for sure can find Anton. The journey Maybe a bit treacherous, though. Sure, you've heard of the islet of Bravo to the east?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently at the top of the white-capped butte? What's it called?
A White Butte Mountain.
White
in the
Butte
ruins of,
Mountain.
in the ruins of Necrot. Some seer that huffs the vapors coming from beneath the rocks. Ancient, as old as the island itself.
I've never heard of such a person. But then again, I'm not from these parts. Arcadia is only loosely known to me. I'm still learning much of it.
You know more than most, John. Don't sell yourself short.
To Bravo, then. In the
Yes.
morning.
How long is the flight?
We'll have to find out. Day or two?
Let's not waste any time. We don't want to give Scoria the opportunity to strike.
All right. I think we have a short break right now, and then a short segment when we come back.
Sure.
Sure.
We'll be back.
All right.
Hello and welcome back to Tombs of Scoria. Our party gathers supplies, hops on shine, flies across the sea. For 2 days you fly by Dragonback, through the clouds, the rain, over the storms, the ocean seemingly endlessly below you, with fogs and clouds sometimes obscuring the view, making it impossible to know quite how far it is. There is but one saddle. The two of you must ride close together, Imric in back, clutching his brother for support. And at this point, I would like you all to check your character sheets and tell me what you have with you. Or don't tell me, but equip your gear and your stuff, and whatever's behind is being left behind.
Sounds good, Koibs.
Yeah. Just want to make sure we've got all of our stuff.
I've got all my stuff sorted. I'm good.
Great.
If I haven't got it on me, it's got a 0 next to it.
Great.
Jesus.
I'm gonna be grabbing. Sorry, hold
Grabbing
on.
something.
Do we need like winter gear and camping shit?
It's hot here.
Nah, we're gonna be good, right? We might need.
Go through all those scrolls and tell me what you think you might need. Do you need scrolls for knock? We've got hold person alt. I don't know what that means.
I have all the scrolls on my character sheet, so I'm assuming that I'm holding them all.
Oh, so read magic, dispel magic, greater beacon. You have all these scrolls?
I'll go through what I've got here, so maybe I'm missing some.
Okay.
12 scrolls, 12 castings of knock, 12 castings of hold person.
Okay, hold on. 12
15.
castings of knock. I deleted that. 12 castings of hold person.
Yeah. We had 3 full scrolls of dispel magic, but I already cast 3 of them, so now we've got 2 full and 1 that's half full.
Okay.
6 castings of remove curse, 5 castings of beacon, 4 castings of invis, potion of clairaudience, 6 castings of erase.
Sorry, go back. Hold on, Jesus. Okay, you. How many castings of beacon? Greater beacon?
5.
Okay, wipe one of those because we used one, or maybe they got deleted. Actually, never mind. Keep it. That's fine. What else do you
have? 4 of invis.
Okay, don't have those, so go for it.
6 of erase.
Okay. What else?
I think that's it, maybe.
Okay. We've got scrolls of gaze, reflection, protect from undead, web, mount, protection from vermin, evil, gaze, reflection. None of these. You don't think you need?
No, I have most of that I can cast myself.
Okay. Can I read protection from scrolls with no penalty?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I think so.
Is that because I'm a rogue, or that's just because anybody can?
Anyone can. No.
Oh, no,
protection from
you're
fire
right.
or whatever. Yeah.
Protection scrolls are readable by anyone. Yeah.
Why? What do we have?
We've got protection from paralyzation, protection from undead, protection from vermin, protection from evil.
Okay. Yeah, you bring them. That's good.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Okay. Can rogues use wands?
Nope.
No. Okay.
Really?
You would have thought a wand would be easier to use than a scroll in a way. But it is what it is. Okay, no, Neil, I think we're good. We've got...
What does the gaze reflection shit do? That scroll?
That's like, if you're fighting like a basilisk or something that can like turn you to stone by looking at you.
Oh, okay,
you cast it on yourself and then it like reflects it back at him.
Okay. If it doesn't, does that count as like a protection from scroll or no?
No, that's a spell.
It has to say protection from.
Actually, I should have that. I'm gonna write that one down. That's worth having.
The gaze. There's 6 castings on 1 scroll of gaze reflection. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Boom. Boom. I'm gonna put the ion stones in my bag just so we have them on us.
Okay. Yeah.
There's that. Do we need decanter of endless water? We should be good on stuff like that, right? We don't need to worry about that.
Without your brother and his cloak of plenty.
Yeah, we might need that.
You're gonna need food and water.
So decanter of endless water is just like a 1 pound thing or like negligible weight or?
It's 3 pounds.
Oh. Okay.
You can carry that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then, what about food? We need rations then.
Yep. If it's a 2-day-ish flight, a week of rations will probably suit you well.
I can put rations in my like fanny pack of holding or not?
Your fanny pack of holding?
I thought that's what I had. No?
Is that what it is?
That's what I...
The phrasing is, startling me for some reason.
I think Mutin had it, and then he gave it to me when I got rid of my robes. But currently it's just got
if it's
my...
a bag of holding, it'll hold your stuff as long as it's bigger than a coin purse.
Oh, I've got a bag of holding as well. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. You throw a bunch of food in a bag of holding.
Okay, yeah, rations then. A week's rations then?
Mm-hmm.
Did we...
2 weeks. One for you, one for your brother.
Yeah. Well, you've got your own bag of holding, right?
On this sort of sharpness, can we clarify, is this an insta-kill, essentially, on an 18 or higher? Or how did we rule this? Because
I think it's an insta-kill on a 20, no?
Severs a limb.
Yeah, I see 18 or higher severs limbs.
Let me see here.
Yeah,
That's like without a
insta-kill,
cold shot or
basically.
anything, so that seems a little bit...
This isn't Monty Python,
Yeah.
It's just a flesh wound.
Yeah, so on an 18 or higher, on a normal or armored opponent, it will sever an arm, leg, neck, tail, tentacle, whatever, but not head. So I'm assuming neck but not head is a weird
That is weird.
thing.
It might be
Determined
for
by
like a
randomness.
Hydra.
Yeah. Sort of sharpness will respond to its wielder's desire with respects to light it sheds. It can shed no light, 5-foot circle, but you don't care about that stuff. Other higher amounts. So it will be sort of more or less a random severing of a limb, a non-fatal severing of a limb. But, you sever someone's arm, in addition to all the damage you deal, they're essentially incapacitated and unable to do anything. Maybe if you're fighting something incredibly powerful, if you're fighting some sort of demon, it could probably lose an arm and keep going. But if you're fighting any
Human thing, it's
ordinary
gonna-
mortal, yeah.
Let me look. We had, let me check. Oh, how does a ring of sustenance work? I have one of these.
Oh.
It sustains your need of food and water.
But let's talk about it. Like, can I put this on for 5 minutes during the day and I'm like fed, or would I have to wear it indefinitely? Or how does that work? Or does my food and water does not go down as I'm wearing it?
Worth bringing in case we're in a pinch, but probably you're not going to
Also,
give up one
did
of
you
your
have
magic
more
rings.
than one of those? Because I think Anton has a ring of sustenance.
Yes, we got 2, but I have one of them.
Oh, got one now.
These are I wear 10 rings and then I rotate the 2 that I need. I've got a ring of Featherfall, a ring of free action, 2 rings of protection plus 2, ring of petrification resistance, ring of protection from fire, ring of seeing,
Jesus.
ring of sustenance, ring of telekinesis, and a ring of water walking.
Holy fuck.
This magic ring provides the wearer with life-sustaining nourishment, even though he or she might go for days without food or drink. The ring also refreshes the body and mind so that its wearer needs to sleep only 2 hours per day to gain the benefits of an 8-hour sleep. The ring must be worn for a full week in order to function properly. If it's removed, the wearer immediately loses its benefit and must wear it for another week to reattune him to himself. After
That wouldn't work
functioning
for spellcasting, right?
any period of 7 consecutive days, a ring of sustenance will cease to function for a week while it replenishes itself.
Gotcha. And then I don't have any potions of extra healing yet. I've got 10 potions. I've got 20 potions of healing, but no potions of extra healing.
I've got 3 extra healing, so I can give you like 2 or 1.
Okay, I'll take 1 if you want.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Oh wait, I have some in my bag actually. Never mind. I'm good. I'm good on that.
Nice.
Okay. Should we? Fuck it. I'll bring it. Potion of clairvoyance and clairaudience.
I think I might have them on my sheet. Let me check.
Oh, how many of each?
1 clairaudience I've got,
Okay.
and that's it, because I can cast clairvoyance.
Okay. I think we got 3 of each because I see 2 of one in the bag and then 3 of the other. So I'll bring 2 clairvoyance.
I'm
and
pretty sure
clairaudience.
when I took all the stuff onto my character sheet,
You
that I
marked it.
removed it all from the party sheet. I
Yeah.
thought.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our party flies.
We are flying. Wait, just like 1 or 2 quick questions. Ring of water walking. If I fall from a high place and I'm wearing that and I fall into water, is the water like spongy when I drop, or is it like solid floor, like I'll die? Just curious.
I think it's solid floor.
Okay, that's one question.
Because if you break through the surface, you aren't walking on it, and you would just fall into the water.
Sure.
And then it's hard to get your feet on top of the surface to get out of the water. I think if you're in water, it's hard to walk out, maybe? Maybe you can just walk up and out. Let me take a look at the ring of water walking. Probably just says you can walk on water. Enables the wearer to walk on any liquid without sinking into it. This includes mud, quicksand, oil, running water, and even snow. 1,200 pounds can be supported. The wearer's feet do not actually contact the surface he's walking upon, but oval depressions show up. The wearer moves at a standard rate.
Okay, so and it does work on snow too. That was gonna be my second question. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I have anything else. I think I'm gonna go.
So actually, with this description, I think if you fell from a great height and you landed on water, you would put pressure down on the water and probably break through the surface of it. I think if you fell with a ring of water walking from a significant height, you would just splash into the water. But if you jumped off like a 10-foot bridge, you'd probably be able to land. Maybe a dex check to like stabilize yourself.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I think we're ready to die.
Well, here you come, flying through the clouds. The island of Bravo beneath you. You see it here. Tall mountains, dark storms circling overhead. Huge jungles cover most of the land. What isn't covered by jungle is covered by these wide, sweeping bamboo forests. Lakes and swamps dot the mountain-studded landscape. But it is to the far southeast we draw our attention. To the White Butte Mountains, way over here. These mountains are huge. They jut thousands of feet up into the sky. Some of them are shrouded by clouds. And if you've ever seen a butte, they've got those like really tall, straight sides and then sometimes like flat tops. And they just impassable, huge walls that just shoot up into the air. If you were on the ground having to climb up here, it would be a nigh impossible task. But you are already in the cloud tops, soaring above with your golden dragon.
That's it. I mean, the place we're looking for is in the mountain?
There is the ruins of something in the mountains, yeah.
The ruins of Necrot.
Yeah.
Is that a city built into the mountain, Neil? Is that something we would know?
Do a roll for our history.
Wait. Let me check my skills. Ancient history.
Oh.
Get us a good, like, night. Oh my god.
That's a 31, dude.
That's a good roll.
Necrot.
Yeah.
Necrot is an ancient city of great power. One of the early wizards during the dawn of time built an empire here, discovered all sorts of grandiose magics. Some say he was a demigod in his own right. His name was Devon, and he raised the city of Necrot from nothing. His city lasted well longer than he did. And when the storms came and the mountains rose at the same time that Arcadia was broken, Necrot was destroyed. Mountains raised up underneath it, the entire city scattered and shattered, spread across the mountain ranges, spread down in the jungles below. It is no more. There is no ruin of the city, for the city has been scattered. You might see a toppled tower over here, or maybe like a building sort of left on its side made out of stone. Most of it is just gone to the ages of time. Thousands of years now.
Okay, well, I suggest we land on top of the mountain and see what's going on.
Seems as good an idea as any, yeah?
It's a large section of mountain. It's, like 20 miles by 30 miles across. It's not a single point upon which to land. How, in this field of mountains, in this tall buttes, do you decide where to go?
Let's find a peak that we can land on.
You find a cloud-shrouded peak. Shine searches slowly for it. It's hard. You don't want to fly into a mountain, but eventually her claws will grip stone, and she'll beat her wings and land you safely on an area. It's a flat top of this mountain. There are no trees here. There's just rock and stone and dirt and dust and a little bit of ice. Shine perches precariously upon the peak.
When I look around me, are there birds?
No.
Are there any forms of life around here?
No. Up at the top of this peak at 18,000 feet or something, there's nothing.
I have the locate landmark spell, but perhaps we should go a bit lower down where there might be life forms to inquisit. Unless the two of you maybe have an alternative way of finding.
I have no other way of.
Yeah.
I still have a locate creature spell. Scroll.
Well, perfect.
What are we
looking
locating?
for the person, right? The name of Atropos.
Oh, yeah, true. Actually, I guess.
Let's see it shine.
Does she know who? No, she will shake her head. I forgot that I must have at least seen the creature once from a distance of no more than 10 yards.
Okay, so that's not gonna work. Okay. Locate landmark can at least get us a direction to go in. Let's go to like a slower down area where there's maybe birds. And that's probably our best chance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can hop on Shine, and she will descend the mountain, crawling down its side. One large claw after another. The two of you having to like lean all the way back in the saddle, more or less standing up awkwardly, gripping tightly with your thighs.
Oh shit.
Destiny, will you give me a strength check at advantage because you've got like a nice saddle and a pommel, but you're still squeezing and holding both you and your brother up.
Yeah, I will. I'll give you a big strength check. Well, hold on, bigger than that. There you go.
Nice.
There we go. Yes, you can support the both of you as Shine comes down out of the mountain, out of the clouds, reaching a lower area, and you can see the pine trees down below. Actually, not the pine trees, the deciduous trees down below. You also can see this strange two-headed ape-looking thing with tails that come out of it. But it takes one look at Shine and scurries into a mountain grotto, hiding from sight.
That's right, bitch. Okay, this is probably a good spot. Have we got birds around here as well?
You don't hear any birds or see any birds, but there's at least one creature and there's some trees. Shine is probably scaring everything off.
Good.
That's gonna do. Okay, I pull out my compass and cast locate landmark. Looking for the... What would I say?
What is
What's
the
the right-
landmark?
Would it be a lair, Tyrell? Or is there another word? Like, somebody who is in, like a trance or like a meditation.
Can it be where the vapors come from the earth? A valley, a clearing, I don't know, those kinds of landmarks.
Where the vapors come from the rocks. That could work. Or so either where the vapors come from the rocks, or maybe the lair of Atropos.
Try lair of
Den
Atropos.
Atropos. Yeah,
How many
okay,
castings of this do you have?
just one today.
Oh. Do we want
So
to...
we're gonna decide.
With the spell, what does it say? Locate landmark. Poses a subconscious question to these creatures. Where's the landmark in question? The answer is returned. Landmarks must be stationary. In preparation... Oh, no, you've got the slightly different version of this spell. Yeah, I changed it.
Wait. If we're looking for ruins, shouldn't we go to, like... Why... Do we think the ruins are in the peaks? Like, in the... Oh, yeah, in the mountain peaks. Is there, like, a
Yeah,
valley
it's
in the peaks? Like,
scattered.
do we expect to see the lair, like, at the top of one of these mountains? Or is it going to be, like, kind of, like, nestled between two mountains?
mean, literally got no idea, right? Neil? I mean, I passed my ancient history roll. Do I know, like, was the city built across the mountains, or was it in a specific
There was
spot?
no mountain here. It was...
Oh, right, the mountains came
The
after.
mountains came and destroyed the city. They burst it up, exploded it all over the place.
And what's the looking at this map, like, what's the scale? Like, how big is this mountain area?
It's 30 miles tall, 20 miles wide-ish, and 18,000 feet, 20,000 feet tall for the highest peaks. For reference, the highest peaks in the Rocky Mountains are only 14,000.
Oh, so it's fucking huge then.
It's huge, yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna say the den of Atropos.
Excellent. And it will put it in chat for me, please.
Yep.
Excellent. Your compass will spin and spin and spin, eventually pointing you due east.
All right, let's go east then. So whereabouts are we on the, like, how can I get an idea of maybe where we are?
Ended here. Landed
Okay.
here on this point.
So it's in this top row probably, somewhere east. Yeah, okay.
You can crawl upon Shine, or stay on Shine as she climbs back up the mountain for a bit, leaps off, soars up and around, and
wait,
gazes over.
before we go, I will cast Prying Eyes and say, circle me at a distance of around a mile and search for, you know, what might look like a lair or a secret entrance or something like that. So that should extend our capability to observe. It's D4 plus 1 per level, so I get 16.
It's pretty good. Roll
I know
me
I know it's not ideal, but I think it'll help a little bit.
16D100, please.
Okay, yeah. 98?
Okay, they scatter and search as you crawl across the mountains and then fly across. When the duration of the spell ends 13 hours later, the next that night you are woken up as prying eyes swarm you and report no findings. You've made a little perch atop, maybe not at the top of the mountains. It's too cold up here. The air is too thin and the wind blows too fast. Shine will have found you a somewhat decent spot nestled in between some of these buttes. She'll use her fire breath to raise the land, clearing out any monsters that would have been here, and nestles down to make a cozy nest. She's been flying for 2 days. She would like a rest. She doesn't need
that's
one.
good. Can we estimate how far along that, like, you know, I kind of imagine that we're circling this area. So where have we ended?
Well, you've searched back and forth a couple times and didn't see anything. Your eyes didn't see anything.
No,
so
I
you
know
ended
that, but
up
I'm going to cast Locate Landmark
right
again
about
tomorrow.
here.
Okay, so we're in the middle. Yeah, okay.
My understanding is these squares are like, they're 1 mile across, right? So there's like a
These
lot
are
of...
5-mile hexes.
Oh, 5 miles across. So just flying back and forth, we don't cover even like a tenth of all the ground, right?
It's fine, though. I'm going to learn more Locate Landmarks now that we know that wording works. We can hopefully triangulate a little bit.
The night will pass uneventfully. You'll wake up from rainstorms that occur, but Shine will outstretch her wings to create a shelter. Thunder will break in the background. The rains are long and hot. In the morning, you are covered and protected well enough that you can memorize spells, and some hours later, you will cast your second Locate Landmark.
Yep.
And you will get a southward direction.
From here?
From your spot, lies south.
Okay,
It's
so
not
we got
obvious.
east here, we got south here.
Is that not a bit weird?
Why?
Well, because isn't it just pointing, meant to be pointing directly to the location?
I don't know. Does it only go northeast, southwest, or?
No, it's a compass.
Wait, so here, did it point exactly east, and then here it's pointing exactly south?
It pointed east, but when you're traveling by Dragonback, it's sort of, east is 20 miles long. So maybe it's 5 feet south of you, maybe it's a mile south of you. Everything's a little bit. It's hard to be precisely exactly on a perfect plane. You know what I mean?
Let's go about 10 miles south, and then I'm gonna cast it again.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah. You go about 10 miles south, and you'll cast it again, and you'll get a southeasternly direction.
So, and where the X is now, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Sorry.
That was super.
Then it's going to be northeasternly of you a little bit.
We were here. We went down about 10 miles to here.
So now it's northeasternly a little bit.
Okay.
Do you want to go to the
I'm
middle of
thinking
this
it's
one and check
in this hex then.
Yeah.
Okay, we're in that hex. I'm going to cast the prying eyes again.
They will circle you at a range of a mile, giving you a 2-mile diameter sphere of eyes as you search that hex.
Yeah.
Give me 16d100.
Well, I have to roll the d4 again.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it's only 14 this time.
14d100.
Okay, just give us like 2 95s. Oh,
99.
And a 98. God damn.
Well, actually, you wanted low rolls, but you got a 3 and a 4.
Okay, 3 and a 4.
That's fantastic. Yeah. One of the eyes will report back very quickly, followed by another, that they have seen the lair, and they will show you this like long, tall crevice that like opens up to kind of a wide point where there's flat ground, and then there's like these old steps that have been carved into the side of it that are like, footholds and handholds that would go up a sheer section, and then it breaks into rock below, and it's like an 80-foot drop down to the jungles below that. So the lair, the den, is situated 80 to 100 feet above anything on more or less sheer limestone cliffs.
Good job, we're on a dragon, hey?
Yeah.
Or is the hole not big enough for a dragon?
No, there's no way Shine can fit in there.
Well, good thing we've got expert climbers.
Well, I've also got polymorph, so I can get in that. Tell you what, as an aside, I'm so glad that this spell has finally been useful, because I think it's such a cool thematic spell with the eyes circling around, like coming back and reporting. It's really cool, but it's so far been kind of useless.
Well,
okay.
It definitely saved your bacon here, because otherwise you'd be searching for days.
I think I can Pegasus, Shine can human form, and then we can fly to it together, like that. Give Shine a rest, I can do the ferrying around for once. So I'll use my Ring of Spell Storing to cast Polymorph Self. Shine can human form, and we'll travel there like that.
Yes. And soon, you find yourself in the lair of Atropos. It's a narrow cave. It's not very large. There's a crevice that runs down the middle. Some vapors sort of rise out of it into the long, tall cave here. At the back, resting against a wall, is an old woman in rags with gray hair. Her head sort of snaps up. Her eyes go wide, but they're just like white. Maybe the hint of color behind them somewhere. She's clearly blind. And she calls out, "Hello! Hello!"
Cyril, do you want to take the lead, or should I?
And she shuffles forward on the ground towards the crack, leaning over and wafting vapor towards her.
I give him a push.
She inhales deeply.
We call out, "Hello."
Hello! Guests, after so long. Have you brought something for me?
Have we? Is this going to be a short combo, or is this going to be a long combo?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah. It shouldn't be that. I don't know what it's going to be. Did you have a time concern?
Minor one, but it's not a big deal. Fuck him.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
I've heard you are a great seer. We've come to ask you questions to find a friend of ours. Is there something you'd like?
Yes, I'm so very hungry.
Hungry? What are you hungry for?
We've got cheese, beef jerky.
Do we?
No.
I've got rations, yeah.
Who are you? What do you want? Who are you looking for? And she leans forward and wafts the vapors towards her, takes a deep inhale again and goes, You're searching for long-lost secrets, distant companions and relatives.
Indeed. We are the brothers McGarry. There is only 2 of us at the moment. We are looking for the 3rd. We come from the lands of Arcadia, which this isn't a part of, I don't think, right now.
And you bring the coward with you. Interesting.
Which one is the
shy?
Who's the coward?
She sniffs again. Her head sort of looks up, kind of gazing across the open area, clearly not fixing on anything. Well, you have questions, I have answers. I know so much. These blind eyes see so much. She licks her lips. Her tongue is a little bit too pointed to be comfortable.
Oh, that is weird. Atropos, we have many forms of tribute. Tell us what it is you require.
Your arm.
The fuck?
Bring me your arm. Let me feel it. And she reaches out with her hands towards the air, sort of in the direction of your voice, but like not 100% in your direction. You're like 5 degrees off.
I look at Cyril, and I say, I'm no coward, and I'll take a step forward.
Wait, I grab his arm and I pull him back. We're already down 1 brother. I reach into my bag and I pull out a little bit. I have 2 wyvern tails. I could throw her one. She just
Those are
waiting?
the wyvern tail stingers, right?
I don't know. I just have 2 wyvern tails that
poison?
weigh
Yeah,
30 pounds in my fucking bag, and I have one. I have
Yeah,
a
yeah. Those are the stingers that have the poison in it.
No, maybe not. Okay, fuck her. I'll pull her back and I'll step forward and I'll offer my arm.
Okay.
She reaches out and feels your arm. Which arm do you offer?
My left one.
She feels it. She tugs you a little bit closer to her. Let me feel it. And she like reaches her hands across your hand and sort of up your forearm, feeling for strength. Oh, that's good. She brings it to her face. Do you have like armor on?
Yeah, I sure do, Koibu.
What the fuck, dude?
She sniffs it. She begins to take your glove off.
I kind of pull my hand back and say, I think I'll keep my glove on, thank you very much.
Give me your other arm then.
What do you need my arm for?
I'm so hungry.
We didn't come here to offer our bodies to you to feast upon like a cannibal. We come seeking
Want
your
to
wisdom.
know where Anton McGarry is?
We do want to know where Anton McGarry is, preferably not the cost of life or limb from us.
Hungry.
Is there something else we could feed you?
Did you bring a small child with you? The younger, the more juicy. A newborn babe is best.
Is there anything less demented that you might need for sustenance?
You've come all this way and you balk at a pound of flesh?
I'll look back to Imric.
Imric looks concerned.
What can you heal?
I shrug. I'm not a cleric.
You can What can my ring... Hold on. What can my ring allow me to transform into? I have a polymorph ring.
Well, I
Wait.
have a polymorph ring, but you can use it.
No, yeah, I don't have that right now. You have the polymorph ring. Could you transform
Yeah.
into something humanoid? Like a giant or a gnome or something like that and let her eat an arm and then transform back?
Okay, I consult my magic knowledge. What would happen in that case now?
What do you mean? It's you. Even if you die in another form, you just transport back, right? There's no way you can lose a
if
limb.
You die.
Wait, really?
Yeah. It's not like 5e.
Oh. Well, what would happen then?
Yeah, what would happen?
If someone ate your arm while you were polymorphed as like a horse or something?
Yeah. There's no way that could be permanent. What if you lost a wing as a Pegasus? What happens when you come back? Are you missing like a lat or what? Like.
I think you just don't know the answer to this question.
Okay.
No, that's not okay. Don't do it then.
Wait, no. I got maybe another answer. Maybe it won't work because she's a seer, but I will say, Tyrell, it's fine. We brought it for a reason. And then I go to walk out of the cave, and I'm going to cast Permanent Illusion and make a baby.
Can you eat an illusion?
I mean, it's real. It's like fully real.
That doesn't sound like an illusion. That sounds like a fabrication spell or something.
You create the illusion, the permanent illusion of a newborn babe.
Okay.
Male, female, human,
We're
elven.
gonna trick an all-powerful seer that can see into other dimensions with an illusion. She's not gonna be able to tell?
I mean, she might be able to tell.
Fuck it, let's try it, dude.
Yeah. I mean, I hand it to Tyrell. It's a girl, Neil.
The girl cries.
I
I hand it over to the seer. Yeah, you can try this. Tell me how this tastes.
You insult me, but you're also clever. I like that. Now, fetch me a child, small child, or give me your arm.
How much of our arm do you want? We're not feeding you our entire limbs.
Say it. What about the animals that live in this region? The apes.
Didn't you say once upon a time that you would do anything for your family? And she leans over the cliff again and inhales the vapors a few more times, this time breathing really deeply.
I think anything is a figure.
You're willing to sacrifice anything, aren't you?
It's a figure of
Yes.
speech. We'll find you.
it's not.
We'll find you. We'll find you a child. What race does this child need to be of?
Oh, halflings are the most tasty, but humans will do. Elves are a bit stringy.
You don't sound very
No
picky.
more. The gnomes here are too small. No goblins or trolls. They taste foul.
Okay.
What if the apes in these forests?
You who come such a great way, needing to beg my favors, and then at the last moment you turn up your nose at the cost? Be gone with you, fools.
I look at Shine.
We'll find you some food. Give us a night and we'll be back probably within several hours, okay?
Hurry. My patience grows thin,
I've been told you've been here for thousands of years. I'm sure you can wait
and I'm so hungry.
another night. And then we leave the cave, yeah?
I before I go, Neil, I uncork an empty potion bottle and capture some of the vapors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just kind of like wave it over the vapors, trying to get some of them inside.
I go near the crack in the ground and let it fill up.
Oh,
Yeah.
so you take off that you stand and like hold it into the stream of vapor that comes out
Yeah.
to let it fill. Make me a con check.
Absolutely.
Ah,
27.
great. You feel a little lightheaded, but the feeling passes.
Nice one. Good one, dude. Anything else you want to eat off the ground or breathe in while we're here? Maybe there's a strange
No,
looking
just
mushroom
those.
or an insect you want to try or...
Listen, it's wizard things, okay? You wouldn't understand.
Okay.
All right, you get to the edge of the cave.
Before we
Someone's gonna have to
leave-
turn into something.
Actually, can I wear my Ring of Seeing and take a look at her? Does she emit any kind of aura? She should be a high level by now.
Yes.
What?
She radiates overwhelming evil.
Oh shit.
Overwhelming. It is the most brightly magical thing you have ever seen, and it
Whoa.
is unquestionably dark and evil.
Okay, you know, that's cool. That's fine. Well, you know, what are you going
That
to
is
do?
cool.
She wants to eat babies.
I'll fly us back out of this place so we can talk and prepare what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
As you land, Shine looks at the two of you and shakes her head in human form. We're not going to feed her a child, are we? A baby?
That's the cost of getting our brother back. It doesn't seem as though we have much option, no?
An innocent child who's not part of this? You would just take it from its mother
Innocent
and
people are
feed it to this beast.
killed all the time. I wish you had this level of incredulity when you had dragons wrought upon our land that were killing how many thousands of innocent men, women, and children in Arcadia.
I did not bring them here to kill you.
Sure, you might not, but
to
you seem...
slay your people. I did not even bring them here. We were searching.
I understand, I'm just...
Imric, you must not. Surely you're not this depraved.
It's a terrible cost, Shine. but you heard the elves. If we don't do something about Scoria, the whole kingdom will be ruined. Everyone will die.
Give her your arm.
We'll let's take a nap and we'll figure this out, okay?
I mean,
She
Imric
stands
looks
mouth
conflicted.
agape.
Yeah.
You're not Imric. You wouldn't. You, of all of the McGarry brothers, you were supposed to be the good one.
I am the good one. I am the good one.
You keep telling
I
How
say
do
yourself
you
to
that.
feed
shine and
her an
also to
innocent
myself.
child? What do you
Look,
think
listen,
is gonna...
listen. We've not
Do
made
you
a
think
decision
this is just
yet.
a normal eating? Look at her.
What choice do we have?
Your arm? The child? Turn back? Give up?
If we give up, then everything is lost.
We'll think on it.
Perhaps there's another way.
We'll figure it
Sir,
out.
Let us
the
rest for
pleasure
the
of
night
the
and
McGarrys.
think.
We'll think about it. We'll figure it out, okay? Koibu, chill.
Okay.
Okay.
And I think that's where we end our session for the day.
Sounds good. Hold on. Boom, boom.
Oof, that was intense.
Just chill, okay? How do we feel about doing for next week? Are you guys available Saturday?
I'd need to come back to you on that. Need to check.
Okay. If not next Saturday,
Probably
then-
not.
Which, okay. Well, if not next
My
Saturday.
weekends are shot.
Oh,
Sorry.
So then not this Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah.
Um.
I might be able to swing this Sunday. I'd have to come back on it, though.
Okay. Good answer.
This Sunday? Like,
Yeah.
in a few days?
Yeah.
Maybe. I had like some sponsorship thing I need to do, but we can play after that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna pencil it in.
Pencil it in. Let's fucking go.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm penciling it
Seems
in.
exciting.
Okay. I'll just pencil it in for Sunday. Hopefully we'll be back Sunday, okay? Because I'm going to be traveling next week, but okay. Otherwise, yeah, we'll be back next week saving our dear brother Anton, feeding innocent babies to very evil creatures, because that's what we do here. Okay. Yeah, anything else? Oh, wait. Do you have any questions? Two quick questions. For Koibu, why doesn't everyone just become a lycanthrope? Isn't it just permanent stone skin? Is there an interview process, or is it invite only?
Well, first off, when you're a lycanthrope, 3 nights a month, you try to murder everyone around you. So you're not usually welcome, and it kind of sucks. Some social stigma going along with it. Not exactly. Like, why don't you just be a cannibal, you know?
Based.
On top of that, it's only the true lycanthropes that actually have immunity to anything but silver or magical weapons all the time. The non-true lycanthropes probably only have that immunity during the point at which they are shape-changed. So during your normal day, walking around, you can get killed by a regular sword, but when you transform into a werewolf and you go on your murder rampage, that sword probably doesn't hurt you very much anymore. There are multiple rulings on this front. But generally speaking, you know, it's bad to be a werewolf.
Okay. Final question. Forbidden seems wonky. Can minor gateway monster summoning and short distance teleports actually work within a forbidden zone?
Well, they did, didn't they? Well, for minor gateway did.
And then
No-
why?
no
It says
comments.
why or why not, but I don't know. If, but things just do sometimes.
Wait, listen, I've got a question, okay?
Yeah,
You only
go.
give me shit about making a joke about scrying on my fictional mother having sexual relations. Yet, it's okay for you to be out here eating babies, okay?
True. That's okay. We're just gonna find the most uncomfortable solution possible for Koibu here. So we're gonna find we're gonna find a second trimester miscarriage, and we're gonna have Koibu solve for us whether or not that counts as a child or not. Okay.
Depends what state you're in.
The hardest question. So
It depends what state you're in. Good. True.
okay. All right. Well, hey, we love y'all.
Okay.
I'll be back in like 3 minutes to do some media analysis or something. So that should be fun. But otherwise, maybe we'll be back on Sunday. If we're not, blame it on Nick, I would say. So
That's probably right.
True.
Thanks, guys, for
All right.
watching.
Have
Good
fun.
to see you all again.
see you later.
All right.
Cheers.
Bye. Wow. What a... How are we doing, guys? How are we doing today? Out there in DGG land.
Here's the thing. We're a team of thieves. And when you do this, you're bound to make enemies.
What? Did you use this? I think I did. You can watch them all if you want, if you're watching them now. Yeah.
Sometimes those enemies come looking for revenge. Truth be told, we helped the wrong person steal the wrong thing. We didn't mean to unleash the greatest evil the world has ever known. But we're gonna fix it.
So how do we pull that off? Figure it out over a drink?
Probably best.
Do you think they're gonna murder Hobo everybody?
Figure it out over a drink?
Probably best. To give us a fighting chance, we're gonna need strength. You got this, right?
I know you don't.
We also need courage, magic, and you. What is that again? It's an owl bear.
Let's go!
Be warned. There is evil here.
I'm glad he's on our side.
This one's dangerous. But whatever happens, we'll be ready.
Oh my god, it's like the Balrog. Oh my god.
What is it exactly that you bring to this?
I'm a planner. I make plans.
You've already made the plan, so
If the existing plan fails, I make a new plan.
Wait, who is that actor guy? This isn't the guy from the Star Trek movies, right? This guy? Wait, how is he? Oh my god. Wait, did he get like really old? He's 42? Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like he looked so much younger like a few years ago. Maybe not.
so
I
you
don't know.
make plans that fail.
No,
He also plays the lute.
not relevant.
Chat, don't forget that Peter B was right. Live as your most authentic self as much as you can. You'll live a much happier life and your approach will surprise you. Also, Destiny is right about sleep/diet/exercise.
Obama, 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 Obama.
What are you even talking about?
Andrew, do you believe the Earth is flat or round, spherical, globe?
Round.
What's it?
You believe it's round, right? But when you walk outside, it feels like it's flat.
Brother, and I
It looks flat, it feels flat, but you believe it's round. Why do you believe the Earth is round?
because I have personal experience that would prove to me that the Earth is round.
Oh,
What a dumb. Epistemically, Tate is literally like, I know things are real because I've seen them. Unironically, but he would say that and think it's profound.
you have personal experience. What happened? Did you go up to the fucking moon? Is that how you figured it out?
Exactly. I flew up into space and I looked down on Earth and
Yeah.
I saw a big circle.
That's crazy. Okay,
down there,
you don't have to.
looked
Hey,
down
listen, you don't have to concede on that point, but I think you and I both understand the importance of scientific, the importance of empirical evidence in that one, right? Or you know,
doing all our fun.
science.
And I saw it there, and I thought,
Andrew, do you believe the Earth is flat or round, spherical?
I might watch this later tonight if we have time. We'll see. I thought Hassan hated debate. Russell debated. He'll debate anybody with more clout than him. I'm surprised he debated Andrew Tate, but apparently Tate is actually exceptionally fucking stupid. But we might watch this later.
Dude,
I don't understand this at all. I don't know what happened. I don't know why this word is even in his vocabulary.
if another one of you, 14-year-old, pasty little shit skin, dumb motherfucker, dude.
He corrected himself afterwards to shit dicks. Nice clip, Chimp, whoever did that. I don't know, yeah, this is like it's like a slur for Indians on 4chan. I have no idea why it's even like, I don't even know why that's in his vocabulary. I super don't understand.
Lad, are you dumb? Are you getting rude to man? That's what you get, fam. Push yo. Yeah, blood. Whose ends you coming to now, fam?
What?
Structure. Having a bunch of women in charge of countries is not going to make a fucking peaceful world. And the fact you believe that shows your entire mental model's fucked. Like to actually put a poll in the chat and let's see who agrees with you, who agrees with me.
Why will we?
He said it before, he's just too stupid to realize what it is.
Out of a malicious reason. I think he's saying that when I make fun of like pasty little shit skin incels, I am going to less likely to turn. I'm going to be less likely at.
Oh no. Oh no. I understand now. It just, a light bulb just exploded in my brain. I understand. He saw that slur somewhere, and I think he thinks that like shit skin just means like having acne. And it makes sense because he uses it in context of like pasty, like I understand now. What? Okay.
Take a poll in the chat. Of course, teenage boys are going to agree with your hyper-idealized manhood. Like they need to cling to that.
Okay, do you guys want me to step in on this conversation or?
Let's go.
No, we're not gonna do no 2 versus 1 bullshit. We're gonna wrap it up with Tommy, and then you guys can go at it.
No 2 versus 1 bullshit. Yeah, you mean like the Aiden Ross stream when? Anyway. When XQC was getting fucking triple teamed. All right.
I didn't want to. All right, Tommy. I'm just a messenger. Let's not hate. Let's not hate the messenger.
Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much for coming on. I hope you have a safe flight, and I hope you enjoyed your time here.
Dude, I did. Andrew, take care, brother. Hassan, I just want to say props to you, boss. I appreciate you, man, putting the word out there. Thank you, guys.
Good to talk, bro.
Have a good day.
Appreciate you coming on, Tommy. Have a good one, man.
Cheers. Thank you.
I don't think I want to start this because I'm gonna get cut off with this other call, and then I'm gonna. Well, I'll just go after it. Go over it after this. Jesus. Can somebody where's this Lord of the Rings trailer? So that I know what we're gonna be arguing about before I get triggered.
There was a time when the world was so young. There had not yet been a sunrise. But even then, there was light.
And we get Vanilla Opinions to confirm if he gets the pass.
Call to me, lands far away.
Elves have forests to protect. Dwarfs their mines. Men their fields of grain.
Dan, I've watched you since 2011 and have never given you a cent. Now I have a software engineer job. So here's some love.
We're safe.
What?
You have fought long enough, Galadriel. Put up your sword.
The enemy is still out there. The question now is where?
It is over.
You have not seen what I've seen.
I have seen my share.
You have not seen.
I don't know anything about what's happening right now. Am I supposed to am I supposed to have a big opinion about this?
What I have seen.
Is she the one that grows up to be Aragorn's obsessive elvish wife or whatever? Is it Galadriel? Did she die? I don't even remember. It's been a long time. No, okay.
Darkness will march over the face of the earth. It will be the end, not just
That's Galadriel and Elrond. Elrond is Agent Smith, right?
people,
This is her grandma.
but all peoples.
Jesus.
I am sorry, but their time has come.
Are there humans in this?
Yellow?
Why not just hit normal? Why not just say hello like a normal fucking human?
No. Hero, yellow.
Oh, we're going back to the cosplay days. Okay.
Oh, thank you for putting on the Sean. Good to have you. All right. So we are going to be discussing woke media, the new Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power, which we're all so excited for. I was just going over a few of my favorite examples of woke media with the chat first. Have either of you guys seen the new Warriors trailer from Marvel?
Yes.
You watched that? Steven, did you watch that?
Not yet. Does it have a lot of black people in it?
It does. Or they're like mixed race, non-binary. They have two twin characters that are actually called Snowflake and Safe Space. And it says that they're they, thems, and they're reclaiming the words. And Safe Space can create a force field for protecting other people's emotions. And
Holy
Snowflake.
shit. Is that to put conservatives inside anytime a non-white character shows up and they start fucking soying out, or? Sorry. I'm sorry.
That's the one. I'm
Uh-huh.
sure that's exactly what Safe
Uh-huh.
Space is doing in
Maybe.
the show.
Hello, Destiny.
All
It's
right,
me, Teffels.
It's gonna take me
Sup,
a
buddy?
boomer to get Sean up on to get both of you up on screen. I don't even know how to get my virtual cam working. So.
On OBS, there's a button that says Start Virtual Cam.
Sounds challenging.
Okay, well.
Let's see. Start virtual cam. How have your days been while I try to figure this out?
Good, good. By the way, there is a video of a guy saying that Michael Brown was going to church, spreading the word of Christ before he was killed.
I mean, he might have been. Who knows?
A video of what guy? Like just some
At his
random guy,
funeral,
or-
there's like a preacher that says that.
Listen, man, was he killed on a Saturday night? Maybe it was a long walk.
I mean, he's on video robbing a store, and that's the reason why he was stopped. It's a strong arm robbery.
Maybe he needs something to tithe for Jesus, and he didn't have anything to donate.
Sensible.
That one.
You know the one parable of the rich guy that donates a ton of money, and then there's the poor woman that goes afterwards, and she donates the 2 pence that she stole from the gas station the night before? If you read your Bible, maybe you'd know that one.
Alas, I'm an atheist, darn.
Awful. Ooh, I think I've got you both set up properly. This is exciting. Oh, yeah, Steven, have you watched the Lord of the Rings trailer?
Yeah, I'm 1 minute and 46 seconds through it. I had 40 more
Oh,
seconds to
well,
watch.
You're gonna lose this debate. Haven't even seen the whole thing. It's like a 2-minute, 30-second video.
You know, I thought I'd just go full Xanderhall on this one and just try to do it, you know,
Yeah.
without knowing any of the material, but...
Okay, so Sean, you just did a review of it. What are your initial thoughts?
I think it's going to be great in every way, and I'm very excited for it. And I think the key word is, like, I'm excited for the diversity and, like, this new look of the diversity that I'm excied for.
Our girl Galadriel. So
My
much
girl
diversity.
Galadriel, I love that
Oh, okay.
clip so much.
Here's my thoughts. Like from the actual trailer, I don't think you can like. There's some cheesy lines in there. I watched your review of it, Sean. Like there's a few cheesy lines. The animation is more leaning towards the Hobbit animation than like the original, you know, Peter Jackson films and everything. But I feel like you actually can't take too much of the politics from the trailer. It had mass dislikes. I think the mass dislikes mostly came from, you know, the Vanity Fair article, the people who have already watched the show and did the public reviews, all of those, they got all these like millennial influencers or whatever to do a panel talking about how they loved the show because of so much diversity. So I feel like the trailer itself doesn't really give you an in to what the woke side of the show is going to be, but it's been the outside commentary more so. Yet people freaking hated the trailer. Holy. It's like massively ratioed.
Yes, it's also but the trailer's also very generic, and you are doing like a unnecessary prequel that nobody asked for. So, and you know, it is Amazon, so there are other reasons to hate the trailer. It's not just every interview seems to not be about the show and seems to be about the diversity. And like, look, we actually cast a black person. Give us a medal.
Steven, thoughts?
I'm trying not to soy out right now.
Soy out. Fully soy out.
There's nothing wrong with making a piece of media woke. A piece of media can be bad for a variety of reasons, but it's not just because it's woke. It'll usually be because there's shitty writing, or something is ham-fisted, or for the millions of reasons why a thing can be bad. But I don't know why there's like the hyper-fixation on, it's woke, so it must be bad, especially when you haven't even seen it yet. That just seems really bizarre to me.
Okay, no, yeah, well, I'm trying to say that it's been the commentary from the people who have already watched it that have come out and said, like, their main analysis of the movie was that they liked the diversity.
Sure, but like, people like movies for a lot of different reasons. Like,
some people like the movie because of the diversity in it.
Lauren, believe it or not, plenty of people like movies for. There's a lot of people that like the Matrix movies because it had good action scenes, and they think 2 and 3 are better than the Matrix 1. People like movies for all sorts of reasons. There are going to be people that like movies for what I think are totally stupid reasons, but if you watch the movie and you like it for your own reasons, then you like it. Why fixate on somebody else? Like, I love this movie because it had 6 non-binary characters. Like, okay, if you like the movie for that, that's fine. If it's a shit movie, it's shit movie. If it's good, it's good.
The reason people are upset with that being the main review from people who have watched it so far is because most Tolkien fans and most people who are into Lord of the Rings and actually like really, dedicated to this series, what they're going to find important is actually reflecting the world that Tolkien wanted to portray. They're going to find the writing important. They're going to find the storyline important. They're, having a bunch of people review it, that you don't want to have movie reviewers going in with those stupid opinions where it's like, I really liked Black Panther because there were a lot of black people in it. Like, that's retarded.
It's the only thing more retarded than that is thinking that somebody has to like a piece of media for a particular reason.
No,
people can like things for hold on.
I'm not saying someone has to like it for a particular reason. I'm saying that there is a general,
because right now reviewers are ultra incentivized to write these types of reviews. But again, like, somebody can write it. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if somebody's like, I really liked The Wire because that was a really diverse show. I think that'd be a really stupid reason to like The Wire. That doesn't make The Wire any worse, though. And then
but you don't put those reviews on the forefront.
Is The Wire really diverse? It just has a bunch of black and white people. That's it.
Sure, well, it depends on what you want to consider diversity. But I mean, like,
why would you put those stupid reviews on the forefront, though, if you're acknowledging that people like movies for stupid reasons?
Because culturally, that's not a reason right now. If we wanted to attack the culture of liking things because of wokeness, I think that's a fine thing to do. But attacking the media itself, especially when we haven't even seen it, just seems like, why?
Yeah, but a lot of times, like, what wokeness ends up being is stuff that ends up crippling the characters that are featured in these works. So the way that female characters are written right now is ridiculous. Like, they have like an anti-character arc. Like, a typical character arc is there's like an inciting incident, you find a flaw, you change the flaw, and like through the arc of, they call this like a character arc. Like, the character changes and grows. Like, there's like an anti-character arc for a lot of female characters where it's like, oh, all I have to do is discover that I'm awesome all along.
Yeah, but you're falling into like the reverse bigotry of low expectations trap, where if a black guy or woman gets fucked in life somehow, it's not because they made a mistake. It's because of the system. Because I'm black, somebody was racist against me. Because I'm a woman, someone is sexist against me. But so we will rightfully make fun of people like that. But then you'll turn around and you'll look at media, and then you'll make the same arguments. Was it a shitty movie? Yeah. Did it have a shitty character arc? Yes. But no, it didn't have a shitty character arc because the writing was shitty. It had a shitty character arc because it was a woman. For every one movie,
that's not what he's saying.
Hold on. I gotta be able to finish my fucking statement before you swear the fuck out. Okay. What I'm telling you is that for every one movie with a horrendously written woman character, you can find a million movies with horrendously written male characters. There have been some exceptionally bad female movies lately, but because you guys are like jacked into every single The Quartering vid and you can see every single bad female movie that comes out, you ignore the plethora of dog shit movies that have male characters. Sometimes the writing is shitty. I admit that, of course. But to like be like, well, the only possible reason the writing could have possibly been bad because it was woke, it would have been a shitty movie anyway if it was a male character, right? Like
that's not what he's saying.
No, but you're missing the point, because I'm talking about they're intentionally writing these characters this way, and it just makes them uninteresting. For instance, I took a course on black female representation in film when I was in college, and what they do in that course is they list out a bunch of different stereotypes. There's about 6 of them that black women are portrayed as on the screen, and for a while you're like, oh, it makes sense. The Jezebel, it's a prostitute character. That's a negative depiction of a black woman. You probably shouldn't have it on there. And then they go to the other one, the mammy, overweight woman that serves everybody. You're like, okay, maybe that's a little dated. It needs to get out of here. But then they're like, oh, well, the superwoman, the woman who takes care of her family, that's a stereotype. And they're like, oh yeah, and also the villain, like the black villain that's in all those Tyler Perry movies, you know, the scheming woman. And then like you run down the list and you realize that they basically wrote out in these like critiques of all these movies every single possible character trait, because in a movie you only have a couple of hours and you need to do some distinct things to establish character and characterization. So as a result, if you're reacting to this and not trying to portray even a portion of any of these stereotypes, you end up with a flat, uninteresting character that's just kind of meh. They're like cardboard. So it's an intentional response to what is being produced in academia that these writers are reacting to, and that's what we're complaining about. Like, I'm fine with female characters that are interesting, but they have to be characters first rather than female first, or female empowerment messages first.
And I agree with that to some extent. It's just silly to blame, like, anytime there's a bad movie. Like, if the Star Wars prequels would have been about Anakin, but Anakin was a woman, I feel like you guys would have blamed the flatness and ridiculousness of that character on the fact that it was a woman. Because Anakin in the prequels was about as stupid and ridiculous, in my opinion, as Rey in the sequels. Now, Rey, we can call a Mary Sue. It seems like they're scared to show her fail, sure. But I mean, like, look at Anakin in the prequels. Master droid configurer, master pod racer with no challenge, master Jedi that cuts off people's master, like everything. And it's like, okay, wait, what the fuck? There is no character arc to Anakin in the fucking prequels. But I mean, we won't blame that on wokeness. We'll just say, like, that was like really shittily written. That's my only issue is when people jump to. Do you see how you have an excuse ready, right?
No, George Lucas sucks. No, I agree with you. Anakin sucks.
But I'm saying that if it would have been a woman, we would be talking right now about how Mary Sue ruined the prequels as well, right?
Well, I mean, maybe if it came out today with like all this increase of internet criticism and all that, and maybe if you actually had like a legitimately good team behind the movie and not George Lucas writing his first draft on what appears to be a legal pad. But yeah, those movies, I'm not a fan of Anakin. They made him actually Jesus in those movies, so that kind of explains it. I know somebody's going to put that in the chat. That's really stupid, though, and I hate Anakin from the prequels, and I hate the prequels, and anybody who supports them to go after the sequels, remember, it's all owned by Disney, and you guys are dumb for falling for that trap.
I also want to make the point here, like, there is bad writing, and then there's bad writing produced by wokeness. And typically when we're going to talk about bad writing produced by wokeness, we're not going to talk about, like, the male character being made to be this ridiculous, you know, character that has every superpower possible, is indestructible, right? The bad writing created by wokeness is typically going to focus on, you know, bad writing of minority characters, bad writing of women. So that's why we're specifically talking about what causes. So, like, Anakin, yeah, that bad writing there, right? But...
I guess like there are
going to be the female and minority characters that are going to be badly written too.
Yeah, I guess there are some times where we can say there's bad writing due to wokeness, and we can like source that from the media and say this is probably bad writing due to wokeness. But it feels like sometimes it's really hard because it feels like every single bad movie that is a black person or a woman is instantly blamed as like for wokeness. Whereas like I feel like there are some forms of media where it's like this, like Captain Marvel, for instance. I watched that movie. I thought it was a dog shit movie and I hated the main character. But I don't know if I could give you arguments from within that movie where it's like, oh, it's because they were woke. It seems like it was just a really flat, shitty movie. I don't know if it was because it was a woke movie or... Yeah.
No.
But your villain in that movie...
I know what you're saying. Sorry, I know what you're saying, but when I don't think it's like people just instantly blaming wokeness. What they look at is what the actual creators are saying. So, like, the creators of Rings of Power have come out and been clear, like, we want to rewrite Tolkien's universe to be more representative of our diversity today, right? They'll look at what actors and actresses say about the filming, and they'll say, this is a movie that really feels like it's empowering feminism. So they'll look at the people that created it, deliberately saying, actually, yeah, the writing that you didn't like in this is a result of us having woke ideology. And in a lot of cases, you can, and certainly in the Rings of Power, you can point to this being the case.
But then it depends on, like, we in order to know that, we have to look in the universe and figure out, like, what's going on. Like, a really good example of this is George R.R. Martin is an insane feminist. But nobody ever complains about I haven't seen anybody complain about Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones has excellent female writing.
Sure,
Yeah.
but nobody
written
complains about Game of
female
Thrones being
characters ever.
ruined by wokeness, ever. But George R.R. Martin is an insanely woke feminist individual. He is.
But did he write through that lens?
Yes, he did. That's why so many female characters in Game of Thrones are unbelievably overpowered. Cersei is, Daenerys is, Brienne of Tarth is. He did write through that lens.
No, none of them are. None of them are. Have you read the books, or are you just going off like a caricature of like the TV show characters?
Going by a guy that reads and does all this analysis on his channel and fucking talk to me about
so
this.
George R.R. Martin like loves the Brienne of Tarth, Arya Stark character. That is 100% true. Like the woman that kind of wants to be a boy and break gender norms and all that. However, there's a bunch of different styled female characters throughout his works because he understands that when you make every woman that character, the story sucks. Like Sansa in the books is learning to be a player in the Game of Thrones, but on an intellectual level. Cersei is an absolute mad woman. She's terrible at math, but she is a strategist, and she's actually more insane in the books than in the actual show. But
all I'm saying is that if you look at Game of Thrones, you compare that to any other like fantasy time period media. And I haven't watched too many, so I could be wrong, but Game of Thrones has way more representation of women. In almost every arc, there's the Theon's sister,
Asha.
What?
Asha in the books, Yara in the show.
Yara in the show. Yeah, in all of the North there are women. The girl that goes with Bran and the Hodor or whatever, like is it
Mira?
Like there are like women in every single part of that show that are incredibly important characters. Whereas in traditional fantasy, women aren't really there as much. Like in Lord of the Rings, there's a few elves and like who the fuck cares?
Yeah, but that's his own story though, like that he wrote specifically that
yeah,
way.
Sure.
So
I'm just saying that's what I'm trying to get you off of is like something being woke doesn't necessarily make it bad. There can be bad writing that is woke, though. George R.R. Martin is woke, but he writes it really well. That's all I'm saying.
I'll give you an example of something that kind of correlates with wokeness, and I have a problem with it, and that is character development through trauma instead of like it's like, oh, this traumatic thing happened to this character, therefore that's a substitute for character development. So that's something that you see in a lot of these like feminist works because you don't want to actually have character growth or character development, so you just have something bad happen to them. And in Game of Thrones season 5, one of the hugest complaints that the book readers ended up having was that they put Sansa with Ramsay and then she gets raped for no reason, and then they try to like justify it by the end of the show, and it's like, well, you changed a well thought out character arc that may have been like too smart for you guys to adapt into a basic character growth by trauma. Like Ramsay rapes her and all of a sudden she's the smartest girl in the whole world.
Okay, firstly, that's not how the show went at all, number one, okay? But number two, maybe it's different in the books, but number two, this is the story of almost every single male character, right? Like look at Spider-Man. in almost every single beginning Spider-Man, where does his big growth come from? It comes from the death of Uncle Ben, right?
That's an inciting incident. That's not the impetus for the arc.
I think, can I make an important clarification here? We're having some people in the chat saying we need a definition of woke, and I actually think this could, help the conversation, because I see you talking about, George R.R. Martin is a feminist, and he's writing these women characters really well. He's writing these complex people. I think that there is a difference between, I don't think I'd call George R.R. Martin woke, because when I think of the word woke, I think of a very superficial progressivism. I think of we just want to hit these, targets, A, B, C. We got a woman there. We got a black person there. We got, the empowerment, diversity arc. And then there are people who are like genuinely progressives, who genuinely have thought out their ideas and perspectives on the world and how to empower women, how to empower minorities. And I would put George R.R. Martin more in that category, where this is like genuine, deep-seated politics that he's well thought out, even if you don't agree with it. And then I'd say the woke stuff, which is this very superficial Hollywood, we just want to, add a few token characters. That's very different from someone like who's deeply seated in their political views. Would you agree with that, Stephen?
I mean, go ahead. I was gonna say it just sounds like shitty writing.
Well, there is an example of so-called like wokeness taking over Game of Thrones, and it has to do specifically with the Dorne arc, where for some reason they wanted to have this big moment where the Alaria Sand is like, weak men will never rule Dorne, and then she like honors Oberyn, who said don't kill children, by killing a child and then killing his whole family. And a lot of people thought that the reason, first of all, that makes no sense. Like George R. R. Martin actually has Dorne as like the most quote unquote progressive of the Seven Kingdoms. Women have equal inheritance and all that. And like it clearly is indicating in the story that that's the way forward. But in order to, it's like they got the cliff notes that Dorne was feminist, I guess. So they just decided to express that by having random like women characters kill off all the men who are all weak. And like, you know, the whole idea with Doran Martell is that he presents himself as weak, but he actually has a master plan. So it's usually like the lifting up of female or minority characters without sufficient justification in the story.
Why couldn't it? Okay, let me try this. I learned strategies. Okay. How could you tell the difference between okay, wait, let's back up. Okay. You guys all feel like wokeness is destroying a lot of contemporary media. How strongly do you feel about that on a scale from 1 to 10? How strong is this feeling? Are you like a 10? Are you like a 4 or 5? Where are you at on that? I care for both of you.
So I would be at more of a 5, because I also hate, and maybe equally, if not more so, the constant reboots and all that. So
which are valid complaints too. Sure. Lorenz, where are you at?
Yeah, I'd say about a 5 too. I think there is good art that is successful, and
you guys are both 5 on Twitter. You motherfuckers are not 5s, but okay. Well, okay, hold on.
I think there is a sect of media that is being taken over by that, and it tends to be the Hollywood, really sanitized media that are like the repeated reboots, and they're just trying to go with the virtue signaling. And then there is art that genuinely has come out and you know, it's shined through just because of it. People just love it, and it's just freaking well done, right?
Okay.
So there's a mix of both. You know, there is still art that's genuinely well done that succeeds in this environment.
I can give an example of both, like where diversity enhances a movie and where it makes it worse. So like the first one, since you brought up Spider-Man, you've seen Spider-Man Homecoming, right?
Maybe. I honestly got to mix them all up. But go ahead.
It's the first one with Michael Keaton as the Vulture.
Just talk about it.
Oh, well, spoiler alert. There's a reveal in the movie, like during when Peter's picking up his girlfriend for prom, that only works because like it helps the misdirect that there's like a diverse mismatch. Like it actually aids that scene in the movie, and it makes that setup and work better, and it actually pays off better. And everybody's seen the movie knows what I'm talking about. But by contrast, one of the things that I've been getting into lately, because somebody found a clip of me talking about Scream 5, when you're watching Scream 5 and you're aware of like the way that politics in Hollywood is going, and you realize that there's a diverse cast of all these like non-binaries and minorities and all that, and you realize that none of them can be killed, and there's only like 4 white people there, and 2 of them die, and you know that Scream has typically 2 killers, it ruins the mystery of the movie. And that's not even like fully in the writing, which it is a lot in the writing itself, but it's just in the idea that you don't want to even kill off minorities in these movies. So
okay, wait, but hold on. Isn't that a bit ironic when Scream 1 was written as a parody for the predictability of horror movies, right? So there was never that much of a mystery in horror movies, right? You always knew. You guys are aware where Scream 1 comes from, right? The Scream 1 is a dissection of the formula of a horror movie. And there were a lot of tropes for horror movies, like the main character is a virgin, she never fucks the guy that she wants to, she never gets killed. There are all of these like tropes that Scream 1 like I think even in the dialogue in the movie they explicitly say.
Yes.
Yeah. So like even before wokeism, there were like ultra rigid tropes for movies, right? Horror movie opens, 2 teens are fucking around, either Jason or Freddy Krueger's going to come out and kill both of them. We always know this is going to be the case or whatever. So it again, I'm not trying to say that like there are all sorts of different types of tropes, like Rambo, Rocky, right? Nobody is going into Rocky 3 or 4. Which one was against the Russian?
Oh, that's like Rocky 4.
Five. Was it
or
4? It might be 4 or
I don't
5.
know.
Nobody's going into that movie when it was made thinking that Rocky is going to fucking lose, right? There's no fucking way we're losing to the Soviet Union at that point in time, right? It's not going to happen. But like, you still watch it, and there are still tropes around like why people do it. I don't think the fact that it was like American patriotism ruined that movie. It was just like the lens through which it was written.
Well, there's
right?
there's a difference between story structure and what you call it and what we're talking about. But also, to your point about Scream, Drew Barrymore's originally casted as Neve Campbell's role, Sydney, and she decided after reading the script that she was going to be the first person to die, because the whole point of the movie series is that anybody can die. And typically the Scream movies are about horror movies. However, the motivation behind Scream 5 is that the killers didn't like the 8th installment of the Stab series, which was directed by Rian Johnson. Try to figure out that motivation and what that's an analogy for.
Okay, I'm going to be honest. I never watched Scream 5. That was way too many Screams deep for me. But
You are such a dork, Sean, and I really respect it.
But my point is like the reason the killers are killing in this movie that's devoted to horror lore is because they didn't like Star Wars Episode 8: The Last Jedi.
Because that was the one that Rian Johnson directed?
That's horrible.
Is it? I don't know. I didn't watch that particular movie, so I can't evaluate it.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
I want to give some examples of like movies that could be considered woke, or TV shows that could be considered woke, that I actually think are pretty good and well done. And I'd be curious. I'd have to look into it to see what the motivations of the writers and what they were saying. But like, I think of the show Euphoria. Very woke, like, you know, you got the transgender character, you got all the different, it's just about sex, drugs, and diversity, whatever. But the writing is really well done. It's really complex. I remember there's one scene in the show where, it's a completely degenerate show, by the way. If I have any good Christian conservative families watching, don't take my recommendation to watch.
Don't worry, this show comes highly recommended from Fuentes' camp, apparently.
Yeah. But there's like this scene where there's like this like messy sexual encounter, and the girl feels like it's like been borderline like rape scene, and then they do this cut where they talk about how the guy didn't even know what he was doing was crossing a line, because he had watched so much messed up porn in his life that told him, you know, choking girls is what they want, that's what they're into. And I've like never seen a show that would be considered like woke media try to rationalize a man being super aggressive in a sexual scenario. Yet Euphoria did that. I was like, wow, that's a more complex analysis of the world than the woke virtue signaling that we're talking about that just gets plastered on some shows where it's like, let's throw a black person in there, let's make the woman a Mary Sue or whatever. So there are shows that can have woke themes that look at them with more complex lenses. Everything Everywhere All at Once. I know you really like that movie, Steven.
Wait, which?
That was really good. They had Everything Everywhere All at Once. If you guys haven't seen it, it's fantastic. They've got like a 50-year-old Asian mom who works at a laundromat who becomes a kung fu star, and her daughter's a lesbian, and somehow they ensured that the plot wasn't really about the fact that she was a woman. They ensured the plot wasn't about the fact that her daughter was a lesbian. It was about these deeper themes of family relation, and it just so happened that there were a lesbian couple in it. Just so happened that the hero was a mom, and it wasn't like the focus of the film. Or maybe you'd be able to find, I don't know, I'd have to see like what the writers were saying about it, but I haven't seen anything that was like, this film was made for the sole purpose of like normalizing LGBTQIA people in movies or something like that. Yeah.
I think there are movies that can be made shitty for that can be made shitty for good reasons or bad reasons, or they can end up good or bad. Like the Rambo movies, well, not Rambo 1 maybe, but like Rambo 2 and onwards are like pretty big, like go America, like fucking kill everybody and everything, and it's just like a hyper nationalistic, but they're fun movies, you can enjoy them. But like I wouldn't criticize those movies and say like, wow, these are like really pro-America, because like sure, like you would just evaluate the film itself, no? That's
sometimes if a message is so over the top, then yeah, you would criticize it if it's too ham-fisted. I've heard that all the time. Like even before, no matter what the message is, like if a message is like so obvious that it's not interesting, it's not interwoven in the story, then yeah, you would criticize that.
Like that Marvel New Warriors naming their characters safe
Sure, that's okay.
space
This is an
and
extraordinary example,
Snowflake.
obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like an actual Marvel show, though. They or they put a lot of effort into this. This isn't like some obscure YouTube channel. This is on the official Marvel Entertainment channel with millions of views, talking about characters named Snowflake and Safe Space that are they, them, and non-binary, and are bringing grandma cookies and Nobel Peace Prizes while volunteering at the old folks' home. The most uninteresting characters ever written, and that's a phenomenon that is happening. I don't know if it's going to die out because it's showing to be wildly unpopular, but it is real. It's not made up, and it's not just like picking fringe examples from Twitter.
Well, I'm saying that is the most like hardcore example where they literally have a character named Safe Space and Snowflake, right?
I'm using it to show that this isn't just, it's not just a conservative, boogeyman that's been made up, right?
Well, no, I'm not.
It's very obvious to be pointed out in some cases.
Sure. So this is the feeling that I have. It feels like you will point to something like that we all agree is a little bit cringe on the outside. Maybe it was written well, though. I haven't watched it, so it's hard for me to say. But then you'll take that and you'll go, that's why the new Lord of the Rings is bad, even though we haven't even seen it.
No, we're saying that because the creators and the people who are watching it are saying the same things. They're saying, we made this show deliberately kind of separate from what Tolkien, the time he wrote it to be in. We're making it to apply to today's standards and our values.
Yeah, but we don't necessarily know if that's bad yet.
The people who have watched it coming out and saying their favorite parts of it are the diversity. We don't know yet, but the hints people are being given from both the creators and the people reviewing it are that it is leaning towards this ludicrous.
We don't know if it's ludicrous because it might do it all really well.
You just admitted that New Warriors is ludicrous, so I'm saying.
No, hold on. I didn't even say that. I said it sounds ludicrous because I haven't watched it yet.
Okay, all right.
But I'm saying we don't like. Go ahead. Yeah.
Well, from the outset for the Lord of the Rings show, like when Bezos was talking about acquiring the rights, he was like, "We're gonna make this into the next Lord of the Rings." Like he wanted a modern. Which is ridiculous because Lord of the Rings is kind of Game of Thrones is kind of a response to Lord of the Rings. So he is that is the goal of the show, which is to change up the lore in order to make it fit modern standards. Like everybody is telling you that at every stage of this production, who they're bringing as their target demographic for their little goofy fan video is telling what they're reacting to in terms of the series.
Yeah,
so
so let's get more specific because we keep using this term, change the lore to fit modern standards. Okay, so here's a question. If they have like a couple of black characters, would we consider that bad or no?
It's a bit confusing unless they've got like an explanation. Okay, this is something, so like Bridgerton, for example. Have you seen the show Bridgerton?
No, but I feel like I've heard you bring this up on stream before.
Yeah, okay. I actually think it's like really well done, and it's interesting how they do it because they've got like this old English society with all of these different races, and no one really acknowledges race. Like racism doesn't exist in it, and everyone's like intermarrying and everything, and they don't seem to care. But I watch it, and maybe it's just because I'm autistic, I have no idea, but I'm like, this is so confusing. How are there all of these different ethnic groups that are like, this is the Indian family, this is the black family, this is the white family, and they have no notion of racism, no notion of keeping each other apart, and yet they're all making mixed race babies, but there's still all of these like distinct cultural and ethnic groups. Why isn't it just like beige future? Like
True.
How did this society come about? None of this makes sense to me.
True. Let's turn the car around and go back and let's try this again. Is it that bad if there are like a few, or not that bad? Is it acceptable or okay if a few of the characters are just black? Is that okay, or is that?
Well, if it makes sense, if it's like
okay, what does it mean to make sense to be black?
Like, why would there just randomly be like 4 black elves born from a bunch of white elves?
Okay,
like,
what if they have like, okay, so in humans there are lots of different colored people. Okay, black, brown, yellow, red, whatever, white. Okay, there's tons of different shades, all the colors of the rainbow almost. Okay, so in Lord of the Rings, would it destroy the world to be bad if they also had like different colored people, or do they all have to be white?
Sure, but did they like come from another continent? Like what?
Loren, I don't know if they write out the genetic fucking lineage of every single race of fucking person, but I don't think you usually ask for that justification when you're watching a show like The Wire and you're like, I need to see the lineage of fucking Omar, okay?
Yeah, but when Tolkien is so like into his lore of where
Tolkien's not writing this, is he?
But you're dead.
Wait, I thought Tolkien was dead. Let me check out. Maybe I could be wrong. Okay.
He is dead.
Okay, so he's not writing this, so we're not talking about Tolkien's writing, right?
Yeah, but
we're talking about an adaptation.
Sure. So there's an adaptation.
An adaptation that is allegedly a prequel to the movies.
Okay.
So was there like Black Elf genocide throughout the course of this series? I don't understand.
Let's take another step back. Is it okay when you adapt another type of work that you modernize it in some ways, or you change some things up, like the races of or sex of character? Stop saying if it makes sense, Loren. People aren't black or female in the real world for reasons. They just are.
What do you mean? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. You don't just have a random black baby born to a white family unless, like, that wife's making up some stories.
Okay,
you know?
let's take one more step back. Is it okay if when someone is adapting media that they create the reasons necessary to change some things in world to make it a bit more of a modern adaptation? Is that an acceptable
If you're willing
thing?
to bastardize the original author's work and you think the audience will be okay with that, sure, but they're clearly
So
not.
do you think that all forms of adapting or anything or changing anything are bastardizing somebody's work? You just can't, that's off limits too. You can never do that.
I didn't say it was off limits. I said if you're okay with that.
No,
can
you
do
said,
it,
are
but
you
the
okay with
audience aren't necessarily
bastardizing
gonna
it?
like it?
Bastardizing has a very negative connotation. Is it always negative when you adapt somebody's work to make it a bit more modern?
No, it's not always negative.
Okay,
No.
thank you. Sean, what were you going to say?
I was gonna say, no, you can make changes, but like if you're gonna say that this is in line with the movies, then the changes should make sense. And by the way, in Tolkien's universe, there are minority populations like that you could tell stories about. It's like unexplored areas of Tolkien's work.
Sure.
So
That's
like if they were to do it within the confines of the lore that they're adapting, then I would be like, all right, whatever, I don't care.
Sure, we're not
like,
talking
in reality, if they do it with men, like I don't care. But like the elves are very much like they're literally so white they're glowing.
Do you think it is essential to the character of an elf to be white? They have to be. Does it actually like break the concept of elves if some of them are non-white?
Well, if somebody has it in the chat that if they changed all the elves to black, then that would make more
Not
sense.
all
than
of them.
like,
Maybe
having
they
three.
just have a few. Like some of them have different length ears. I think some of them. Do they have different eye colors?
You know, this is especially, important when you consider how the elves treat like elf and non-elf relationships.
Do you think that?
Like,
hold
you
on.
stay
I just
within
want to
the
make
group.
the comparison. So for humans, like different colored people, that's the same as different like species of animals. Is that? I'm just trying to see what is this?
I mean,
am
I
I
don't-
talking
I
to
don't
2016, Lauren, or 2020?
I don't live for like elves live for thousands upon thousands of years and don't have children that often. So the idea that they're gonna have like all this genetic diversity is a little bit questionable. So
But
if you're gonna change
They don't
all
need.
the elves,
They don't need.
I think
Okay.
I think you can make them Korean.
Let's back up one more second, okay? I'm just asking: is whiteness an essential characteristic of an elf? Could they not just be different colors? Like the first elves were made, some were black, some were white, and then somewhere down the line, even if they don't have a lot of children, they have a few, and some of them are different. Does this like break? Like we're trying to think like, oh God, like Legolas's character just doesn't work if he's black, like or like this character just doesn't like. Does that? Because in some media that would make sense. Like in The Wire, for instance, race is really important to those characters. Some of them probably need to be white, some of them probably need to be black. So in some media it makes sense. In Lord of the Rings, do they need to be white? Do they have to be white?
You could have a bunch of black elves, but it's still like it doesn't make sense if you're just throwing like 4 in there and there's no explanation of their background. One super chatter just said, I really want to tell Destiny if you can plausibly justify a change and keep the lore internally consistent, including the change, it's fine. If you can't, then it's not fine.
Okay, let's take a little bit more of a big boy approach to media and art, okay? This is the argument that I would make. Now, shoot me down if you want, okay? So what I would say is there are probably some essential parts of a character, right? So if we think of Batman, he probably needed his parents to die. He probably needs to be really rich. He probably needs to be raised as like a quasi-orphan, right? With Alfred. If we think of Spider-Man, he probably needs to have the Uncle Ben moment who dies because of something he did. He probably needs to live in a big city. Spider-Man can't really swing around if he lives in fucking Iowa, right? These are like essential parts of a character. And so I'm trying to think of, for elves in Lord of the Rings, do they need to be white? Is that an essential part of what it means to be an elf? In some shows, the race is essential. I'm asking you, Lord of the
Like
Rings.
I feel like you're missing the point.
I'm just trying to get an answer.
On,
I just need an answer. Is it an
on, like, the
essential
most
part of being an
on the
elf?
most superficial level to answer your question, no, they don't need to be. But the point is that if you're gonna have like 3 random black elves, like it's not really consistent.
Okay.
So
we have this. So they don't need to be white. But now you guys say correctly, okay, having only 2 or 3 black elves might be a bit strange. Yeah?
A bit odd.
What if
Something interesting going on?
What
there
if when
in
they
the-
threw the elves out, or not threw them out, but they put the elves on screen, maybe they just have all the normal like colors that like humans have? Would that destroy the concept of the elves? If some were black, some were white, and some were mixed?
So did like a racial holy war happen between the elves between then and like the original Lord of the Rings movies?
No, sometimes things change as they're written. Kind of like how Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2 don't really make that much sense if you've played through all of Metal Gear Solid 5 and Peace Walker and everything else. Because stories
We're
change
saying
as
we
time.
like things to make sense.
They make perfect sense. What are you talking about? Fulton recovery system is just like you could just pick up people and they'll join your military.
What if we threw like 2 white people in Wakanda and pretended they were just all related?
Well, why do you think that wouldn't work, Loren? Tell me. What do you think? Take a guess.
I don't know, because it's a bunch of black people who live there, and it would be really weird if there were 2 white people randomly that were related to them.
So wait, go one step further. Wait, you're so close. I want to hear you go one step further. Why is it important what the race of the people are in Wakanda?
It's a black ethno-state, I guess.
Almost. Them being black and in Africa and like fighting against the outer world of colonialism is like actually a pretty integral part of what Wakanda is. They are almost by definition an ethno-state. Remember, that's the big deal when the Bose Chadwick or whatever the fuck, when he goes back and he wants to bring in the outside world and like we want to maintain our purity. They don't say racial purity, I don't think, but that's kind of what they're
ethno-state too. Their whole lore is like we want to lock ourselves in, don't let anyone in, don't race mix with anyone. Like that is their lore.
But the elves aren't talking about black and white elves. They're just talking
about anyone that isn't them.
Yeah, they're talking about elves and humans. I'm not talking about making black humans breeding with white elves.
Elves are like all related.
Black people and white people can be related too. You can have, what do you call them?
But you're
Octogarians or whatever.
having.
All right, you can have like types of like 1/8 black and white and shit.
Some Octoroon elves. For
Yeah, sure, it could, sure, maybe, yeah. Can't you have like all the different types of people and the mixed people and all that shit?
Where did they come from?
What?
Where did they come from? Like what? Why did they develop so genetically different from the other elves that they have?
Why did humans develop so genetically different?
Because we came from different continents and areas, and then we came together later. So did these black elves come from a different continent on Middle Earth? And then
I don't know.
Somehow, yeah, like Sean
Not
said,
only-
there was like a racial war
not
between
only-
the elves that
not
led
o-
to them meeting. Like,
Not only do I not know where these elves came from, I'm willing to bet that 95% of people that watch the movies don't know where the fucking elves came from either.
Wait, I got an
especially
idea.
don't know because it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't matter. It's not important that they're different races.
It is!
Okay. Okay.
You know what, chat? I am soying out.
You are.
That's right.
I don't know how to progress. I don't know
soying
where to
out.
go. I'm telling you that you're just wrong. But I don't know how to go farther in the conversation. I've ran out of conversational techniques.
Well, all right, how about this? If the elves all live in like this area, we'll call it Elfland, and it's a relatively small area comparatively, and they're all hanging out together. Where does all this genetic diversity come from?
Who knows, man?
Or are you making the case that they were super diverse, but the white genes that we see in like the later movies are the dominant genes, and essentially
maybe it's like
over
brown
time-
eyes and blue eyes, and over time, like because the blue eyes are recessive or something,
but like the opposite.
Yeah, all the black eyes and black people disappear. Who knows?
So
It's
you-
a
so you're
Thermian
saying
argument.
that
You can make whatever you want out of it. I'm just saying that like there is no. What I'm looking for is there are times when you can make things more diverse, and it could come at a cost to the integrity or the properties of the things that you're diversifying. That is possible, right? If we watch The Wire, it doesn't work if there's a bunch of random like Asians and indigenous people in the fucking hood of Baltimore. Now it's kind of like, what the fuck is going on? But when there's like a fantasy world, I don't think having some black or brown elves destroys the essential properties of what it means to be an elf. We can run down like the autistic interrogation of like, well, what are the birth lines? I need to see the genealogy. But we would never make that same ask or demand. You don't, because you don't even know where the fucking elves come from. You're more invested than anyone else in this conversation about it, because you haven't read any of the fucking books. Have you?
Excuse me, I have read all the books.
Oh, well, then where do the elves come from?
Fuck, I can't remember.
Exactly. So shut the fuck up. That's even worse.
Right.
You should have just said you haven't read them, okay? But listen, all I'm saying is that it's not that important if elves are different colors, right? It just doesn't seem to be like an important thing.
Okay,
now, if an elf
me
came
ask
and they were
you-
like, I know how to
wait.
fly airplanes. Okay, well now this is like breaking my. Do elves come from the future? Now it would actually break it. Now it's weird. That's all I'm saying.
Wait. Okay, let me ask you: do there need to be black elves, or could it just be white elves?
They don't need to be anything. They could be
Okay.
all fucking Asian or
Do you
some
think-
shit. They
do
could
you
get the
think it
Wu-Tang
might
Clan to
be-
do it. I don't know.
Do you think it might just be simpler and make more sense if they just wrote an ethnic group that already existed within Tolkien's world, but wasn't, particularly prominent within the Peter Jackson movies? If they brought in a new group that had, a bit more racial diversity that made more sense. Like, I just feel like there are better ways to write this, and it doesn't have to be like some catastrophic, like, I'm not going to watch the show because that doesn't make sense. That's not the case. It's just like, it's a bit weird. It doesn't.
It's not weird. It doesn't. It shouldn't matter. Who cares?
No, Steven,
elves aren't elves aren't men, so it's weird that they would have all these same similarities as men.
Isn't
Like,
it
if you
weird
wanted
that
to-
all these creatures, like orcs and elves and all these shit, also have 2 legs and 2 arms? Should some of them be like fucking spiders? Like,
There are spiders.
There are spiders.
Robin.
I mean, should elves have like
Good
8
one.
legs?
Good one, Steven.
I know there are fucking spiders. Should elves have 4 legs to set them different from humans? I don't know. Like, Jesus Christ.
they're
It's a
elves,
goddamn
but if it was
fantasy
like-
world.
If it was like that half man, half horse thing, then it should have 4 legs.
Yeah, why don't we just have the Easterlings, a more prominent group,
So
Who's driving? Who's driving right now? Go ahead.
So like they're in the story, the hobbits in the Second Age, like they don't do anything in that time period. So they actually have like a subdivision of the hobbits that already exist, and like we haven't really seen them or anything. So it's not really a contradiction if you change up how their society works in comparison. Also, we already know that there's subdivisions that are very similar to hobbits because that's where Smeagol comes from. So, like, I think that would make sense if you were going to make some changes there.
Smeagol, hold on. I didn't read any of the fucking books, and I barely remember the movies, okay? I thought, isn't Smeagol like a normal hobbit, but he gets warped and corrupted by the ring?
No, they're like these river people that are very similar to a hobbit. Like, narratively, he's supposed to be like Frodo's future.
Wait, do those people all look like Smeagol?
Wait. I've got a few interesting super chats here. One person
boy.
says the elves must be white or it breaks the lore among them. The Eldar, the people of the Great Journey, they were tall, fair-skinned, and gray-eyed. And then another person says Destiny says that blackness is fundamental to Wakanda. Tolkien explicitly stated that his lore was meant to be a prehistory of England.
Okay, how much did that last super chatter donate to you?
$5 dues.
Okay, only $5. I hate to break this dude's heart, but Lord of the Rings is not actually a prehistory to England. I don't know if he's aware of that or not, so I think we're free to make some changes.
All right. Guess there's a disagreement. Let's see. I'll look it up. I'll look it up and see if there's...
You're going to look up if Lord of the Rings is a prehistory to England?
No, it is
Well,
designed
like,
to do that.
Yeah, it is designed off of different...
That is true. Like, I'll give you an example. So in the new Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon, whatever, they have like House Valerion, right? And like they're all black people. Now, in reality, they're not. They look like the Targaryens. But we've never seen that house in the original series, and in universe, they're not dragon lords. They're actually like a seafaring people. So if anybody was going to have a history of them going around the world and like meeting different people from like the Summer Isles or whatever, and having like diversity in their genetics that are distinct from other Valyrians, it would be that house. So that's a way you can work in diversity that makes like sense enough.
I don't think you.
Now,
I just don't think you need to justify that much. Like the only people are going to be you guys that
We're
are like.
talking about nerds. No, we're talking nerds.
Movies aren't made for
nerds.
No, hold on. You're dead fucking wrong.
Well, clearly they do because this movie or this TV show has gotten ratioed into oblivion by people
it's
who
gotten
do
ratioed
care
by
about
people like
this.
you that are obsessed with the soy
Okay.
woke shit. But I'm telling you,
No,
hold
you know
on.
what?
You
You know
cannot
what?
say
Wait,
you can't say
wait.
that Lord of the Rings is made for nerds. It's like the most popular fucking trilogy almost of all time. Like you can't just be like that was made specifically for nerds.
You know what?
No,
You're
it's
right.
made to have mass appeal to most of the population of the planet Earth.
Great. All right. So you know how you always say if someone really believes in something politically, they'll put money on it.
Yeah.
So you're really like you know what, this could be a really good show. I just don't know yet. I don't know if this changing the lore, changing all the characters, adding a bit of wokeness. I don't know if this is going to destroy the series. Would you be willing to put money on it this series isn't going to bomb? Because I'll put money. I think this series is going to bomb and people aren't going to like it because of the woke themes put in and the changes made.
There are so many
I don't know
problems
if you'll
with this.
put money because I think you're just arguing the progressive point because that's what you do.
There are so many problems with this. First of all, you guys have been proven wrong a million times. One of the most embarrassing fucking mottos of you guys is go woke, go broke, which is shown time and time and time and time again to be the dumbest fucking most clueless media analysis ever. So one, just by like virtue of like a 1-to-1 odds on that bet, you'd probably be wrong because going woke seems like a fucking tremendous way to make a ton of money. Number two, I don't know if the series is going to be good or bad because I don't fucking know anything about it. I haven't watched it. My opinion has not been, 50-50 good or bad. My opinion is it could be good or could be bad. I don't know. But number three, if we were to take that bet and we were to bet on whether or not it was bad because it was woke, we would never agree because you and I don't agree on what are the essential properties of like some given like fictional character. We can
watch the financial success of this. We can watch the reviews. We can see how it's there are ways of analyzing whether the show bombed or not.
The problem is that it's a streaming show, so like we're not going to get like the financial numbers, and then the reviews, the critics are likely going to be split from the audience. So like, I mean, it's kind of a pointless bet. I do agree that get woke, go broke is not like a thing that actually happens consistently. I did an entire video on how the CW's business model fell. It's not that they went woke and got broke. So, that came out this week and everybody hated it except for the smart people.
So what would be the metric by which we'd bet on it? Like, what are we going by?
I guess we'd have to look into that a bit more and analyze which points would be the best to go off of. Probably go a bit deeper into how we do that because it would be a bit challenging. We certainly couldn't go off of the official reviews from like the New York Times and all these people. It would have to be audience
I think
reviews.
those official reviews, a lot of them are actually written by the Biden-directed DOJ. They're the same people that write the cover stories for Hunter Biden.
It's actually
so we can't
George
trust those.
Soros directly writing all of those reviews.
With funding from Burisma, which is like even crazier. So the way that they actually get the reviews is I think they send a dude to like laptop repair shops and they just find the right ones with the reviews already written on them and then they just upload those straight to IMDb. They try to put them on Twitter, but then they get banned for it because of the hack materials policy. But
Absolutely.
Okay, hold on. Let's recover. Okay,
wait.
Can we? Here's something that I'm curious. Okay, can we all three find a movie, or you two? What's like a movie that you guys saw that you thought was like ruined by wokeness? I'm curious if there's one that all three of us have seen that we can talk about, or a TV show, maybe a movie or a TV show that was ruined by wokeness.
I think the best example is like the Marvel comics that have come out recently, where you have like Captain America.
Okay, hold on, Lauren. Have you read any of those comics?
No, I'm not saying I'm a huge fan of them.
No, that's not what I asked. I'm asking. But we can't.
So something that I personally enjoyed that was ruined by wokeness.
Because here's a quick example why I don't like that argument. And somebody actually brought this up the other day, and I even thought about it. There is a line from the new Batman movie that it seemed cringe, and I even remembered it as cringe in retrospect because I'd heard it so many times from you fuckers. It was the line where Catwoman says like, "We need to do something about the city. I'm tired of letting like rich white billionaires figure something out." And my mind was so politically corrupted that when I heard that, I instantly thought of like soy woke shit. But that wasn't actually the case at all. She's making fun of Bruce right in front of him because he's a rich billionaire white man, and that was the fucking joke. And I was like, "Oh yeah, that actually totally makes sense." So that's why I don't like. That's why I don't like just having like one comic panel and I'm like, oh my god, it's ruined because maybe it's not. Maybe in context, maybe it works really well.
I got an example, but it's like a thing that. Well, I mean, people are putting Ghostbusters in the chat.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ghostbusters too. That's pretty freaking obvious.
Wait, Ghostbusters 2?
All women Ghostbusters.
Okay, the fact that you call that Ghostbusters here triggers the fuck out of me, but that's okay.
No, it's not Ghostbusters 2. I said Ghostbusters like 2 as in as well. Like Ghostbusters 2 came out in like.
Do you think it was a good idea to make a feminist Ghostbusters?
Okay, hold on. Okay, so that's a great example, okay? So Paul Feig directed this movie, Ghostbusters. He has a lot of great movies, okay? Whether you know it or not, he does. Why was this a movie that you felt was ruined by wokeness? Like, what was the part of it that was like, that was woke, so it was really cringe?
Oh, because the original Ghostbusters is all about a bunch of dudes starting a business and fighting against the EPA, and this movie is about a bunch of women fighting the patriarchy, and they end up working for the government.
How was Paul Feig's Ghostbusters fighting the patriarchy?
They literally shoot the guy in the balls, and everybody in the movie that's bad is a man, including the bad fanboy.
Is all the bad guys being men, is that sufficient enough?
I mean, they quite literally fight like the Ghostbusters logo from the original movie instead of the Marshmallow Puff Man at the end, which is a knockoff, but they're also fighting against the original movie, and then they end up working for the state.
Where is like the part where it's because it's woke, it's bad? I guess, is it just like ideas of like working for or against the state? I don't know if that has to do with wokeness or
original movies about how awesome capitalism is and how much the government sucks and a bunch of dudes starting a business and leaving academia. And then this movie is about how like, oh, we got to go literally punch our original movie in the balls by the end of the movie symbolically and then work for the government like a bunch of commie losers.
Do you think that that's a fair analysis of the first movie? Was it really about like capitalism?
Yes,
and
Ghostbusters. Who's the villain of the first Ghostbusters?
It's the lady from the other dimension. I don't know that where she inhabits.
No, it's the EPA. The EPA is the villain from the first Ghostbusters.
Because the city lets the ghosts out, right? When they shut them down.
And he's trying to shut down their business because they don't have the proper regulations.
That is one analysis of the movie. Okay, can we think of any other woke movies ruined by wokeness?
Are you just gonna keep making us bring up examples?
I just want a couple. If there are so many, I just want a few. I'm just curious, so we can go through, because there's a lot of ones that people will bring up, but then when it comes time to have a conversation, they won't defend it. That's why I'm curious. Like people bring up the Star Wars sequels and people are like ruined by wokeness or whatever. So I'm just curious, like what are some movies that you guys think are ruined by wokeness? I'm just curious.
Well, I'll give you an example that I was going to give you before that. So like I recently watched the season, the last season of Stranger Things, and it was fine. It wasn't ruined, all right, like completely or anything like that. But originally, the premise of Stranger Things, to its core, was like these 4 young boys that sound like actual little boys. That's why they were interesting. You had a bunch of talented child actors and all that stuff, right? Like if you watch Stranger Things season 4, the whole story is about how Mad Max and then this other chick, what's his face's daughter, and like Nancy, and then like 11 a little bit. It's about like the relationship between Mad Max and like 11. And like if you pay attention, you realize that none of the dudes can accomplish anything. And like Will, who Will is always the worst kid actor, is like it's a huge subplot that he's a gay for Mike, and he's just like standing there awkwardly, like wearing his same haircut from season 1, even though he's like taller than his older brother. And it's like really awkward, and like it's a lot of these elements were introduced into the series because they wanted to have more than just a show about like little boys like coming together or growing up over the course of the seasons.
I've never seen.
So you have like all these extra female characters that don't need to be there. You have like gay Will, who's just like I'm like waiting for. It's like, dude, you've been gay for like secretly for 3 seasons. Like, can you just tell him already? Like, because it's 1980. I know what happens to you in 1980 when you start telling people that you're a gay. And it's just, it's boring.
People are saying that, I have no idea for Stranger Things, but a lot of people are saying that he was gay from the start. Do you think that's
Yeah, I
not true?
know. That's why I said he's been gay. Like, they've been hinting that he was gay for like 3 seasons. Remember, in season 1, he's like the MacGuffin. Like, he gets taken to the Upside Down.
Wait, so
he's not really like
what
a
is
gay
the complaint, or what's the
season
problem?
1. Well, I'm just saying it's like you're distracting from like the original premise of the show with all this ancillary nonsense. It doesn't necessarily ruin the entire show, but at the same time, it makes it worse, in my opinion.
Okay. I can't argue with it because I've never seen Stranger Things. What do you think about that one, Lauren?
I'm just trying to read how I remember. I'm a big Doctor Who fan. I watched it back in the day, but everyone kind of stopped watching it when they brought in the female
girl
doctor. 'Cause
doctor,
They were
of
like,
course they're
"What
gonna
the
say,
hell?
yeah.
How does this make sense?"
The Doctor
And I'm just
godlike
checking- I'm
character
checking-
can't possibly be a female, right? Does it? I don't know. I don't watch any Doctor Who. That seemed like a loser show for British fuckers, so we don't watch that here
Excuse
in
me, it's
America.
an excellent show. Excellent show.
Yeah, I don't watch Doctor Who. Oh, I'll tell you what was
Doctor Who
ruined.
flexed with the female doctor.
Oh my God! So I
far
look at
less
the
successful than
telephone.
I'll tell you
box.
what show was ruined by wokeness, and this show was like super hardcore conservative for decades, and that's Degrassi: The Next Generation. As soon as Netflix got a hold of it, it was like, wow, total change right there.
You're
Because
telling
I watched
me
some
that
videos.
the first
on it.
season of Degrassi wasn't woke at all, or I feel like those like teen shows, like so today it's like Euphoria and Sex Education. Back then it was like Degrassi, I guess, was like the first one, right? I don't know if that show is considered like woke or progressive at the time or whatever.
It's progressive. I was making a joke because I remember a bunch of YouTubers were making stupid videos about how the show went woke, but
gotcha.
I guess people forgot about that era. Let's see. I don't know. It's like hard to think of examples off the top of my head.
What about you, Lauren? Any examples?
What do you got, Lauren? What do you watch?
Listen, I'm reading about Doctor Who. Give me a minute here.
my God.
Here's the thing. I didn't even bother watching the 13th season because it didn't. No one has told me like that's an amazing season. Everyone's
Because
like,
there was a girl, you're like, I'm done
no,
with
you
it.
gotta watch. You gotta watch the 9th Doctor. You gotta watch the 10th Doctor. You gotta watch Matt Smith. That's what people talk about when they talk about Doctor Who. So it's unfortunate though because you think of I obviously as a woman want to see women portrayed well in television. I want them to see them portrayed as unique characters, not just spin-offs of, oh, here's the female Thor, here's the female version of X or the female version of Y. Just like I think it's like kind of silly to, we're just gonna race or gender bend this and not change much. Like I'd like to see unique characters built up and made from scratch to be
See,
their
that's
own
like
thing,
that's a good criticism. I just don't think that's a criticism of wokeness. I think like Sean said earlier, that's a criticism of like people just want to see like the same shit reiterated over and over and over and over again. Like I'm feeling overdue for another Spider-Man already. Like we need to have our 7th one in my lifetime come soon, or another Batman, or another fucking whatever. Yeah, because it feels like people want to see the same shit over and over again.
Yeah, so maybe it's like a mix of laziness with a bit of the surface level wokeness, trying to play on, ooh, it's a woman power, but really it's just laziness and trying to create another reboot with like a slight difference.
Okay,
so it's a bit of a mix of both, I guess.
Here's a big one. So how would you guys feel if there was a black James Bond?
I mean, I think you should probably create original characters.
That's not what I didn't.
Kind of white. It's
hold on,
weird.
shit. Did my mic glitch? And did I just say, what do you think should be done with new characters? I didn't ask that. I said, what would you think if they made another James Bond, but he was black?
It's not a huge deal to me.
But it is a deal. It's kind of a deal. It's not huge, but it's somewhere in the.
The issue with James. The issue with James Bond is that all the original movies up until the Daniel Craig like kind of all existed in the same continuity to a point. Like there were events that carried over between the different Bonds, and then the Daniel Craigs were like reboots. So I mean, you're just gonna make him a black James Bond for like what purpose? This guy who has like, you know, he's based on Christopher Lee.
What if they made him a black James Bond because they just wanted to make James Bond black? They're just like, oh, let's. Or they casted and they're like, oh, Idris Elba, I think, was floated as one idea. Like this guy would make a good James Bond. Fuck it.
Yeah, he's too old. You shouldn't learn more black actors.
Why don't you just make a different show with like a new character?
That's not the question. You could say that to any reboot or any superhero movie or anything ever, but that's not the question, right?
I mean, part of the appeal of Bond is like he's this like, you know, like very attractive, like conventionally attractive English man, and he's a womanizer. And they've already like tried to remove the womanizing from his thing to like update it modernly.
Couldn't there be an attractive English black man? Or there are black
I'm
people
sure,
in
but
England,
it's like,
right?
you know, I mean, he is a secret agent that's supposed to be able to go anywhere without any notice in like all these different like European countries where there's all this spy
I
work
might
going
be
on.
totally wrong because my memory isn't the greatest. Doesn't Casino Royale, doesn't that start off with Craig in like some embassy in an African country, or where is that?
Oh, he's getting chased by an African, but the fact that he's in Africa doesn't mean that like.
Well, if he was black, wouldn't it be easier for him to infiltrate that embassy?
Yeah, they should have probably sent that black chick that they try to make the new James Bond.
I think the best like highlight of the problem people have with this is literally when you just say it the other way around for any show. Like, why don't we do a reboot of Prince of Bel-Air with a white family? And people are like, whoa, but like, you know, this is
Sure, base. Let's get a white Blade. Yeah, sure. Why not? Fresh Prince of Bel-Air could be a white dude. Sure.
A reboot of Black Panther, but with a white ethno state.
Okay, yeah, sure. If they made like a white panther, if they made like a white panther
with a white ethno state, and everyone's really trying to save the
for
white
sure.
race.
And they're fighting against the Bureau of Land Management up in federal lands in America to keep their area protected. Sure,
We're fighting
why not?
against the South African government. In fact, we'll have it in Orania in South Africa, and it'll just be some white superheroes trying to stop land expropriation in South Africa. I'm sure people would have no problem with that.
Oh my god, that would be amazing. And then you could go down and film a whole thing about the show. It would just be...
No, but like any shows you would pick that would be based off of kind of like Black culture or like, you know, Black dynamics in the world, because there is a reality that, you know, there are certain cultural experiences, life experiences that Black and white people that are different.
But this is what I was trying to hint at earlier. When I wasn't hinting at it, I was asking you point blank. There are some pieces of media where the races are essential to the characters, right? Like The Sopranos doesn't work if they're Black, right? Or I'm sure there are mob movies that don't
tell
work.
that to the Many Saints of Newark, which is about Black people.
Great.
The
I'm sure
to
there are
Sopranos.
many mob movies that don't work if the people are like Asian or whatever, right? Like the races in The Departed, like the people have to be, like
The Departed is based on a Chinese film. That's a terrible example.
That's great,
What's
but
wrong
the
with
setting
you?
of the movie, that people need to be the races they are. It's an essential part of the story for that film. I don't know what it's based on. I'm talking about that film, right? These are essential parts. But when it comes to characters like elves or like James Bond, I don't know if being white is an essential part of that character. It feels like people want to argue. When I say people, I mean you two, or maybe Loren. I don't know where Sean is 100%. But it feels like you guys are arguing that race is always an essential part of the character. And I just don't think that's the case sometimes. For the Black Panther, it is.
Wait, I got a question. Would you consider Steve Rogers, Captain America, like his race, an essential part of his character?
Oof, that's a good question. Because Steve Rogers is in the 40s, right? He's a World War II guy, right?
Yeah.
That's where they superpower him or whatever. I haven't read any of the comics, but my guess is going to be that an appropriate treatment of Steve Rogers probably has him being like a 1940s like white American dude. That would be my
there's
guess.
like alternate characters that are like, you know, from the 50s that are like Black versions of Captain America, but I'm saying Steve Rogers specifically.
Yeah, there might be Black versions of Captain America, but Steve Rogers, I think essentially is like white. I think that's probably an important part of his character, but I don't know like all the comics or whatever, but just like my understanding of being like of that time period and everything, it probably makes sense, right? Like if you were going to make a movie about like Malcolm X, you probably couldn't cast him as a white person. Or if you were to make a movie about like slavery in the 1700s, you probably couldn't cast white people as slaves, right? I don't know how essential it seems, but Steve Rogers being white is probably a pretty important part of that character. That'd be my guess.
Well, him being
okay, so like, sorry, Storm from X-Men. I don't think it's like essential that she's Black, but I think people would probably be like, why are you making her white if you made her white? You know, I think there's a few Cyborg like
and we can admit,
white,
we can
like,
admit that
what's
that's a
going on
problem.
there?
Yeah, we can admit that that's a problem without going full soy on the other end, right? It's kind of like the it's okay to be white thing. We can say it's okay to be white, and also, you know, Black Lives Matter. We don't have to soy on the other end. I do agree that people would probably get really mad if you changed Black characters and made them white. But if we can change white characters and make them Black, we probably should be able to change up anybody. I'd agree with that. That's fair. That's fine.
No, but I don't even. I think it would probably be generally if they started changing consistently Black characters to white people, I'd be like, why? Why are you doing that? Like we've got this lore that exists. We've got these characters that exist. Like, just if you want more white people, make a new character. Like, I don't think it's like maybe it's not something in you know, an intellectual argument you can grasp onto with the specific reason for why people like that consistency of character and kind of their expression. And I don't think it is that, but there is definitely, you know, people get an idea of who these characters are, and it does throw them for a bit of a spin when people change it. And I don't think people generally like that. And
yeah, and also
that's
like
not a super strong argument or something, but it's a reality.
One of the problems with like wokeness is that a lot of these like shows and movies or whatever are like dated immediately because they're addressing like political issues in the most ham-fisted way possible that were popular when this work was written, rather than like when like when the thing actually comes out. So like one of the most annoying things about art during the Trump administration is that anytime you had a villain, not all the time, some people avoided it because they weren't idiots, like the whatever great again line would eventually come out of their face. And like, you know, it's in Supergirl where some aliens, like, they want to make their planet great again. It's in freaking Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. where the guy wants to make Hydra great again. And it's like, this is horrible. And the reason it's horrible is because they like want to virtue signal against Trump, which means when you watch this back to like this year, it's going to be completely irrelevant. It's like one of the worst aspects of like the wokeization of our media is that we get all these dated issues that are dated immediately on the time that they come out.
This is always going to be a matter of like pop culture stuff, right? Like how many times I'm not even going to be one of those example, but you can tell me if you agree with the generalization or not. Like, how many times, like, during Iraq or post-Iraq, do we hear, like, plots where, like, the story is that, like, the government makes all this stuff up, and of course we're doing horrible stuff overseas, and it's because the American government is evil, and we're just after for oil or resources. Like, I've heard this trope played out, like, a million fucking times.
Yeah, but that's not specifically tied to one person in one period of time. Like, it might be a feeling tied to an era, but you could make a movie about, like, the government churning on people.
Argue that,
I'm
like,
sure a million
Trump
of them exist in the 80s.
Sure, you can argue that like Trump is a type of era though, right? I mean, it might feel like pretty recent, but like, I mean, like we've got like the whole era of like the bad guys are always Muslim. We've got the era of like the bad guys are Russian, and like now we're in whatever era we're now. For a while, it's like fucking Trump
White
shit,
people.
but like, yeah, true, good one. How does it feel being part of the most oppressed class?
It's tough.
Is it? I'm sure it is.
It hurts.
I feel so bad for you.
I actually think this is an interesting question in itself, aside from media. Obviously it ties into that, but just why do people, whether left-wing, right-wing, white or black, generally dislike race swapping, if it's in real life or not? I always think of this when it comes to transgender debate. Obviously that's a different debate, but like, why are people so offended by the idea of Rachel Dolezal changing her race, but people can change their gender? Why would people hate it if you changed Storm to like a white woman? Why would people hate it if you changed James Bond to Idris Elba? You add a black actor. Why do people dislike the idea of race swapping? Why do you think, Stephen? From both a left-wing and right-wing perspective, all races seem to dislike
sure.
it.
So hold on. Firstly, I think it's important to separate out two big things, okay? When we were talking about Lord of the Rings, okay, we're talking about general groups of characters to other types of people. So having a few like black elves instead of having all white elves. I think that type of change in media is fundamentally different to we're going to have a movie with Lord of the Rings where like Frodo is an Asian kid, or where like Aragorn is black, because now we're talking about changing particular characters. My guess is going to be that anytime we talk about changing a particular character, there's probably always going to be more pushback than changing something of like a group of characters, right? Like if we would have just changed like all of that's it. I don't have anything more to say. There's always going to be pushback when you talk about like changing. You're saying, why do people get mad when you change race?
Yeah, well, why do people generally have this like inexplicable kind of rejection of race swapping, especially when it's their race being swapped out?
I think when you have a pre-existing like character and you change that character a lot, I think people are going to be mad probably almost no matter what way it gets switched. That'd be my guess. But when it's groups of characters, it'll feel different. Like the elves are a lot different than Galadriel or whatever the fuck, or whatever the elf people names are, right?
My girl Galadriel.
And actually, someone just super chatted this. They generally dislike the gender swap as well. Like, how would you feel if they made James Bond a woman, Steven? Do you think like?
So the argument for making James Bond a woman is that James Bond doesn't actually mean anything, and it's a 00, and anybody can be James Bond, and it would be a new character, not just a reboot of the old one. But like, I think that I tend to agree that it's better to write new stories rather than to make characters reboot. That's a whole different thing, though. I kind of feel like the James Bond character should have been retired, but that's like kind of a separate argument, because I felt like
James Bond shouldn't be a woman though. Well,
the problem is that
a huge
like
aspect of his character is womanizing.
Yeah, but they got rid of that, which was a huge aspect of his character. So like, at that point, why keep James Bond? Why not just retire him and then make a different 00? Call him John Fred or something. I don't know. But like, if you're going to start changing the character that much, why not just fucking retire and get a new character? The real answer is because you want to capitalize on the prior James Bonds.
John Fred. 008.
008.
He loves consent. He loves affirmative consent.
What a cringe character. They should make another one called John Adams, and he actually hates consent, and he just fucking murders and rapes everybody. What a base
009.
character. That's great. And you know what? In your mind, you're like, yeah, that would be a great character if he was black. That's probably what you're thinking, Lauren. It's okay. We all know it.
Yeah, you got me.
Yeah, I
That's the
know.
one. We'll make 009 a black guy, yeah.
Somebody
He
said
hates
just make
008's affirmative consent.
He absolutely does. And they constantly
somebody
go back.
just
Yeah,
said
sorry, go
make her a lesbian. Like lesbians aren't interesting enough to be James Bond. That's just science.
Wow.
Like they made that movie Atomic Blonde where they tried this exact thing. Everybody hated it.
I actually really liked Atomic Blonde.
Damn. Wow.
There are some movies I like that just nobody else did, and I just keep, I'll keep it to myself from now on.
Cringe.
Oh,
I think
like
that-
so another movie that looks worser because of the woke politics behind it is that new Predator movie, Prey. I did a video on it. Like the whole premise of Predator is that this super alien hunter comes to Earth and looks for like the best challenge humanly possible. And the whole premise of Prey is this like little Indian girl who in the trailer can't even kill a bear is like the one who's going to defeat the Predator.
How are you doing?
Also,
Wait,
white people come in.
Has the movie even come out yet?
Listen, white people come in the trailer, and then the Predator starts killing the white people. And I'm willing to make the case that this movie is going to be the native girl teaming up with the Predator against white people because white people are the real villain of that movie.
Sure, but isn't that always the case when the Predators start? Like, I remember in Alien vs. Predator, did you, or at least in the first movie of that, it ended up just being the aliens teaming up with the Predators to kill the aliens. Like, that, like it always seems to be the case, but...
Yeah, but that's like a crossover. I'm talking about the original Predator was all about like showing like the greatest 80s action heroes. I mean, Arnold legitimately lifts a truck in the opening scene. Like that's how insane it is. It's the most overpowered thing ever. And like the way that movie works is that it's built on these like male archetypes being taken down one by a superior animal or like a superior predator, if you could say. They should probably call that movie Predator.
Sure. Fuck. What was Predator 2 about? Predator and Danny Glover taking out criminals? Is that what Predator 2 is about?
Listen, I don't care about Predator 2 or any of that nonsense. It's all about the Predator, the first one.
Okay.
I think they should do an all-female reboot of Apocalypse Now.
Wasn't the all-female I never watched it, but I heard the all-female reboot of Ocean's 8 or whatever. Was that an okay movie or no?
It was good. People in my chat were bringing it up as a version of like a bad woke movie, but maybe, I don't know. Maybe I just have woman supremacy on my brain and I liked it. But because I watched Ghostbusters and thought it was trash. So that's not the case. I thought the Ocean.
Wait, the first Ghostbusters or the Paul Feig one?
The fucking all-woman Ghostbusters. I thought that was trash.
Okay.
But, yeah, no, I didn't mind the Oceans one. I thought it was well done.
Did you guys watch Annihilation? Is that an okay movie? Because it was a lot of women.
Annihilation. Oh wait, is that the one where they? Wait. I think I know which one. Is the what's the girl from the Thor movies?
It's a girl whose name I always forget.
Natalie Portman.
Yeah, that one.
Is that the one with Natalie Portman? Annihilation.
I think so.
I watched it on an airplane. I never remember airplane movies well. I didn't like it that much. I mean, it was. I didn't think it actually had anything to do with it being women for the reason I didn't like it, though. It was just...
nice. Very progressive opinion. Good job.
Look at me.
I didn't watch it, so...
Look at us. Look at us here agreeing on this. Nah, I just wasn't a big fan of the film.
I think, like, wokeness is when, like, the message supersedes everything. Like, you can even have a left-wing message in your work, but if you, like, interwove it into your story terribly, then, like... That's what people are mostly talking about. Like a great example is like Buffy the Vampire Slayer is a show from the 90s and the early 2000s. It's a great show. And I mean, it's written by Joss Whedon, who's a male feminist. So of course he turned out to be a total creep. And that's why it's a good show, because he's a creep. And it works because like the episodes that work the least in that show are the episodes where Buffy has to deal with literal sexism rather than allegorical issues for growing up as a young woman. Like when you're watching her kill a bunch of like demons and all this stuff in one episode, and then the next episode there's actually a guy that's like, but you're a girl. It's like the worst thing ever. And I feel like everybody who's like writing these movies is basically only watching those episodes and then copying it.
Gotcha. But we don't feel like there are too many movies, or we can't think right now of too many movies or TV shows right now that have been like ruined by wokeness.
I think there's enough that it's a problem, and we've highlighted a few of them. And maybe it's not like genuine. I don't think it's genuine progressive left-wing ideology that's ruining them as much as you know, some people in the chat might disagree with me. It's the superficial virtue signaling that isn't good.
Gotcha. The only thing I heard so far was that there was that comic, or there was the one with the frost sprinkles and save space or whatever the fuck. But for like movies or whatever, do we feel like there have been any movies that have been ruined by? Did I forget any of these? I'm trying to write shit.
I mean, Batwoman, people hated. Supergirl. I mean,
there are differences between movies that just have progressive kind of themes to the background. As I mentioned, Everything Everywhere All at Once, or like the Imitation Game. I don't even know if did they even mention Turing being gay in it, or was that even a theme in it? Maybe, I think it was towards the end, but like. Movie about a gay guy, really well done. Well, like it's not the fact of having gay people. It's not the fact of having women. It's not the fact of having black people. That's no one has an issue with that in movies. The issue is always the superficial virtue signaling.
The Flash is a show that like progressively got worse because they kept trying to center Iris, who's like the race swapped girlfriend / sister of Barry Allen, and like throughout the course of the series, she becomes slowly the main character of a show that's called The Flash, which is kind of insane.
I've always, all those shows that are made by like the fucking, that CW shit all look, I could be wrong, they all look fucking horrible to me. Are there any good shows on that network?
Yo, I just did a video defending the CW. Like, have you ever seen Supernatural? Seasons 1 through 5, fantastic. Best series finale of all time is one of the best of all time is season 5 of Supernatural, and then there's 10 more seasons after it, because why cancel anything? It's the CW.
Gotcha. I feel like I've heard good things about Supernatural, and I think maybe early seasons of a show called The Arrow, and those are the only two things I've ever heard good. Everything else I see...
Flash season 1 is pretty good.
Was it? Oh, okay. I feel like anytime I see some absolute cringe, horrible shit, I think, was there like a Batwoman cat... Oh, these were CW shows, I think, because I feel like anytime I see it, it's always like a CW thing. Whatever that is, I don't even know if that's a network or like a chart of whatever.
The 100 is an interesting show on the CW, and it has like a female lead, and it didn't go to crap because of wokeness. It went to crap because the last season sucked, and Bellamy deserves justice for the way his character arc ended.
So true. I watched that. I worked at a little restaurant in BC when they were filming that, and I'd always bring food. They'd get the whole crew deliveries at my restaurant, and we'd prepare it all and send it off to the 100 crew when they were filming. That was fun. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Oh, people in my chat keep telling me to watch this show called The Boys. Have you guys seen it?
You'll hate it. Don't even do it.
I've seen The Boys.
What's it about? I have no idea what it is. I just keep seeing everyone referencing it 24/7.
It's basically a satire of like the modern superhero landscape. So like the show is really focused on like making fun of the MCU and like corporate pandering of things like wokeness in media and all that. Okay. And it's done like through the stories based on like superheroes that are put up as like these great leaders, but they're actually terrible people.
Oh, okay. Would you recommend it? Is it good?
I really liked it. I think Homelander is one of the best villains of all time, and since that I've seen in a long time on television. But since you haven't seen it, I can't even talk about season 3.
Why are you laughing, Steven?
I just feel like you'd soy the fuck out at all like the Trump references and everything. I think you would actually lose your fucking mind.
I don't care. I even though I thought it was like so focused on anti-Trump stuff, like I thought Sacha Baron Cohen's newer movie was funny.
There is a whole character in season 2.
Attacking Trump supporters.
There's a character in season 2, one of the main female leads. It's inspired by you, so you'll like that one a lot.
Yeah, is it? Great.
I won't spoil her story arc, but her name is Stormfront. Okay.
Yeah, everyone keeps. I've had people send me pictures of that, and they're like, "This is literally you, Loren." Have you seen Deadly Class?
Loren, if people are sending you pictures of Stormfront and saying it's literally you, like that is a personal insult that you should be taking to heart.
Well, not necessarily. Okay. It just depends on how you view the character. Okay.
Have you guys seen Deadly Class?
No.
Netflix show? Okay, it's like based on a high school made for kids of gang members, and they've got all the different gang factions. They've got like the cartel kids, they've got the Yakuza kids, then they've also got like the Dixie kids, which are all like white supremacists, and they're all like murderers. Anyways, it's an interesting show because there's all these like woke dynamics included in it, but I actually think it's well written. if I'm being honest. So there are shows that I can look at and I'm like, oh, this is obviously written by progressives, but it was well written. So maybe.
Oh my God! Maybe in the very beginning, we were almost there. Maybe it's not bad to make it woke. There's just some woke writing that's dog shit.
The problem. That's not. You're missing. Okay, sorry.
You were just about to say it, beyond, and then you realize you're like, oh fuck! You were just about to say like some shows can be woke and okay, but some of them are like woke and they're fucking horrible, right?
This is why I made the distinction between the superficial virtue signaling, where they just throw a character in there for the sake of being able to get a headline that says "woman show" or "gay show," and there's a difference between writing a good story and then there just happens to be a gay character. There happens to be a character that's
I got it. I got the greatest example ever.
All right, let's hear it.
I hope
so. There was a show on Netflix. It had a little bit of controversy, right? But like, as a teenage girl that struggled with depression, I really liked it. It's called 13 Reasons Why, and like season 1 of 13 Reasons Why. Well, you might say it's not the greatest. It's at least about something. Like, not like anything important. I'm saying it's based on a book and it has one cause. Go watch season 2 of 13 Reasons Why. It's about all of the woke causes at once. It's actually the greatest piece of television I've ever seen because it's amazing. But like, if you were going to say from like a creativity standpoint, and is this actually good? Then the answer would be no. But yeah, it's about all of the causes in season 2. There's like a kid who's like he's like a heroin addict. You got a kid coming out as a gay. He also has his own problems. He's recovering from a handicap. You got all the things all mixed in one, and it's like terrible in every possible way. Every man is like a potential rapist, like mustache twirling. It might be the greatest piece of television I've ever watched. Everybody go watch 13 Reasons Why season 2. Great.
Oh no. Did that show have a ton of controversy because they were saying it was like promoting suicidal thoughts in kids or something? All I saw about it was all that controversy that came out a few years back.
Have you gone through all the studies on that?
At the end of season 1, they have a very graphic and accurate depiction of suicide, which I actually think they took out. Like, you know how sometimes on television they'll show you like a suicide attempt, but it will be like it totally wouldn't work if you did it that way. This show is like, no, let's show you exactly how to do it. And like the whole point is this girl kills herself since she wants revenge on people. So she like concocts this revenge after she's dead. But that's season 1. Like, that's about the book, and like there's like a solid through line and a beginning, middle, and end. And it technically works as a story no matter how dumb it is. Whatever. Season 2 is where it's at. That's when all of the politics and all of the things come in all at once, all at the same time. It's amazing. Everybody watch 13 Reasons Why season 2.
Everyone needs to watch Riverdale. Season, what is it, like 4 or 5? Did you watch Riverdale?
I didn't.
Okay. It is the most wild show on the planet. And so the whole notion of it is like it's the Archie comics, right? And they're trying to make it a more realistic version. So instead of this like, ooh, everyone has a beautiful life, like Betty living in her white picket fence house and Archie playing the football game, it's got all of these characters, but then they've got all these like dark personal, issues with their family and cheating and just awful stuff going on in the background. So it's like a more realistic, less idealized version of the Archie comics. But then they start running out of ideas, the writers. They just they keep making it more and more absurd. So like, by the 2nd or 3rd season, Betty's dad becomes a mass murderer and you're just like, whoa, where did that come from, right? By season like 5 or 6 or something, everyone is addicted to crack. Like, when I say that, I don't mean like, oh, there's a lot, like everyone, the entire town, they've gone into quarantine, they're all addicted to crack, and they're all addicted to Dungeons and Dragons. So you just see a ghost town of everyone in Riverdale doing crack and playing Dungeons and Dragons. It is like the most bizarro show I have ever watched in my entire life.
Here, I see that, and I will raise you this scene from 13 Reasons Why. Spoiler alert. There's a kid that becomes one of those mass people. Like, we all know what I'm talking about. I'm saving your channels by not mentioning it by name.
Wait, right? What does that mean?
He gets a thing, and then he goes to a school, and that, right? That happens.
Mass, but not like praying mass. Like
the setup for it is that he's shooting with his friend, and then a crow, aka the symbol of death, lands on the can that he's shooting. So then he shoots the crow directly in the heart. Get it? Like symbol of death, crow. And then he walks over and he says, wow, that thing was alive a minute ago, and now it's dead, and I killed it. This feels good. So that's the setup for his descent into becoming a mass person, whatever. That's how over the top it is. The greatest show ever.
I love when they just have to spell it out for you. This is what is occurring. This is the dark arc.
Well, if you watch
I
The
love when
Boys, you'll
characters
love...
say things out loud that they're thinking, because, you know, you would be like, why even bother acting with an expression on their face?
True. I was going to say, you'll love The Boys because that's a show known for its political subtlety. You have to like be really paying attention to really try to understand the incredibly subtle political messages they're trying to convey.
Ooh, someone just super chatted, Max McDonald. Does the panel feel foreign films or shows might do better due to wokeness? Look at Squid Games. Do you expect more of this going forward? I don't think Squid Game was woke at all. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a well done show, but it's like an entirely, it's an ethno state. It's one race, the entire show. You know, all the women die.
A Pakistani guy in there.
Oh, true. But then he gets killed, right? Spoilers.
Yeah, it's not woke if this Korean show that was shot in Korea has a bunch of Koreans. Like, what's wrong with you guys?
Yeah, that's anti-woke. Like, where's the diversity in that? No, I thought that show was really well done.
I thought Squid Game was good because it shows that poor people have no morality or validation for their lives.
Wait, isn't that the point?
And
or I thought,
take.
fuck, never mind. You're joking. I'm being autistic. Just kidding.
And that the people who are in debt, or people who are in debt, like, you shouldn't help them because they're bad people that would kill each other for just a little bit of money. People are saying it's a critique of capitalism. What are you talking about? I think it's about poor people being bad.
Based. True.
Yeah, but would the people who are rich do any different if they didn't have money?
Well, then they wouldn't be rich, would they?
Well, exactly. The worst part about Squid Game clearly is the subplot with the cop. Like, it goes nowhere and it just kills time.
So true. So thinking back to it, yeah, what happened with him? He didn't really achieve anything, did he? He just kind of got shot by Mask Dude. Mask Dude was his brother that he thought was getting his organs stolen.
Spoiler alert.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this is...
He just wanders around so that, like, the plot can be explained to you, like, in a slightly different way, and then he kind of just falls off a cliff. Spoiler alert.
Why don't you guys get canceled for spoiler alerts? What the fuck?
Yeah, well, you know what? We don't have a bunch of soy Reddit nerds watching our stuff, so they don't think it's the end of the world when a movie's been spoiled. It's not a death sentence.
I should follow political movements where 80% of the fan base has been banned off social media, so I don't have to worry about pushback from them instead.
Everyone's unsubscribed to Netflix. They're not watching it anyways. After Dear White People came out. Have you seen the show You? I have to wrap this up in about 15 minutes here, just so you guys know. But
I have seen the show You, and the show You gets contradicting messages, and part of that might be due to, like, woke politics.
Oh yeah, the newer season. I thought it was all very well done, but the newer season they murder anti-vaxxers.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, are they left-wing, hippie anti-vaxxers, or are they right-wing?
Left-wing hippie.
Oh, okay. Blame.
Yeah. But, yeah, it's interesting. I guess I don't want to spoil that one because I actually enjoy it. I'm looking forward to the new season.
Okay, wait. Before we wrap up, because we were talking about predictions here. Are you guys predicting new Lord of the Rings, new Game of... Wait, do you guys think the new Game of Thrones has gotten woke, or... the prequel
House of the
show?
Dragon? So, there's an unfortunate interview from the one of the showrunners where they say that they cast, the Valerian guy because he's black. And, I also think that's, a weird thing with this emphasis on diversity in casting, because it used to be when you, race swap somebody from, a book or adaptation to a show or, a movie, like Morgan Freeman's Shawshank Redemption, you would say, well, he was the best actor for the job. But now they just say, that they're doing this to the actors. But overall, I think, it will probably be fine. Who knows how it will go? I mean, it's not the same writers from the previous show. So, I'm more optimistic for it.
And then, what do you think about the Lord of the Rings one?
I think it's gonna bomb.
It looks very not good. I mean, I am impressed that they're putting all that money into it, though.
Is that going to be a 10-episode thing?
I think so.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because they're saying that the budget is like $500 million, and somebody was saying that it's about 48 million per episode. So like based on my maths, that's like 10 episodes.
Gotcha. Wow.
All right. Well, I'm getting tired. It's like 6 p.m. It's past my bedtime. Where can people find you guys? Where can they go follow your shenanigans that you do on the internet? Sean, we'll start with you since you're better.
Oh, I'm over on YouTube at The Actual Justice Warrior. That's my channel. I do videos and whatnot, and they're great, and you should watch all of them because I'm right about literally everything. And even if you send me something and that shows that I'm wrong, and then I correct that thing, both my original statement that was wrong and my correction are actually both right. Also, follow me on Twitter at IamSean90, on YouTube at Actual Justice. Yes, they're all disparity, but if you go to the links in the description of one of my YouTube videos, you find all the different names. That's where I am, and whatever. Thanks for having me on something.
So true, King. So true. Now, Steven, where can people go to find all of your incorrect takes and your Black Elf ethno state?
Just follow me on Twitter at the OmniLiberal, where we make jokes about 10-year-olds and little tykes cars. So yeah.
Oh, true. What were you? I saw you arguing, but right before we wrap up, I saw like some Harvard law person was mad at you, calling you a pedophile or something.
Yeah, I think we should be able to make
there?
jokes
Well, now, once
fucking
you've been
10-year-olds if
declared
you
a
want.
pedophile by Harvard,
True.
That's a pretty big deal.
It is. So I figured I might as well just embrace it and go find some kids.
But
that's the next step.
How hot was that 10-year-old image? Can I just know that?
Oof. Honest. Let me put it this way, okay? I don't want to make these jokes here. Never mind. Can we leave?
That's a good dodge of the setup.
Yeah, thanks.
He's nervous. He's getting nervous. All
I just
right.
don't want your channel to get nuked, okay? Jesus.
Yeah, okay. It's truly caring about me. That's it. All right, guys. Thanks for joining. It was great to have you. Great to have this chat. Have a good one.
Okay, bye.
Good night.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Listen.
That was fun.
No, it wasn't. You fucking piece of shit.
What, you didn't have fun?
Nobody can tell when you're being sarcastic, okay? But I can see when you're being sarcastic. It's undermining.
First of all, Ghostbusters. Everybody acknowledges that you just gave up on that point.
Yeah, okay. There's like a subtext there about them like fighting the city, kind of. But that's not like the main. Like people would never say, "Oh my God, you should watch Ghostbusters because it's got like it's a great commentary on like the problems of like small businesses versus the excessive legislation and the EPA meddling or whatever that's actually ruining innovation and shit in capitalism." That's not the overarching message. It's a fucking thriller action comedy or whatever, and that's just
there's entire essays arguing the exact point that I made, that it is about that the real villain of Ghostbusters is the EPA. Everybody knows this,
and there's entire essays arguing that the first Matrix is about being a trans person. But
well,
like,
that's something that the Wachowskis came out after the
I don't
fact.
care. No, even before you could have theoretically argued it. But I'm just saying that like you can take a lot of message from a lot of film, but I wouldn't say that the first Ghostbusters is about that thing. That is one reading of it.
The villain is clearly the EPA. The ghosts are like basically that's animals, whatever. Like they're stopping innovation. The thing about Ghostbusters is that typically in all these different movies that you would have where you involve ghosts, like fantasy would beat fantasy. Ghostbusters is all about science and innovation beating the fantasy elements. But who tries to stop it? The EPA. They try to shut them down. They just try to start a business, make some money. They happen to be fighting ghosts, but the government had to get involved because they didn't understand it.
Sure, but I don't think that's like an essential part of like what that story was about. Like it could have been a tech malfunction. It could have been something else. It wouldn't have changed the story at all, right? It's not even an important part of the... But the villain is the fucking monster from the other dimension that's coming to destroy the fucking city. That's probably the villain. Is the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man or the woman with the crazy fucking dogs shooting lightning out of her fingers.
Now, you're building up to a consequence throughout the course of the movie, but the consequence is set up by the true villain, which is the EPA bureaucrat who doesn't know nothing about a business and is garbage in every way.
How does that explain Ghostbusters 2 then? Where does that villain go?
Listen, Ghostbusters 2 is not as good as number 1. Okay. Like, they lost the message.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I'm leaving. I love you. Be careful, buddy.
All right.
Bye. Literally Google villain of Ghostbusters. I don't have to Google it. Watch the fucking movie. I don't I tried so hard to start at the first part. The like, is this an essential part of that character? And I feel like we didn't even like take off. We didn't even get anywhere in the conversation at all. Okay, I tried. We tried. Do we want to watch this? I'm trying to think if. I went off the rails because it sounds like Loren defines woke as bad. Yeah, we should have fought on the definition because eventually her definition almost became tautological. Because it was like, well, I think that woke is just when progressive people go too far. It's like, well, anything that goes too far is tautologically bad because it's bad because it went too far. So in that case, of course, woke is bad because woke is too far and too far is bad. We're not really saying anything meaningful there, but whatever. Look at the different types of elves. I don't care about the different types of elves. The different types of elves it's not relevant. They can be any race. It's a Thermian argument. You can design the universe however you want. Because elves are not real. You can make any argument you want. I don't think it's an essential part of elves that they're all white. I don't think that's the case. Or if it is the case, none of them seem to make that argument, so. But hey, listen. I think if you wanted to argue for a movie against like the government or whatever. Oh no, he was saying that was anti-state and pro-capitalist. RoboCop was a movie that was essentially about, would that have been an anti-capitalist message? Who were the people that designed the big robot and like the RoboCop body or whatever? Was that like capitalist people? Wasn't that like, didn't they have like the big boardroom when the machine like malfunctioned and it shot to death that one dude or whatever? I'm trying to remember if that was a private thing or if that was like the state. Yeah, it was against privatization. Yeah, I think so. Okay, we're watching this real quick, okay?
Wow, that was quite the conversation. How do you feel about my guy Tommy?
Sorry, you asking me or the?
Yeah.
On my way to
I don't know him personally. I have nothing against him personally. He's a new age thinker. He lives in the new think, the idea that the way the world runs and has always run is a bad thing, and that if we change everything from the ground up, it's somehow going to become a magically better place. Obviously, he has no proof or any references for his way of thinking because it's never been tested before. It's an untested theory. I think that for him to come along and say such blanket statements that
you have to have things make sense within the established lore. How does Destiny not understand this? What you don't understand, and if I get bored at some point in the future, I might try to explain this to you. I think I explained it well enough. If you don't understand now, you'll just never understand, which is fine. I don't care. You can enjoy media however you want. When things have to stay consistent in the media, there are some parts of like a character that are essential that can't be changed from time to time or whatever, but there are other things that probably don't matter that much. It just depends. Like changing where somebody is from or like a certain reference or whatever, like doesn't necessarily have to be the same thing, like in an adaptation or something. It's not that important. Like if somebody were to make an adaptation of Death Note and it took place in New York instead of Tokyo, that doesn't matter. That's not essential to the story of Death Note. It doesn't have to take place in Tokyo. Like you don't have to maintain, if you do an adaptation, that it's just not important. But like if you don't understand, I don't care. Right? What elements of a character are essential is just an individual opinion, no, that's not true. There are some things that I could describe about like Batman or Superman or Spider-Man or especially superheroes where there are actually, I'm pretty sure you can even go one step further. I think that the companies themselves have defined essential characteristics of these superheroes. Rules for Spider-Man. I think there's actually like a set of rules to write Spider-Man. Oh yeah. So he's male, he does not torture, he doesn't kill unless in defense or self of others, does not use foul language beyond PG-13, does not smoke, does not sell or distribute illegal drugs, does not abuse alcohol. These are like, does not have sex before the age of 16 or with anyone below the age of 16. Not a homosexual. Peter Parker character traits. Caucasian, heterosexual. Like these are, I guess, like, oh, this is for Peter Parker. The Black Spider-Man guy, I think, is Miles, a different guy. But yeah, like there, like you can argue that there are like essential parts of like characters that if you change some of these things, the character just isn't the same anymore. Like if Batman came from like a rich family with 2 happy, healthy parents, like it doesn't seem like it's Batman anymore. Now we've like created a different kind of thing. We're changing some essential parts of Batman, you know?
If we changed all the world leaders to women, there wouldn't be war is inane and asinine. I think for him to say that a man who's physically strong can't be mentally strong is also stupid. But I also understand why he's saying the ideas he's saying, because he has a natural insecurity based on the fact that he's not physical stuff.
Look at that. He says he's from New York. Well, because for Spider-Man, I haven't read all the comics, none of the background as well, but I think part of Spider-Man's character is that he's from New York. That's like a part of Spider-Man. But for Death Note, part of Light and L, that like, well, Light just like being like from Tokyo, I don't think that's an essential part of his character. There's no part of him that references like, I'm from Tokyo. It's really important.
Man, and the way he gets around it is to pretend that that's not important, which is fine. Lots of people do it, right? Stupid people saying being smart is not important. Poor people saying being rich is not important. It's a common defense mechanism that everybody does, and I completely understand it. However, most people with a basic grasp of economics and the way societies work would look at society and say, you know what? A society with brave, strong men who are full of honor and duty is actually a better society than men who walk around saying, I have no duty to protect anybody or protect anything, and I can just sit around and cry all day. And this theory is being tested in real time, right? America's quickly turning into the latter, and we can see crime rates going through the roof. We can see all the fucking school shooting, all this stupid shit that's happening because men have no emotional control anymore. And that's what's going to happen. Is the society's going to degrade, and the countries where men still stick to their honor and their age-old expected ways of acting, they're going to be a safer societies overall. So time will prove me right, but I have nothing against the guy. He's fine.
I think Andrew and the previous person that was on the call are just 2 sides of the same coin. They're both wrong, and they're both kind of right in different ways. But thinking that this has anything to do with gender is silly, all right? It has nothing to do with gender. Women can be just as oppressive and as brutal as men can be. Ultimately, it has everything to do with capitalism, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the gender. The assumption that women are going to be like hysterical across the board, that kind of generalization, is just incorrect. And that's why, Andrew, I've seen some of your work as you're doing the rounds on Twitch here, and a lot of the things that you said that you've been called out on, specifically in regards to like women driving, as a matter of fact, are just generally untrue. There's no empirical evidence to back up those claims, which is why you resort to anecdotes quite frequently and say things like, oh, well, it's just common sense, right? But it's not technically common sense. It's just your personal opinion.
Completely. It's my personal opinion based on my personal biases of my life experience. And when I say exactly. And when I say these things, X amount of people agree with me and X amount of people disagree with me. That's fine, and that's the same of nearly any statement in the world. Okay, I can say the world is round, and there'll be a percentage of people who disagree with me. That's totally and utterly fine. I come on here and talk about my own personal experiences, and my experience is men are better drivers than women. I'm not saying there's no good female drivers. I'm not saying a female can't.
No. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. There is a truth, and then there is your own personal experiences backed by anecdotes, right? Or your own personal opinion backed by anecdotes from your own personal experiences. Now, your own personal experiences are oftentimes going to be incorrect and not close to the reality. That's why there's an entire field of statistical analysis. That's why we do empirical. That's why we rely on empirical evidence when we're making decisions. Why? Because we all carry a bunch of personal biases, and when we analyze situations, we do not have enough scope to grasp the entirety of the situation. We cannot comprehend it with our human brains.
Bro, listen,
which is why when it comes to women driving, it's a funny point because the truth is different. The truth is the exact opposite.
No, listen.
Oh, he should have finished that. Oh, fuck. That was a really, really, really good point. He should have finished it, but he didn't. I don't know why.
Statistics. I'm sure you've heard that from Mark Twain. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you're deriving.
You can massage. Yeah, you can massage.
No. Listen. First things first. There's lies. There's damn lies, and there's statistics. I'm sure you've heard that from Mark Twain. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you're deriving.
You can massage. Yeah, you can massage numbers, but
you're deriving your truth from an internet study. That's fine. You can derive your truth from an internet study on a bunch of different things. The truth of life is the truth that you experience.
Hold on. Destiny says he's refocusing efforts to areas he has talents and reacts to us on. What I said is I'm not going to cover like petty internet drama anymore. Probably one of the largest politics streamers, either the largest politics streamer, reacting or talking to Andrew Tate, I think is something that's irrelevant. You're a fucking retard. Bye.
Experience as an individual. That is the only truth that we all live within. You live within your truth, I live within my truth, because these are the truths I've experienced as an individual. If certain things happen to you over and over and over and over and over again, but the truth on the internet says it's not true, that doesn't mean that your experiences are any less real. So if you come here and say the internet says X, especially
your experiences can be real. You could be a statistical anomaly, as a matter of fact. You can be one of those people, but more often than not, more often than that.
I'm going to talk to you because I keep letting you talk and you're finishing your point and I'm trying to talk. So
okay, go ahead.
I'm going to.
Oh my god, he's so triggered already.
that you're going on the internet, finding some study and saying that this is the truth, especially after the age of COVID and all the fucking truth we were told with that garbage. You want to sit here and say, oh, the internet said X. I'm sure the internet did. I'm talking about my personal experiences, and some people agree with me and some people do not.
Okay, I'm done arguing about this. Also, heads up, I'm probably permabanning a ton of people in my subreddit because your guys' take on media is just fucking beyond autistic, and I don't care. And so I'm letting you know. Destiny. Tolkien wrote Lord of the Rings as an attempt to produce a kind of Norse saga for England. By the very dependence on it upon European mythology and its roots and how it was portrayed in 19th century art, the elves must be European looking. It's just ridiculous otherwise. Tolkien obviously had race in mind when he wrote these things. He explicitly mentions how orcs look oriental too. You don't have to like all that, by the way, but butchering the work is bad. You can adapt things and make them any way you want. Elves are not real. They can be written any way you want. You can write them and you might be able to say, if you want to say something, you could say, this is not the way that Tolkien envisioned the world. Or you can say, this is not how it was written by Tolkien. Or if Tolkien was doing it, he wouldn't adapt this way. But that doesn't necessarily make it bad. And it's not butchered. Elves are not real. Elves are not real things. The Lord of the Rings is not nonfiction. There's not a wrong way to write that story. You can write it and adapt. You can make a fucking Lord of the Rings that's in some post-apocalyptic sci-fi universe if you wanted to. If we had better IP laws, it'd be written. Okay? You can literally write these things however you want. They're not objectively bad, and it's not quote unquote butchering the work. It's just a different type of adaptation. Haven't you also defended people who are upset when their source material is altered? I can understand why people might get upset, but then just like don't watch it. When people say originals are ruined for them, I don't know. I've never understood that. I might joke about it, but like the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones is still good, even if the ending is fucking dog shit. I still really like Final Fantasy VII. It's one of my favorite games of all time, even if Final Fantasy VII Remake was like kind of shit. Like I don't know, but.
That is perfectly fine. Don't give a fuck if people agree with me or otherwise. People are listening to me and they're either agreeing
I know,
with me
but
or
you're still wrong, and that's the problem.
I disagree with you.
Do you want to be right, or do you want to keep speaking into a hug box where people agree with you, and then, you know, well, if you just completely devalue empirical evidence, actuarial...
Why is it valid for people to change it, but not to be upset if it's changed? Why is it valid for people to change it, but to not be upset? You can be upset if it's changed. You can be upset if you want, but you can't say this is bad because the adaptation changes something. That's not what makes art good or bad. You can just say it's not a faithful adaptation, or you can say the adaptation changed a lot. Like, that's fine. I thought I Am Legend was a really good movie. I Am Legend is barely an adaptation of the book at all. It almost has nothing to do with the book whatsoever. But I Am Legend is still a really good movie. I liked it a lot. I wouldn't say it's bad because it butchers the book source material. It's just an entirely different type of adaptation.
Sciences, the entirety of the insurance industry that relies on making these sorts of calculations to ensure that these quotes are as profitable as possible, which ends up charging men higher rates than women, as a statistical likelihood that men are more dangerous drivers than women across the board and get into more car accidents across the board. If you're going to look at all of that and say it doesn't matter because that does not correspond to my own personal experiences, then you're silly. You're being silly. You're being a silly person. If everyone thought like you did, right, we would have no scientific achievements on this planet. We would still be living inside of fucking caves. And now, as much as I love Liver King personally, I don't think that that would be a good planet to live on. I'm pretty happy for, I don't know, all the medical achievements, all the scientific achievements that we have reached. And at the heart of all of that, all of those accomplishments lies an understanding of arriving at the truth through empirical evidence.
You done?
Yeah.
Oh.
Cool.
Fuck. I just realized Hassan is going to shit on him, actually. I've heard different things back and forth about this conversation. About Hassan shits on Andrew Tate or Andrew Tate shits on Hassan, but I just realized that Hassan is going to shit on Andrew Tate in this conversation because Andrew Tate is actually far less intelligent than I thought. I don't think he's ever talked to somebody with a semi-coherent worldview, and even if Hassan's is barely strung together by a bunch of wokeisms, it's probably still more coherent than whatever insane fucking, well, I see things so I know the real shit that Andrew Tate does. That's just a guess, though. Who knows? Maybe I'll be totally wrong, but he already seems ultra triggered, and Hassan hasn't even challenged him that much yet. It doesn't seem like anything that challenge has even happened yet. But let's see what happens.
My personal experiences, all of the car crashes I've been involved in, all the times my car was hit, and all the negative experience I've had on the road, women were at fault. That is, now you can sit here and say the insurance claims say that. I never said the insurance claims don't say that. I'm saying that I am not comfortable with women driving because of my...
I legit thought Destiny was saying that you can't be bothered by the change. You can be bothered by whatever you want. Bro, however you interpret media is up to you. You can be bothered by whatever. I didn't like the changes that they made to fucking Death Note when they made that movie. I thought, but actually, no, I won't say that. I just didn't like the movie because I thought the movie's dog shit. It's not because I didn't like the changes. You can be upset about changes to things. That's fine. You can be upset about it. You just can't say like it's bad because of this. You just say it's a bad adaptation or the adaptation doesn't match the source material. That's fine if you want.
My personal experience. Those are my personal experiences. You can drag up all the empirical evidence in the world you want to try and drag up. Anyone with a brain knows how that aids the world agendas anyway. I don't want to go too political on a stream that's going to get taken down. So I'm not saying that I can't find a female race car driver. I'm not saying that.
That's not what I'm saying either. I'm not talking about like statistical anomalies. I'm straight up talking about the overwhelming amount of evidence that suggests that women are more careful drivers than men, okay, and therefore better drivers than men. Now, you keep resorting back to your personal anecdotes. So let me walk you through this, right? Do you agree? Do you agree?
That's so condescending. Let me walk you through this. He's probably getting super triggered right now.
That human beings have biases.
Do me a favor.
Okay. But hey, I respected your time. Do you want to answer my question? Do you believe that human beings have biases?
Absolutely, we're all biased.
Okay.
Completely.
Do you think that those biases might cloud your judgment?
It's not about clouding judgment.
Not just not just your own personal judgment. Do you think our biases might cloud our personal judgment?
I think every single person on earth is biased and lives within a biased
Absolutely.
reality.
That's absolutely true. Okay. So if you agree with me on both of those accounts,
look at he's like locked in, like trying to find a contradiction or something on Hassan's argument.
You understand that your anecdotes, your own personal accumulation of information, is going to be clouded by your own personal biases. So you're not going to be able to assess the information adequately in the same way that empirical evidence would. This is precisely why we look at data rather than make arguments around our. Wait, let me finish. Come on.
I understand what you're saying.
This is precisely why we do that.
We went over the same point like 5 times here.
Everyone's saying kick you. You're long-winded the point. You're saying that the empirical evidence is saying X, so it doesn't matter what my personal experience is. That's fine. My point is, let me change it. Let's say that the
I respect Tate though, because he's a fast talker. He does talk fast.
empirical evidence says that a pit bull is more likely to bite you than a Dalmatian. But in your life experience, every time you went near a Dalmatian, it bit you, and a pit bull never did. Are you going to go up to a Dalmatian still completely and go, oh, it's fine, completely unbiased because the empirical evidence says X when you're covered in scars? No. You're going to say, Dalmatians bite me for some reason, and I'm not comfortable around Dalmatians. That's called...
This is where... this is where there's a saying that I use sometimes that shows the problems of using heuristics. And the saying is that a cat that touches a hot stove will never touch a hot stove again, but a cat will also never touch a cold stove again. The issue being that, like, if you have 1 or 2 bad experiences, you might cut off a whole bunch of potentially positive experiences because you formed a bad heuristic. So even if you argue that you can live life using heuristics, those could be maladaptive at some point. You're making bad choices or bad actions based on a bad pattern that you think you've perceived.
Human nature. So I'm telling you my personal experiences, and I don't care. I understand your point. Empirical evidence says X. Women in this country can do X. I completely get that. Secondly, it's also a country because you're only talking about America because you're American and you don't see outside of the world. That's fine.
I'm Turkish, actually. I grew up in Turkey.
That's not the point. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is I'm...
That's bad. Listen, bro, all you Americans are the same. I'm not American. That was actually a very American thing for Andrew to say, which is funny because I think, isn't he from like England or whatever? Is to assume that every other person he's talking to is American, but
I'm uncomfortable with a woman driving. And if you actually ask most women, if it gets late at night or it starts getting dark or it starts raining heavily or the parking gets difficult, they usually ask the man to drive themselves. I know many women who do that. They're not offended by my assumption. I know loads of women who go, oh, I don't want to park, you park it. Loads, there's not a bad thing about it. Who gives a shit, right? It's not even a big deal. You've come on here deciding you really want to stick up for the chicks and maybe, you know, one of them will drive over to your house. It's cool. We've got better things to talk about.
I don't think look, let's be real. I don't think I need to be a male feminist to be able to attract women, okay? However, having said that, that was a funny implication. Having said that, you are failing to recognize.
On looks, you could attack somebody like me with that, but why would you say that to somebody like Hassan? It's kind of funny because I assume Hassan would have gotten crushed in this conversation because Tay could like threaten his masculinity. But I don't actually know how fragile Hassan's masculinity is. Hassan has a lot of fragility in his life related to his fame, clout, money, all of that shit, audience, streaming. I don't know if Hassan has fragility about his masculinity, though. Whereas Tate, I feel like a lot of these ideologies sometimes can be wrapped up in a lot of male fragility. So it's kind of funny to watch him throw that, like, you're a virgin, at, like, Hassan. And it's like, bro, come on, dude. Like, even if it was true, just, like, look at him. That's not an insult that you can use.
Guys, what I am trying to say. I walked you through these steps slowly but surely. The thing is, the Dalmatian example that you gave is great. Why is it great?
He's also like, Hassan is just like, Hassan looks almost like autistically like, bro, I'm just trying to talk to you about this thing. And I just want to let you know, blah, blah, blah. And Tate's like, I don't understand what you're saying. I'm trying to, I'm going to kick you. Like, this guy's like losing. He's like, he's losing it too.
Because You are creating now a hypothetical scenario in which you want your opponent to concede. I can do the exact same thing and say, well, in my personal experience, Dalmatians never bite, or pit bulls never bite, whichever one you thought was the more aggressive breed, right? In my personal experience, what if in a million times that I have bred pit bulls or been around pit bulls, not a single one of them has ever been aggressive? We will never be able to arrive at a meaningful solution or a resolution to this conversation if we're both operating on personal anecdotes and hypotheticals. That is not how you can conduct an appropriate debate.
Good. So now you're saying the thing I just said. I have my own biases, my personal experiences, and I say them. Some people disagree and some people agree, and I don't care. You now come along.
But you're still wrong, though, because I'm not operating on biases when I talk about women driving. I'm talking about the empirical evidence. I might have personally thought women are worse at driving than men as well. But once you arrive at, once you look at the evidence and you realize that said evidence suggests something else, you're probably not going to continue believing the prior thing that you believed, right?
We went over the same point like 5 times, and I think we're just
I know, but it's just weird because I can't I can't break through.
This dude is like, now they're like both talking over him, and he's like trying to scream and get some fucking word, and he's so mad down here.
Andrew's.
Wait, watch when this guy starts talking.
Look at the evidence.
He's like, no, we're not done. I'm trying to talk. Watch him down here. Look at how mad he's getting.
You realize that said evidence suggests something else. You're probably not going to continue believing the prior thing that you believed, right?
we went over the same point like 5 times, and I think we're just
I know, but it's just weird because I can't break through Andrew's.
I understand your point. You're saying that even if I thought
here.
We're losing the girl.
No, exactly. I want to talk to her. He's saying even if I thought women were worse drivers, I've seen empirical evidence, and I'm so smart that I ignore my own eyes and ears and believe what the internet tells me. That's what he's
That's not what I'm asking you to do, my friend.
I'm sure you're double vaccinated. It all makes sense to me now. You believe what you're told to believe. You don't believe your own eyes. You don't believe your own ears, and that's what you're going to sit here and talk about empirical evidence that you found on Google. Cool. If you believe everything that's on Google, that is your prerogative, my friend. And if you think that makes you sound smart in the modern world after the 3 years we've just been through, to say that I read a piece of paper that tells me to believe X, so I believe X, and I ignore my own personal experiences, and you think
I'm not asking you to ignore your own personal experiences. I'm simply asking you to look at the data.
So let's change the subject because you just proved the point.
Okay, Andrew, do you believe? Well, you didn't really prove anything, but it's cool. Do you believe the Earth is flat? Or
You didn't really prove anything, but that's cool. I need to steal that. Actually, oh my god, I think I just learned a debate tactic from Hassan. Instead of saying okay, I'm gonna start saying that's cool, and then move on to the next thing. That's a sick fucking debate tactic. That's cool.
Do you believe the Earth is spherical, round?
2 years.
I'll get his headphones on.
Oh, he took his headphones off?
He gets very stressed sometimes, and
Yeah, it's cool. It's important. Sometimes you can't take the heat. Sometimes you can't take the heat, so you gotta.
Okay, hold on. How are you like an ultra manly man, and you're like stressed out and vaping and taking your headphones off in a fucking internet debate? What's
out of the kitchen a little bit? Andrew, do you believe the Earth is flat or round, spherical, globe?
Round.
You believe it's round, right? But when you walk outside, it feels like it's flat.
Brother, and I
it looks flat, it feels flat, but you believe it's round. Why do you believe the Earth is round?
Because I have personal experience that would prove to me that the Earth is round.
Oh, you have personal experience. What happened? Did you go up?
Why would you do this? It's like Hassan is like the 85 IQ debater, but like versus like a 65 IQ debater. Where Hassan is like, I'm gonna get him with this example, and Hassan's like, do you think the Earth is round or not? But Tate is actually like, well, I know it's round because I went up high enough to see it. What?
Up to the fucking moon? Is that how you figured it out?
Exactly. I flew up into space and I looked down on Earth. And
Yeah.
I saw a big
That's
circle.
crazy. Okay, you don't have to. Hey, listen, you don't have to concede on that point, but I think you and I both understand the importance of scientific, the importance of empirical evidence in that one, right? Or
doing all our fun.
science.
I saw it there, and I thought, wow, this guy, wow, okay, he's gonna ruin the stream. We had a hot chick. Now you're
did
here.
you? Is that what you thought?
Just chill out. Like,
It's
I
a
don't wanna
little,
argue
wait,
about-
so what's up? Is it a little bit more difficult when I'm not like the traditional like SJW looking person? Is that why it feels like the stream is a little bit more ruined?
No, it's not difficult. As a professional, I'll tell you the conversation we just had.
Yeah, dude, you've been kicked in the face and stuff. Like, I'm sure you can handle little old me.
Exactly. So I'll
Dude, this guy's getting fucking ultra mogged. He's getting so triggered right now. Holy shit.
That's a professional conversation we just had. I said I am biased and I don't believe women can drive. That's my personal experience. I don't care if anyone agrees. You came along and said, don't interrupt me. You came along and said, no, that's not true because of the evidence. I came and said, I don't care about the evidence, my personal experience. You said, I also have personal experiences and we're all biased. I agreed. Then you said, even if I had personal experiences that said X, I would ignore them because the internet told me to believe Y. I believe what I'm told.
That's not what I said. I said that regardless of my own personal biases that I might have, evidence is still more important than my personal biases.
When you guys are all talking at once.
To center Hassan's arguments philosophically here more, what Hassan is saying is, Tate is saying, I have my own biases. And Hassan is saying, yes. And then Tate's saying, you have your own biases. And Hassan is saying, yes. Hassan, he said this in the beginning, but I don't think he realized philosophically what he was actually getting at. What Hassan should have said is, independent of you or mine's biases, we agree that there is a fact of the matter, right? Like, there is objectively a correct answer to the question, who are better drivers, men or women? There is an objective fact there, independent of our own biases. How do we figure out that fact? How do we discover that fact? Philosophically, that's where they're headed for. Hassan is more correct here than Tate is. Or Hassan is completely correct. He just doesn't know how to verbalize it well. But
and it's boring, and you've lost, and it's boring. So let's just move on to the next subject.
Is that what happens? You just say I'm boring and I lost, and then you win? Is that what it is?
Do a poll on the chat. And if you won, then we'll continue to talk it. But I'm sure you've lost, and it's boring.
I think that on the words, if we were reading a text of like both of this, I might say that the conversation is maybe even, but Tate is like so unhinged. He's so upset. He's like so mad. I wonder if we missed something. I wonder if we missed something that happened earlier, because he was so much more chill during the XQC conversation, and he's like ultra ass mad right now.
Okay. Do you want me to leave the conversation that desperately, Andrew? It seems like you're running away a little bit.
No, we're just going in a never-ending circle. Like,
Okay, yeah, we can move on from that. We can move on from the importance of science and Andrew's personal biases. Andrew, can you tell me a little bit about the Hustlers University, whatever that is? Not in a promotional capacity. I know that like you're doing the rounds on Twitch.
I wonder if Tate has answered the question about like the Earth ship before. Like, I wonder if Hassan has all this prepared ahead of time too.
And I know that that's probably giving you a big boost, but I want to understand, because you are a businessman. I want to understand how you generate revenue. Is it okay to get this information for free, or do I have to pay $50 and then maybe get an affiliate link and get other people to also join so I can make a 10% cut off of them also joining Hustlers University?
You can find everything on the website, and you can join if you want more information. That's fine.
So you don't want to share this information for free right now. You don't want to educate me on that.
I don't want to sit here and spend the next hour you trying to accuse me of some bullshit.
I'm not. I'm here to learn. Andrew, you are a brilliant mind. Maybe a little rattled from the numerous concussions, but brilliant nonetheless. So I want to hear more about your business strategy, if possible.
It's actually quite interesting that people who are too scared to get in the ring try and make fun of people who have bravery to try and make fun of.
No, I do think it's very brave. I do think it's very brave.
Oh, all right, so let's not detract the bravery of men who do things you're afraid to do. That's the first thing.
No. You are absolutely incredibly brave. You still might have CTE, but you are incredibly brave. I appreciate it.
I mean, whatever. It's fine. The point I'm trying to make is,
he just takes the L on it and moves on.
To sit here and talk about hate you and try and break it down, and you've prepared a bunch of notes, etc.
I have no notes whatsoever. I'm a dumbass. I don't know anything.
I think he did have notes, but this is
talking about. I'm simply here to learn from you.
Yo, can we stop with the sarcastic shit and just have an actual
No, I'm literally. But that's the truth.
You're being so sarcastic though. Like, why?
Oh, he's trying to stick up for his poor buddy. He sees that he's like fucking mogging the fuck out of his poor friend.
You're being so sarcastic.
I'm not. I'm literally. Oh, come on. I'm asking questions.
Hassan, being sarcastic. Like, listen,
please. It's pretty clear that I was the better Hassan. So
yeah, that's agreed. I agree with that one.
If you could just get out the call, maybe it would fix the stream.
I think so.
Would you guys, if you guys would like me to leave the call, I can do that. I don't want to be. I don't want to be rude.
I gotta get back to work.
I do not want to be rude, boys. This is your stream. Andrew, I'd love to talk to you in more detail if you'd like to. I hope that one day you can educate me on your revenue strategies. I mean, it does look a little bad though if you feel as though I should leave the call because you feel like I'm overpowering you a little bit.
You should stay on the call, but I think you should be more socially aware.
I am. Is that a bad question? Do you not educate thousands of young men about your business strategies? I want to know more.
Okay, I want you to be more socially aware and understand that since you've joined the stream, everyone's begging for you to leave. The vibe's down. It's boring. It's late at night for me. I came here to have fun. You're being boring. No one thinks you're cool. No one thinks you're intelligent. No one thinks you're funny.
I don't think I'm cool or intelligent. I just have questions and you're not answering them for some reason. Why are we derailing?
I don't have to answer your questions. You're not the police. I don't have to answer
your No, not at all. No, I am not the UK police nor the Romanian one. I'm simply asking you questions about your business strategy, which you literally educate people on. I just want to know how you how you do growth and revenue. Why can't I be a hustler? I want to be a hustler like you. I want to be a top G. A top bloke. A proper bloke.
Right. You can find out more on the website. I would like the stream to get fun again. If you want to discuss this,
You don't think your educational content is fun for people to consume?
I think everyone's saying kick him. Read the chat. Have you guys read the chat on your stream?
You want me to leave that bad? I'll. If you want me to leave that bad, I'll leave.
You're just being. I mean, listen.
It's like a weird. It's like I'm not telling you to leave. It's like, oh, do you want me to leave? I'm not gonna. No, I'm not saying I want you to leave. Okay, I want you to stay. Actually. Oh, okay. But everyone else wants you to leave.
I'm just a messenger, but you're just kind of like being sarcastic. Making
I'm not. I'm literally not. I promise. I swear to Allah that I want to know.
Just saying wasn't sarcastic. Don't even. You can't even convince me.
None of what I have mentioned is sarcastic. I truly would like to know more.
85% kick. 85%. No one thinks you're funny or interesting or witty. Your little comebacks. No one's interested in them.
I think this
is
It's okay. It's okay, Andrew. If you want, we can have a conversation again.
It may be funny, but didn't he miss an opportunity to have a real conversation to prove Tate's idea is wrong? I don't think that was the goal. I think he just wanted to mog him. I can't believe that Tate was so fragile here. He got like absolutely fucking ass blasted. Like his mind is destroyed right now. I don't know what. I don't know if I missed like a lead up or a setup to this or anything.
We can have a conversation again in the future if you'd like. If you're brave enough, I guess.
HU has an affiliate program for some people if they want to affiliate, like everything else in the world. We have over 100,000 students making more than they invest each month. If they didn't make more than they invest, they wouldn't sign up. One of the most successful online educational platforms in history.
Are there multiple layers?
Learn how to make some money yourself if you want to join and have more information. It's all on corporatetape.com. You can find out yourself. If you're too cheap to pay $50, then you're broke and nobody gives a shit what you think anyway. You've ruined the stream. Everyone wants you out of it. So either change tune and get with the program and be fun, or keep sitting here and talking sarcastic and really slowly and repeating yourself and talking about how you only believe what you see on the internet because no one really gives a fuck and it's boring. So let's move on to some fun. Let's get the tempo up. I've just told you about HU. We do have an affiliate program. You can find out more on corporatetape.com.
It is. So okay. So it is a multi-level marketing scheme. Got it. I just wanted to figure out if it was truly a pyramid scheme. It would be inappropriate of me to assume that it's a pyramid scheme without having you explain it in such terms. But thank you. All right. Whatever you guys want to talk about, I'm game.
You're welcome to affiliate anytime you like, friend. There's no problem.
Yeah.
All right. So let's move on because this dude he's lame, my friends. Let's
get yeah, Hassan, I appreciate you coming out. We're gonna bring in another guest now.
All right. Peace, boys. Have fun. Andrew, I'm always open to talk to you, my friend, if you'd like to.
We'll have another conversation.
Thank you, my friend.
Have a good night.
That was bullshit.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I don't know what to say. Damn, okay, so Tate is actually super easy, and he gets rattled incredibly easy, but there's... That was pretty disappointing. Jesus. I guess I shouldn't say disappointing. As much as I hate Hassan, probably want him to win over Tate. It was disappointing that it wasn't very entertaining. I thought we were going to see some fireworks, instead of just, like, a tank rolling over some dude. Oh, Dan wanted to say something. Oh! Hello?
What's up, King?
What up, King? I don't know if we can call each other that. That feels like a black thing.
Oh, sorry. Listen, I think I felt something just now, this last half hour, and I think chat felt it too. But you know the vibe that I have right now?
What's the vibe?
I think that I can fix and ship you and Hassan. I don't.
Absolutely not.
No, you know what? You know why?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, I think it's possible. You know, I think. You know what it comes down to? Okay, you just have to like recognize what Hassan is good at and where he's funny at and what he does really well. And I think you can see that stuff and just don't, you know,
I can't hold my tongue when people say dumb shit, and that's
you hold your tongue. You know, you do.
Absolutely
you can do
can't. I absolutely can't do that.
Listen, I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm just saying, like, I feel like the foundations are still there. You know, sometimes the best friendships, they go through these harsh periods of inactivity. I feel like it could happen, you know. And Hassan's funny, you know, and he has that appeal, and he has moved the.
Okay, did you come here for anything else, or are we playing this?
All right, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Too much for right now. Okay, yeah. Just keep it in the back of your mind. So today, someone smashed into the back of my wife's car My wife's Tesla. My wife got rear-ended today.
Okay.
Hard. And in Florida, you only need to have $10,000 in liability insurance. And
that's wild to me. That doesn't sound...
It's crazy.
I thought
crazy.
Isn't it normally like 100 or 250K for like medical shit and everything, or is that only for property or whatever?
No, it's 10K, 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 I believe, in Florida. So you can have 10,000 on, like, so if they would only have to pay 10,000 on damage to my car, but if I got hurt, there's another 10K on top of that, and I think maybe it's per passenger or something, but like that's it. Nothing else past that. And it's mental to me that's the case. Like, because what fucking car, like, what am I going to do? Sue this guy? Like, no, I'm not going to do that. So, but luckily, the damage is only like, I think it's under 2K. It's just a new bumper. So, I'm gonna...
Dan, have you ever fixed a car before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not well, but hold on. I fixed mechanical problems. Never this type of shit. I don't know how to do anything with bodywork.
Okay. I always feel like I don't know if they do this to poor people, but like whenever I would take my car in, it was never just that thing. Like
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, you never ever need just new brakes, new pads. You always need new rotors as well. And like you go in and it's never just the bumper. The frame is also bent. Or you go in and it's never just the tire. The wheel is also cracked. There's always another fucking thing. And then you feel like an asshole because they're like, do you want us to replace just the brake pads because your rotors are 2/8 of a millimeter inch like thick and they're gonna... And it's like, just fix the shit so it drives. And if I die, then fucking die. I'll die, okay? But I don't know. It always feels like there's always another thing that's wrong, but...
Check out what I just sent you.
I'm checking it. Ooh, Dan videos. Ooh. Oh. Okay, which one do I click?
Up to you. Front, back, left, or right.
Okay, I'm looking at the rear one.
Ooh. Always look at the rear first.
Ooh, whoa, did he hit her twice?
Mm-hmm.
What's happening there?
He went in for the second thrust.
Why?
With my wife, you gotta always get the second. Actually, I don't know.
Really, Dan? Really, Dan?
You gotta.
You think that was appropriate? Damn, how many fucking cameras are on? Did you install these yourselves, or do all Teslas come with like 27 surround sound?
They all come with them. How cool is that? The right repeater one is pretty cool. You see him fucking going flying like a fucking maniac.
Is she I'm just trying to figure out what's happening. Is she slowing down at all? It looks like she's going about the same speed, or maybe slowing down a little.
I think the guy was checking his phone or something.
And it's just like on the gas hardcore the whole time?
Yeah. You can show on stream if they want to see.
I'm not opening I can't open Google Drive links on stream. It's weird.
Oh.
Because sometimes it shows like your own files on the side and like weird shit. And
Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry, chat.
You can just link it to chat. Don't, jeez.
Can you...
It'll probably overload the Google Drive link, but...
Oh,
Yeah, and what's going on the side? He's having like a hard time braking and everything. I don't know. This dude seems
he's
unhinged.
Fucking, you know.
That's drugs for sure, Dan.
Anyways, so it's not exciting. It's someone smacking into someone at relatively low speed. So that's going on today. And what else? Learned a little bit about solar. Unironic. Where's that solar guy we talked to before? I need to learn more about solar now because I have property with solar, and apparently you can actually make decent money off of solar. I didn't know this, but it's true. In certain states, like it's not a meme. Like it's pretty good terms.
When you
like,
say solar, you're talking about solar panels for your house, right?
Yeah, but it's actually pretty stupid, like how much you can make off of it. I don't understand why, but basically there's two parts to solar. There's the amount, and this is what everyone focuses on, I think, is there's the amount that you make selling energy to the grid, which is not that much, honestly, right? Because like for the amount that you pay, the more exciting thing is you can sell the credits, and that's the big money, man. So
wait, like carbon credits for like pollution?
Yeah, essentially that's it. And there's a lot. What happens is all these solar companies, they usually keep the credits and let you get like free energy, but the credits are what all the fucking money is in, bro. So this solar panel system I have, well, there's two of them. They're fully owned by me, and it's like this it's 30 panels on a roof, just normal, and that's fucking 6K a year off of panels. It's crazy. Not even selling the energy. Like there'll still be free electricity there. It's 6K just for the fucking credits.
Sorry. Why does nobody talk about the credits? I feel like I've never heard this before.
I think it's only in certain states. I'm looking.
Is this one of them?
No, I don't know. If, I'm not buying stuff in Florida, but yeah. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah. What else? What else? So you paid off your car, Mazel Tov.
Both of them, yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah, crazy, huh?
Very crazy.
Credit score dropped by 26 points. Feels good.
Okay. So we're gonna go in on some real estate. Are you excited?
I'll think about it.
Do you want? Let's run the number together. Go ahead, pull up a notepad. Let's see what we're in for. Let's do it together.
Yeah, is that what we're gonna do?
Yeah. So.
Wait.
Let's say we're gonna put in 400K each. I don't see the notepad open. If you don't want to do this, that's fine.
No, I was
if
just
you don't want
doing my phone real quick. Okay.
Okay. Let's figure this out. Okay. We're gonna do this live. I feel like we could do this. This could be like a few hour stream on tomorrow. That would be pretty good. But I don't want to force it. Okay. So 400K each, 800K. That's going to be our down payment. Now, what we're going to do...
20% down or 10% for commercial shit?
So, no, well, 10%. Well, you fucking... 20%, no. Okay, well, you can, okay, but it's complicated, okay?
What, is it like 50% down or what?
35 to 40
Jesus
is what we're typically
Christ.
looking at. So here's the deal. We got two options. I'm going to present them to you, and then you can kind of think. So option one, we can do 20% down. But that's going to be a normal 25-year loan, okay, at 5%. That's what I can get. I got that locked right now, as many as I want to do. Okay?
Yeah.
20% down. That's good. On investment property, you can't find that anywhere. But I got the relationship with the bank.
So
I can make that happen.
That's a $4 million property, right?
If we put 800K down, I don't know, whatever the fucking, whatever that's 20% of. Okay?
Yeah, it is.
So
okay,
that's option one. Option two is we can put probably close to 40% down, and then we can get a 5% interest only for 10 years. That then adjusts into a 15-year regular mortgage at 5%. Well, it would adjust after that, but a 10 years locked. That's pretty good. Interest only is pretty exciting. So the reasoning why interest only is exciting. So what you do is you're basically telling the bank, hey, listen, I could either do 20% down, okay, and then I just do normal payments, or what about if I kind of prepay all the principal that I would have paid during those first 10 years right now? Will you just give me interest only? But you work out so much better by doing that, because as you know, in a mortgage, all of your interest is front loaded. So it's really good for us to do that. So I would suggest, so there's benefits of both, okay? So we're borrowing at 5%, but we can find properties between 7 to 8% cap rate, maybe a little bit higher if we get lucky. And do
cap
some
rate,
moves.
is that rents plus appreciation, or is that just rents?
That's basically net operate. That's everything except mortgage payment.
That's everything except, so that's including like appreciation and value and property and everything, right? Or is
no
that
appreciation.
Just, so that's just income. That's like rents
That's
minus
income.
taxes and expenses and all that bullshit. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't count mortgage.
Cash flow. That's what we're talking about. It
Cash
doesn't
flow.
count mortgage.
So no, it doesn't.
Wait, what the fuck?
Because we're going to buy a place. They're not going to know what mortgage you have. So let me give you an example place that we're going to talk about, okay? Let's say that we want to buy a $5 million place that has a 7% cap rate. Let's run the numbers. You want to see where we're going to land or no?
Sure. $5 million, 7% cap rate is $35,000. What is that, a year?
That's $350,000 a year net after all expenses.
For $5 million is $350,000 a year. Okay.
So we're gonna make $350K a year after property tax, after fixing the sink, after management, everything. Okay. So what do we have to pay? So we have to borrow. We're doing the 20% down here. Okay. So what was that? 800 you said, right?
I have $5 million is the property, 7% cap rate, $350K a year. How much do we need to put down?
20%.
20% would be $1 million down.
Okay, let's just assume we're putting 500K each then. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we're borrowing $4 million. Okay.
Wait, why are we borrowing? Oh yeah, we're borrowing $4 million. Yep.
But we're doing this on a traditional
conforming
25. We're not
25-year
doing it. This is not interest only. Okay, so this is option
gotcha.
1.
So this is
So what we're going to do is we will do $4 million.
You're cut out. Hello?
Sorry.
Oh.
We're going to do $4 million times 0.0058, which basically gives us the exact mortgage payment. And that is 4 million divided. Hello? Okay. So our mortgage payment is $23,200 a month.
Okay.
Is that right? I think that's right. $4 million. Yeah, because it's 25 years. So, so write that down.
Yep.
$23,200 a month, and then that times 12. So that's $278 a year. Okay.
Okay.
So
which is like 72,000 in profit.
So that's 72,000 net to us, actually paying bills. But we're also, keep in mind, this is a 25-year mortgage and we're making principal payments here. So how much of a principal are we making here? Roughly, well, I guess you could find it out. It would be, so 4 million. Hold on, I'll tell you what the interest is.
You can type this in. You just get like an amortization table online, right?
Well, yeah, fine. We'll look at the I mean, it's going to
Or
depend.
fine,
right?
$4 million, 5% interest is
20. Yeah, but 25%, or sorry, 25-year term as well. So it's going to be really high principal payments, not 30. Well, not really high, but higher than a normal one.
Okay. Why? What?
What?
I imagine your mortgage payment would be 4 million times 5%.
I think it's 78K.
Which
I
is,
think that sounds right. 78K of principal a year. I know it's amortization tables, but it should be around 78K a year, right?
How do you figure out what the principal would be?
Well, I know that we know we're at 5%, and 5% of 4 million should be 200K a year in mortgage interest, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we have 200K in interest, and then we know our payments are 278. So 78K in principal.
Wait, where do we get those payments from again? Why do we know it's going to be 23,200 a month?
Well, you can go here. I'll send you a link. You can go and type it in here if you want. Yeah, I just know this.
Oh, you do? Okay, that wasn't given, or we weren't supposed to figure that out. That was just given.
No, yeah, we don't have to figure that out.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, go skip ahead to the good part. Go ahead.
Okay, well, so we have 78K a year added to our. How much are we making extra here? You didn't write down the new numbers. You don't.
I don't know what the fuck now. I don't know what the fuck we're. Okay.
All right, stop fucking around. Okay, God, you're not writing it down, and I forgot what it was. Okay,
okay, hold on.
You're doing something else.
Shut up. No, I'm not. I'm watching. Okay, you're all over the place. Your brain is all over the place. We're buying a $5 million property with a 7% cap rate. Yes.
Okay, 350.
Wait. Okay. Yeah, you're just gonna say random shit. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't want to know what we're talking about. Go ahead. Just tell me what you want me to write down.
Okay. So we're making 72K net per year. That's how much we're making take-home money right now. Write it down so I don't lose it.
Gotcha.
Okay, so 72K is net plus the we're paying off principal. So I think that's 78K a year, but obviously that changes.
How did you go from 72 to 78?
No, we're making 72 like we're getting that in money.
Yeah.
Wait, do you understand what I'm saying?
Where does 78 come from?
Those are principal payments. We don't actually get those, but those are paying down the balance that we owe on the property.
Okay. So we're kind of getting that in appreciation, right?
Well, it's not appreciation. We're lowering the loan cost.
Or we're getting equity, right?
Yeah, sure. We're buying the equity, right?
Yeah.
But that is money, assuming we could sell for the same price we bought it at.
Because it's equity. Yeah. We're pulling the equity out when we sell the property, right? Yeah.
So basically, we're making 150K tax-free net off of this investment.
I don't know how it's tax-free, but okay.
Well, with depreciation and mortgage interest, do you think that you're going to be paying a lot on the 75K or the 150K we're taking here? We're depreciating a $5 million property, and we have mortgage interest to deduct.
Mortgage interest deduction. I don't know if you can. Do you deduct mortgage interest in a normal manner when you're?
It's a business expense.
Oh, for commercial property, same.
Yep.
Okay, so that helps a lot. And then depreciation. Do you have to recapture the depreciation when you sell the property, or is this like one of those 1038 exchanges or whatever?
I don't think so. I honestly don't know the answer to that.
Well, that's pretty important. If you have to recapture the depreciation when you sell the asset, I don't know if you have to or not.
No, I don't think you do, because you're depreciating the structure. The IRS assumes that you have to rebuild that structure. It's at what, every 27 years?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so you can it's like when you buy something, but when you go to sell it, you're not paying. Yeah, no. So it's still capital gains. There is no depreciation.
Okay. Well, I know that sometimes, like on a house, I think you can depreciate like your primary residence. When you sell it, sometimes I think you have to recapture some of the depreciation. I don't know why or what, but
whatever. Let's not worry about that for
sure,
now.
fuck that. Who cares?
Because that's only if we sell. Yeah. We're not selling.
Tax-free, baby. We're never selling.
Okay.
We're going to be real estate moguls.
But this is important that we know how much we're making. So basically where we're at with we've put in 500K each on this scenario. This is scenario 1. I want you to know. Okay. So on scenario 1, we put in 500K each. And what are we getting? We're each getting $72,000 a year, basically tax-free.
Base.
Okay.
Okay. And
we're also getting, well, yeah, that's what we're basically getting 5K a year tax-free, but we're getting 35K in cash and 35K in principal each is what we would do if we went 50-50 on this type of thing. So your 500K makes you 35K a year. So is that good or is that bad? Plus you have any appreciation if you think real estate is going to go up.
Well,
so
we're not getting 35K a year. We're getting like 70K a year, right? In
yeah, but we're splitting it. We're splitting it. But yes, you're right. 70K each, just divided half and half.
Wait, what do you mean divided half and half? We're each getting about 70K. Each of us. Not divided half. Each of us is getting about 70K. In terms of cash and equity, right? Yes.
Yeah, exactly. 70K.
Well, that's important because 35K might be dog shit, but 70K might be good. Isn't like, I don't know what the standard rule is. You know better than me. I thought, isn't standard rule like return on investment is you're looking for like 7 to 10 years to recapture whatever investment?
I mean, probably not in real estate. I mean, that'd be pretty aggressive.
Is it? Oh, okay. I don't know. So if I make an investment, I'm expecting to be in the hole for 10 years on that. In real estate, that's normal? Because on this investment, it sounds like we would recapture, if we're putting in 500K and we're making, we're each putting in 500K and we're each making about 70K a year. That's what, like 7 years, and we've recaptured our original investment completely?
I mean, yeah, but you're also hoping that there is no depreciation of the value, like that it doesn't go down in value. So there is risk on that, right? It's not just all good. If we're getting a 7 or 8 cap, it means that we're getting in a little bit more, I would say, frisky of a neighborhood. Like, for instance, in San Francisco, you're not getting 7% cap. You're getting 4. Or 3.5 or 4.
Because part of the cap rate is probably going to have baked into it the underlying risk, the underlying volatility of the asset. So my guess is if you bring me a property that's got like a 10 or 15% cap rate, it's in some area that might have like a shooting and go to shit in like 2 seconds or something, right?
Exactly. Like I can get you a 10% cap rate if you want to like go get it like in fucking Kensington Street in Pennsylvania all day. I can get 15% cap out there, right? But we don't want to be involved with that. Gotcha. So exactly. But this is a good area that's very stable. It's just not super desirable, and I found this area and it's kind of 7 cap, 8 cap for a lot of stuff. So without getting into the interest only option yet, how do you evaluate and how does this feel to you if this was presented to you and you saw the building and yada yada?
Assuming I'm not looking at future market conditions or anything, it sounds good. 7 years to recover an investment, and then you've got cash flow past that. Beyond that, it's free money. I mean, that seems like a no-brainer.
Okay, so now last thing, because I know you probably want to go to sleep, I want to talk to you about the interest-only option. So the interest-only option is different. So we can't buy a $5 million place anymore.
No, we're buying a $2.5 million place, right?
So we're putting down $1 million. Yeah, I guess $2.5 million. So we're borrowing $1.5 million, and that's going to cost us. Well, I don't know. You can fucking do it. What's the numbers for it? Option 2.
Okay, if you tell me one at a time, you don't just skip around like a fucking ADHD rattle brain. Okay, so we're borrowing $1.5 million. Yeah, at what interest?
5. At
5% interest. So, what's the question? How much is that going to be a year?
That's $75,000 a year in mortgage, I believe.
So that should be $75,000 a year in interest, right?
Well, that's all we're paying is interest.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Still a 7% cap rate?
Yep, still 7. And the building price was 2.5.
2.5 million. Yep.
So, how much are we making now then?
Is it 17.5 thousand?
So we're making
a month or a year. What is the cap rate, annual or?
Yeah, it's annual. So ranking 70%.
7% of 2.5 million is 14, and 3.5 is 17,500 a year, isn't it? Is it?
No, that can't be right. 7% cap.
Know.
Hold on. What am I doing wrong here? My brain hurts for a second. Okay, hold on. $175,000. Okay.
Oh fuck! I'm off a decimal sign. Okay, 175,000 here.
Okay, yeah, that's better. So, okay, so that's how much we're making before paying off our mortgage. So we make 100K here. That's the other option, but that's 100K. See, that's basically 50K in your pocket, but no paying off the mortgage. So the question is, what's more desirable? Do you want to get 30 or 35 and 35, or do you want to get 50 all cash?
I mean, it feels like the answer is always going to be the first one, right? I feel like in general, well, it depends on what your risk tolerance. Well, it feels like if I'm borrowing, it feels like I always want to leverage as much as possible, and I'm getting 2x the leverage on the first type of loan, right?
There's less wiggle room in the first loan if there's a downturn.
Well, there's more downside, of course, yeah, because we're leveraged, right?
Well, yeah, we're a little bit more exposed, especially if rents go down or anything else. We're paying double the mortgage payment almost.
True, which would suck, but yeah, we're double the leverage. We got a $5 million property instead of a $2.5 million shitter.
Okay.
We need to leverage more. How do we use Bitcoin to get more leverage?
I mean, this deal that I have is pretty unheard of. I should say there's probably a lot of fucking rich fucks that have the same deal, but getting 20% down for investment property is like impossible. Normally it's 40%, 35 if the bank likes you. So 20 is good. All right, so that's it. So are you excited about this, or do you want to stay in stocks? Because I need to know, because this goes into the bank as I'm evaluating properties.
When do you have when you need like a fucking decision by?
I don't need a decision. I just need to know roughly what you're thinking. That's all.
I mean, if I have to do more digging to make sure the numbers are actually right, but I mean, if the numbers are right, I mean, it seems
just
good.
Assume they're what I'm saying there.
If I'm assuming everything you're saying is good, then the 20% leverage one sounds better. The 5-to-1 sounds way better than the fucking 40% one, right?
Okay. Well, I don't know. You know, it depends.
I'm a young dude. I can hold equity. I don't give a fuck. I don't need the money right now.
You get more money now with interest only, and you get more money eventually.
Yeah, but I imagine there's probably an easy way, assuming the markets don't crash. The big mitigating factor, first of all, pulling equity out of commercial property can't be the hardest thing in the world, right? If you needed to.
No, you're right, but also
for a second thing, the scary thing
we're gonna get fucked the first 10 years on amortization, right? We're not actually going to be paying. On that type of schedule.
Yeah,
they're gonna fuck us.
But I'm also curious if the interest rates going up right now are about to fuck like property, right? Like I think mortgages have already slowed down like by 70%, some huge downturn in new mortgages. So
that's why we're rushing to buy property while we still can before shit gets crazy.
Well, rushing to buy it now, it seems like you're getting in right before the big fucking drop. No?
No, we got a lot of inflation going on right now. Okay, and this is the hedge against inflation.
I think the hedge against inflation is you're supposed to buy it before the inflation happens. I think.
Well, the best time to buy real estate was 10 years ago. The second best time to buy is right now.
I don't know if we're right at the top of the inflation and now we're about to go down. I don't know if that's true.
Do you know if you can ever negotiate an amortization schedule with a bank, or would they never do that?
I mean, in a way, when you do that no interest 10 years, it's kind of a negotiation. But I mean, my understanding is that it can't be this crude. It can't be this crude. But my guess is the way that you do amortization is you basically calculate what the interest rate would be, and then you make them pay a little bit more so that they're eventually paying it down. Oh, no, hold on. No, this would actually be... you would need a function to do this, but you could do this. The amortization schedule is probably going to be the total loan, and then the total interest accrued over that loan. And then you're going to do a function to make sure that after 30 years, given the change in principal versus interest, it's paid off. So whatever the amortization thing, there's probably some function that they just plug the numbers into, and then it'll tell you this is what the payments have to be, so that as the interest accrues, it's paid off by the end. But you can't negotiate that, because if you pay more or less interest at any point in time, or more or less towards the principal, it would necessarily change how many years the loan would be, right? Like if you negotiated so you paid more principal early on, then the loan would last for a shorter term, right?
Well, yeah, wouldn't we want that? Like, they're extending it. We don't want them to extend it.
Well,
right?
it depends on what your goal is. I mean, if you're borrowing money at a very low interest rate, like if we're borrowing money at 5%, right? We're making more than 5% on our money here when we're doing these types of investments. So if we've got a loan out at 5%, we don't want to pay that off early. That's free money, or that money is money that you could put to work, right?
Well, what I'm saying to you is, this amortization, it could just be like, you know, I don't want to say 50-50, but 50-50, right? We know that every year that we're doing 78, you know, based on what we did there, we're doing 78K in principal. That's what we're supposed to be doing. In the first years, we're probably only going to be doing like you know,
1 or
20.
2 or 3K. It's not going to be 20K. It's way lower. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and then in the last years, we're doing like the full, like,
almost,
it's not 78. Yeah, it's a lot. It's more than 78K, because at the end, no, actually, wait, this is right. At the end, the last years, it actually goes and takes out of the interest as well. So the principal...
Well, it doesn't have to be, well, careful. The reason why it seems like it has to be more is because you have to catch up. But what you're missing is that by the end, you've paid more than the total value of the asset, right? Because you're paying interest. So by the end of the $1.5 million thing, you probably paid, what, like 3
why
or 4
couldn't
or
it
5
just
or
be
6
flat
million?
the whole time, right? Like, why can't, like, let's say we divide up, you know, $1 million over 30 years.
So that you're like gaining an equal amount of equity throughout every single payment?
Yeah, why won't they just do that? And then, like, you still do...
Oh, we should be able to do this. It's not even calculus, I don't think. This is just...
I know why it's better for the bank. So no one needs to tell me why the bank would like this. I know why it's better for the bank. I just don't know why they wouldn't maybe let you negotiate.
Oh, I know why. The reason why you wouldn't be able to do this is because the interest rate that you have at any given point in time is based on your currently remaining principal. So whatever payment you're making at the very end is going to be different than the payment you're making at the very beginning, right? Oh, but you could still ask, why couldn't you theoretically just balance that all out? Wait, you can't balance it out so you're always making an equal principal and an equal interest, right?
You can always balance out the interest, so you're always doing a certain amount of interest every month.
But if you do that, then the payment that you're making would fall every single month, right? Because as you're paying off the principal, the interest section would fall. And
well, no, because you're paying off principal anyways. Your mortgage payment stays the same. You know that.
What?
Even on month 1, you're making a mortgage payment. Yes?
Yes.
You're doing something to principal on month 1. Does your mortgage payment change from month 2? No.
No, but the composition changes. On month 2, you pay less interest than you do on month 1, and then on month 3, you pay less interest than month 2, right?
I understand that, but that's like that's certainly I understand why that's favorable for the bank. I don't understand why why you couldn't negotiate not to be like that.
How could you negotiate it differently?
Okay, so let's say you want to borrow $1 million from me at 5%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's do it. Let's say we're going to do a 30-year loan.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? Is that $333 a month? Fuck. How many months?
$5 million at 5%.
No, let's just do $1 million. Let's keep numbers.
Okay, so $1 million at 5% is $50K, right? Interest every year.
Well, we're talking to interest. How many years to pay that off? If I want to do 30 years.
30 years.
So 30 times 12.
If you're trying to figure out what your total payments will be, you have to use the exponential function for compounding interest.
No, it would be 360. So it's $1 million divided by 360.
Wait, what? Are you trying to figure out how much you're going to pay in principal and interest?
Yes.
I don't think you can just do multiplication because interest is compounding.
You can. So if every month I do 27.77 in principal, and then I also do we're at 5% of $1 million, so that's 50K divided by 12 months, and I'm also doing, is this 44,166? I think. Yeah, 4,166.
Okay.
So yeah, you do $4,100 in principal. So I guess the mortgage payment just gets higher? Is that what's going on here?
I don't know. I'm too tired. I'd have to think about it more. But I know for some reason, I don't think you can do this.
I think just the mortgage payment is higher if you make it flat.
The mortgage payment is higher if you make it flat.
Right, because if I take $1 million and then I divide that over 30 years,
yeah,
right? That's 360 months, isn't it? 30 times 12, and then so $1 million divided by 360 months is $2,777. What the fuck are you laughing? You know, fuck you. Find your own real estate deal. You broke motherfucker. Fuck you. Put your money back in Facebook. I'm sure it's going up any time now. You know what? I'm done.
Shit, you're right. I need to go sell that stock. My Facebook is paying dividends. I made 10%, Dan, in 1 month. Who jumped in on me? I think I have to sell this tomorrow. I actually fucking made bank on this, Dan. Stay mad.
I'm never bringing.
Stay mad.
Never,
true.
Never.
Thank you for reminding me that I need to sell my meta stock tomorrow. Thank you, Dan. Who came in with me, guys? I told you. You guys doubted me. 17.5%. 1 month. Who came in with me, guys? Look at After Hours. Who the fuck cares about After Hours? Nobody gives a fuck. Okay, can I go to sleep, Dan?
Yep, good luck finding real estate deals. Never talk to me again, unironically, okay? I'm literally going to go hang out with Hassan. He's just, fuck you.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Be careful, babe. Oh, man.
Words that were different language.
Exactly, the streamer doesn't
Let's
even
say hello
know.
to the beautiful young lady.
There's no
Oh, she
way,
must be
like,
really
dude. The chat's 10. Dude, yeah, you're running a pyramid scheme. The chat would be like, cool, that sounds
What's
cool.
your
What is
name?
that, a pyramid?
What's your
Wow. Egypt.
Yeah.
They don't know what the fuck is. They don't even know what Egypt has
You have a nice
pyramids.
voice. She has a nice
Who are
voice.
these guys talking to?
Very attractive.
Thank you. God.
All right, next time, give me the clip with that poke screaming in the fucking foreground. Jesus. What's up with this trend of people just having girls in the background of their stream? It's so fucking cringe. If I do that, will I get more viewers? Do I just start inviting girls to be on stream? Just sit in the background with your phone? God, it's so fucking cringe. Oh, I watched this video last night. This is also fucking cringe.
So it actually went viral.
Sorry, more boring finance for you. This fucking girl.
So I actually went viral for talking about this a few months ago. But yeah, basically at our company, we have 10 full-time workers, including myself, and we all earn the same pay, which is around $73,000 per year before taxes. That's not our take-home pay. We also have 3 part-time employees, but to make the math simple, I'll just use the full-time employees for this exercise. Now, if we have 10 employees at $73,000 a year, that means the payroll expense is $730,000 per year.
Technically, your payroll expense is going to be higher because you got to pay things like unemployment insurance and you got to cover FICA. But maybe she's just simplifying that for the explanation. That's fine. You wouldn't have to autistically dive into all of those things. It's okay.
Right? 10 times 73,000, there it is. Now, a lot of people who operate businesses are super focused on the idea of profit. We actually try to operate at a break-even point, which means we try to get our final numbers at the end of the year as close to zero as possible when you take into account income and expenses. But if I wanted to maximize profit, what I would do is try to make all of our expenses as little as possible, including payroll for those 9 employees who aren't me. So if I paid those 9 full-time employees minimum wage, which here in Los Angeles is $15 an hour, it would be $31,000 per year for each of them, or a total payroll cost of $280,000. And then I could keep all the rest, making my annual pay $450K.
Okay, 2 huge problems with this. 1, she's assuming that she could pay her employees, that she's paying $73,000 a year, $32,000 a year, and they would be just as productive as they were before. I seriously doubt that they would make the same amount of money. So, 1, that's already unbelievably fucking stupid. And number 2, this is something that irritates me because I think we learned about this in the past with this girl. Number 2, something that's irritating is she might be making a lot more money on the back end because it's funny because, here's kind of an extra ironic thing about what she's talking about. All CEOs do is they cut themselves huge checks while their employees suffer. That's not actually generally true. technically, employees make a lot of money on stock compensation is where they make most of their money. That's usually how the board prefers to pay them because then they're invested into the company. If she has 100% ownership of her company or some huge ownership in her company, 50, 60, 70% equity, then when her company is growing in valuation, she is actually making money just like a CEO. So
I actually went.
It's because I think we learned that she has like majority share ownership or whatever of her business, which means you're making money just like a CEO does. As your business gains value, that's where you're making all your money at. She's trying to LARP as a socialist. She's some annoying fuck that is like, I paid all my employees $70K for 10 years, and it's just dumb. Jesus. Entertained 7-year-old commissioner's 18.
You know, like once you're 18, if you want to get yourself a real man, I know a guy.
You do?
I do, yeah. I do know a guy.
Who is it?
What? It's a long story. I can't tell you exactly who because there's bad things about him.
Yo, there's no fucking way you just said that. No. I actually overheard that. The fact that you fucking said that shit is fucking crazy. That's fucked up. You were dead ass being a W fucking wingman, and the fact that you come in and say that shit is actually fucked up. Like, go ahead, bro. If you want to go fucking 18-year-old, that's weird. That is pretty weird.
This guy is so threatened. This guy is creepy, but this dude is like, he's actually like worried. Oh no. She's over here like, you know what? Maybe I will. Oh no.
Because I know who you're talking about right now. You said once you turned 18, you would fly out to fucking Romania and fuck her. That is weird. That is fucking weird. Because at least, listen.
You messed it up. I'll take your bitch on your stream. You messed it up, my G.
You get out my fucking sloppy seconds, motherfucker. There's no way you're talking shit right now.
I won't mess it up. All right, I'm fine. You know, like.
Okay. I love you guys. I'm going away now for a long time. I'll be back tomorrow. Today was long as a D&D, but I think it's a shorter stream tomorrow. So what do we have tomorrow? Erudite panel. Oh, I might be streaming late, but we'll see. Reverendo Cappuccino, Pappuccino, Hoppuccino, Moppuccino, Duppuccino, Cappuccino, Appuccino, Alpuccino, my Deuterinos. I will catch you guys next stream arena. Good luck. No current streams, really.